Chapter 401 Chosen by Marriage, Assassinated Superman of Man. Barry, have you done anything bad recently to get the Green Lantern Corps to catch it? Luke deliberately put on a serious expression and looked at the shocked Flash. The opponent and Green Lantern Hal Jordan are recognized as good friends. People like Abinsu and Sinister are naturally no strangers. In addition to being busy making a cosmic treadmill recently, I'm just to accompany my mother. Barry looked innocent. People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. He obviously didn't do anything, so why was he caught by the Green Lantern Corps? It is impossible for Sinister to retaliate against Hal, so he is targeting himself, right? Even so, he should go to Carol. He is not the one who stepped into the marriage hall with Hal and slept in a bed. Judging from the information provided by Abinsu, Sinister is probably a superb power to greet you. Luke stopped frightening Barry and said with a smile, "It seems that Sinister is also aware of the rapid expansion of Flashpoint Aftermath, and the truth about this timeline that should be rewritten. It is estimated that the Flash has not yet discovered how far-reaching things he has done. Breaking through the barrier of time led to the appearance of flashpoints, which directly caused the multiverse to restart again. This led to 52 new Earths and 52 parallel universes. The origin of superheroes and other details have all been rewritten. And in this process, a loophole was created in the originally closed multiverse, and a person behind the scenes silently watched in. Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen universe. And the beginning of all this stems from this collapsed and distorted time and space. Then what should I do now? Barry was a little flustered. Sinister was the most famous fighter in the Green Lantern Corps since Abinsu. Will I run away when I see him? But my mother is still in Midtown. If Sinister threatens her with her. Seeing the annoyance of the Flash, Luke chuckled softly. This is the downside of superheroes. The villains have 10,000 ways to get them into a moral dilemma. Don't worry, Carl is here. I will call Dr. Wayne later. Could it be that Sinister can still harm your family in front of Batman and Superman? Luke comforted softly. There are not many days until the end of the Flashpoint. Take precautions, and get a Sinister shouldn't be a problem. According to the current situation, finding the reverse lightning is the key. Can't solve this guy. Barry's superpower is difficult to complete, and it is impossible to break through the barrier of time again. Green, it really doesn't suit me. Luke touched the lamp ring in his right hand, and the power of will radiated light. Approximately the intensity of emotional energy is estimated to be in the upper middle level. Obviously, he did not completely fit the green light of will. The courage to overcome fear is far less powerful than Hal Jordan or Batman, who has had misfortunes. After all, superheroes have sacrificed their parents and parents. This deep emotion is beyond comparison. Well, don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. You have left the restaurant for more than 20 minutes. If you don't go back, Mrs. Allen might think that her son has fallen into the toilet. Luke waved his hand to signal Barry to relax. Of course, he originally wanted to say that even if Sinister threatened the Flash with his mother, it would actually have no effect. After all, after correcting this timeline, the Flash's mother will still be killed by reverse lightning. But this kind of remarks are too cold and completely inconsistent with the good image of Krypton's cousin, who is warm and kind. Okay, but are you going out like this? Barry scratched his head. His cherry pie was only half eaten, and now he rushed back. Probably not cold. I'm going to Australia to pay attention to the peaceful diplomacy of Paradise Island and Atlantis. As you know, my greatest wish is world peace. Luke smiled and put away the lamp stove and lamp ring. In his opinion, this thing is far from supporting the improvement of combat power. The lamp ring is not only a tool for fighting, it can also travel through wormholes, heal physical damage, use electromagnetic scanning to detect radio, radar, and high-frequency band communications. When necessary, it can also act as a cosmic translator. Almost any language of race, civilization, or planet can be translated and talked to. In addition, The Lantern Ring also has extensive knowledge of the Book of O, which can be said to be an encyclopedia of the universe. This is the real reason why the Lantern Ring is called the most powerful weapon in the universe. Australia. You and Diana. There was a flame of gossip in Barry's eyes. He quickly threw the unfinished cherry pie behind his head and leaned in to ask, Luke, I remember you said before that you went to Paradise Island by yourself. Just ordinary friends. Luke refused to disclose other information, pushed away Barry who was inquiring about the news, and flew high into the sky. As we all know, the two guys Flash and Green Lantern, plus a Neptune, are the least able to keep secrets in the Justice League. Everything is known to them, and it will spread throughout the League within 20 minutes. It is estimated that even the Youth Titans, the Dark Justice League, and even Tanyan will have similar rumors in an hour. Wonder Woman and Cousin Krypton. This pair is quite appropriate to some extent. Barry looked at Luke who was leaving and made an evaluation. After all, Wonder Woman is one of the few superheroes in the Justice League who doesn't mind hacking people. It just so happens that Clark's eldest cousin does not seem to pay attention to love and justice, and has a peaceful character. Australia, Sydney Opera House. This diplomatic meeting, which symbolized peace, lasted for a week. The United Dynasty formed by Atlantis and Paradise Island has launched rounds of in-depth, cordial and friendly talks with representatives of various countries in the human world. This is the end. The focus of the discussion was on the details of trade cooperation and the establishment of diplomatic embassies. It's boring. Diana, wearing the characteristic robes of Paradise Island, quietly ran out to breathe. She herself did not understand the polite and boring official rhetoric. In addition, she must maintain a decent manner when attending and present, which made this diplomatic talk a long suffering. Diana began to miss the arena on Paradise Island and the good time of hard training every day. A week has passed. Will the guy have returned to Paradise Island, and then didn't find me, so he left in a loss? The Amazon princess is in the human world these days, and she hasn't learned anything else. But she has watched a lot of the 8 o'clock dog blood dramas on TV. Although she doesn't quite understand why the heroine in the series called The Vampire Diaries can both like her brother and entangle her brother, but she still watched with great interest. Your Royal Highness, you are here. Diana's quiet moment did not last long. Wearing gold armor, the majestic Prince Arthur Curry of Atlantis appeared in front of him. This future Sea King can always find her whereabouts for the first time, and then come over. A breath of fresh air. The stadium is too boring. Diana replied perfunctorily with a polite smile. These days, no matter where she goes, she can have random encounters with each other. No matter how slow, Diana should understand. Regrettably, the feelings of young people often dominate the first impression. Arthur admired Diana very much, so he was very courteous. But the Amazon princess was not interested. She was a little angry when she thought that the killed sea monster and the plan to travel to the human world were disrupted. Today is the day when the talks came to a successful conclusion. In the evening there will be a dance show, a social event in the human world. Arthur thought himself personable and offered an invitation. Your Royal Highness, you don't have a partner yet? I can. Diana didn't even think about it. She refused. Sorry, I don't know how to dance. I can teach you. It's easy to learn. Arthur chased after him. His old tricks, against his daughter on Paradise Island, did not produce any sparks at all. His Royal Highness, I have no interest in dancing. Diana shook her head again. Her mother Hippolyte was hopeful that Paradise Island and Atlantis could complete their marriage and consolidate their relationship. But she was not happy, partly because she didn't like Arthur, and partly because she liked the underwater world without ice cream. I don't want to spend my life with a man who talks to fish in private, Diana said very heartily. Regardless of the time and space, Aquaman will always complain about this. I said, Arthur, chasing girls can't be so direct. When Diana took the opportunity to leave, the Lord of the Sea suddenly emerged from the corner. In the world of Flashpoint, he was not favored by King Atlantis, and his status was far inferior to that of Arthur. "Then what do you say?" The corners of Arthur's mouth curled slightly, and he was a little unhappy about his cold reception. "To create surprises and romance. This set in the human world is said to be very useful," Orm replied with a smile. "By the way, what about Mera? She has already made a marriage contract with you." Thinking of this problem, Arthur had a headache. His future queen candidate was already ready. This is why Diana is so resistant and even disgusted. Paradise Island is very important to personal loyalty. With multiple boats and a tough Amazonian will most likely have a hatchet ending. "That's not my choice." Arthur could not help speaking out the scumbag declaration. "Mera is the daughter of King Zebul, so the king of Atlantis will choose her as the future queen." Now the strength of Paradise Island is stronger, supported by the gods of Olympus. Therefore, Diana became the most suitable marriage partner. "Ha ha, Arthur, you must not let Mera know, otherwise she will definitely trouble the Amazon princess." Orm seemed to be kindly reminded. "So, I didn't let her attend this diplomatic meeting." The corners of Arthur's mouth turned up, and he was now a veritable sea king. "It can only be said that the world of Flashpoint is too bad. The wrong thing is this world." "Then good luck, brother," Orm said softly. He looked away and looked at the sea not far away, with a strange look in his eyes. The breath of conspiracy quietly permeated. Starry, the lights are beginning to come. In the venue of the Sydney Opera House, soft and soothing music flowed out. Atlantis, Paradise Island and the human world, the three parties jointly organized this dance party. The Amazon Queen Hippolyte was circling between the representatives of various countries and the Atlantis mission, and it was a joy to see the Paradise Island being accepted by the human world. She knows very well that if she keeps a closed attitude, she will only stay where she is. "Diana, why don't you go dancing?" The light blue long skirt, worn on the Amazon princess, instantly became the focus of the audience. Tall figure, graceful figure, noble temperament. At the beginning of the dance, many men stepped up to invite Diana to dance together after plucking up their courage. However, they all got the same answer. "I am afraid that when those men put their hands on my waist, I will draw their swords and chop off their heads." This is the instinct of a warrior, mother. I find it difficult to overcome. Diana blinked her eyes and made an innocent look. "Really capricious." Hippolyte shook his head in irritation, but didn't say much. "Diana is the Amazon princess, the future queen of Paradise Island. No one can force her to do something." "Then you plan to sit here for one night?" Hippolyte reached out to touch her daughter's cheek, and said softly, "Have you seen it?" His Royal Highness, the Prince of Atlantis, with an expression of eagerness, "he might also invite you." "Compared to dancing, I am more willing to learn from him, using sharp swords and spears." Diana snorted. The thinking of the Amazon female warrior is so simple. It's nothing. It can't be solved in a fight. She has read a lot of books about the human world recently and knows that any male creature is extremely fancy self-esteem. If the opponent loses to himself in the competition, then he won't be entangled again in the future. The Amazon princess thought so. "Change your rude temper. Girls shouldn't always do things with others." Hippolyte was a little helpless, and the martial arts of Paradise Island had led Diana crooked. She intended to train her daughter into a noble and elegant princess. "Well, go back to your social center, dear Amazon Queen." Diana turned off the subject, saying that she didn't want to endure her mother's instruction anymore. Hippolyte smiled faintly, and from the silver plate held by the waiter, he took a glass of fruit wine unique to Paradise Island. She toasted and took a sip, then frowned slightly, realizing something was wrong. "Diana." Hippolyte dropped the wine glass, his face changed drastically. Just before she yelled out, the golden lightning arrived instantly. "That is a golden trident." It is like a full-strength crossbow arrow, quickly attacking the Amazon Queen. Diana was the person who first noticed. She subconsciously touched the Vulcan sword, but found that she didn't bring it with her. The ball gown is not a battle armor. Novel.com can't put down long swords and shields at all. In a hurry, she stretched out her hand. Glang! The sound wave that vibrates the eardrum shook, making a circle of ripples. The Guardian silver bracelet perfectly blocked the sudden assassination attack. But Diana didn't feel relaxed yet, and 2 more lightning bolts pierced the air. Hippolyte held the table with one hand. His face was terribly pale, and he couldn't mobilize the power in his body at all. The crisis of death will be over in the next moment. Glang! Glang! The 2 tridents snapped open. The scene of the death of the Amazon Queen did not happen. A green shield stood in front of Hippolyte. Immediately afterwards, a loud shout rang out. "There are assassins!" In an instant, the entire venue was chaotically turned into a pot of porridge. Representatives of various countries fled in a hurry, and security personnel surrounded them. The Amazon female warrior reacted in the first place, guarding all entrances and exits, and searching for suspicious people. "I'm here at the right time." The voice with a smile fell on Diana's side. "It is Luke." Seeing a familiar figure appeared in front of her, the Amazon princess was a little at a loss. On the one hand, the assassination just now came off guard and was too dangerous, so she hadn't slowed down. On the other hand, the way Luke appeared on the stage was too abrupt. "Why?" Excited and speechless, Luke smiled. He didn't expect that he would run into the assassination of the Amazon Queen. According to the trend of the plot, Hippolyte should have died, and then discovered that it was the work of the Atlanteans. The United Dynasty collapsed and the 2 sides lit up war. Now it seems that the flashpoint has changed because of Sumion's intervention. Inform Superman of Memon. The update will be very late. It's not recommended to wait. Anyway, you can see 2 chapters when you open your eyes tomorrow. Go to bed early. Don't have a virtue with the author. Chapter 402. There is a ghost. Stop the alliance. Diana helped the Amazon Queen, and after she was sure that her mother was only temporarily weak and that it was not a major problem, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Take care of Her Majesty the Queen." She handed Hippolyte, who was unconscious and unstable, to the female General Antiope. "It should have just been drunk poisonous wine, which contains Cerberus aconitum, but fortunately the dose is not much." Diana not only knows the skills on the battlefield, she is also very good at learning and has a certain understanding of medicinal knowledge. Cerberus is the 3-headed dog of hell in Greek mythology. It has a dragon tail on its lower body and a snake on its head and back. When it sees sunlight, it will spit out poisonous saliva, which drops to the ground and turns into aconitum. It is a rare herb that is highly poisonous. Even Hippolyte's demigod body is not immune to it. Poisoned and weakened, and then assassinated. Diana swept across the golden trident that had been bounced away, and looked at Atlantis with a bad look. A weapon like is obviously like the weapon style of a seaman. "Has a murderer been found?" She turned her gaze to Pentsili, who was the most famous female warrior on Paradise Island. When the assassination happened, she chased it out for the first time. "No, I just saw a back. That murderer jumped into the sea." Pentsili shook his head, behaving very regretfully. "Let's go away. Let the delegation of the human world go out. Let's go back to Paradise Island first." Hippolyte was assassinated, unable to preside over the overall situation. Diana should have stood up. Facts have proved that the Amazon princess is very responsible and decisive, and quickly handled the chaotic situation. Even if the human world, the suspected murderer of Atlantis, cannot be ruled out, she still let go of the restrictions on entrances and exits, and did not create more meaningless conflicts. To ensure the safety of the Amazon Queen is the most urgent task. There are witches on the Paradise Island, which can dissolve the poison of aconite. His Royal Highness Curry, he wants to come over and ask about the Queen. An Amazon soldier lowered his voice and said to Diana. The latter couldn't help but glanced at Luke, who was holding his chest and leaning on the side, then shook his head and refused. I don't know why. The Amazon princess didn't want Arthur Curry to appear at this time. I am very busy now. Atlantis' condolences and concerns are appreciated by me. Let His Royal Highness go back. Diana waved her hand and refused the great courtesy of future Aquaman. She didn't want to deal with each other. Her mother was suddenly assassinated, and the peace talks that should have come to a successful conclusion were cast a shadow over it. Not long after, the Amazon warship parked in the harbor came in. The female General Antiope led the Amazon Queen to board the flagship and rushed to Paradise Island first. "You go back with me." Diana, who took the overall situation, slowed down and did not get on the boat, and said to Luke, who was behind. "Paradise Island?" Luke's mouth curled up, shook his head and said, "The assassination of the Amazon Queen will inevitably arouse the reaction of the Olympus gods. If the murderer is the human world, then the war between gods and mortals will begin. If the murderer is Atlantis, then the war between land and sea will start to ignite. If the murderer is a certain god, it is an internal dispute. Diana, there will be a lot of things for you to deal with in the next period of time, and that responsibility rests on your shoulders. So, I won't go over and make trouble. Anyway, I can't help much." When Luke refused at first, Diana narrowed her mouth, obviously dissatisfied. The calm analysis behind made her put away her waywardness. "Do you know that Amazons a long time ago had a tradition that if they liked a man from a certain tribe, they would ask him for a duel, and then try to defeat the other party?" Standing at the port, Diana's eyes were a bit complicated, as if her heart was tangled and it was difficult to decide. "Stun him, then take him back to Paradise Island, and then that man will be her future husband." Luke raised his eyebrows and involuntarily moved his eyes to the Amazon princess who was put on the golden armor of the gods. He was a little worried, and the other party would use a pan or shield to knock himself out in the next moment, and then pack it to Paradise Island. This sounds a bit like a primitive tribe's way of getting married. You stun with a big stick and drag it into the cave to get married together. Luke avoided Diana's sight and turned away from the subject. He hasn't figured out yet how to take the Wonder Woman of Flashpoint world out. Besides, people don't necessarily follow oneself. At this time, if you brush too much favorability, you will fall into a more passive position anyway. "If you don't want to come back to Paradise Island with me, why are you here?" Diana was a little angry, and told her instinctively that Luke had hidden a lot of secrets. If she can, she really wants to tie this guy down with a mantra lasso, so that he can recruit him. Of course it is to fulfill the promise. Luke spreads out his palms, like magic, to conjure a strawberry ice cream, is sprinkled with crushed nuts. There is no sign that it will be melted away, just like it was just made. The gift is delivered. He smiled and handed the ice cream to Diana. The Amazon princess snorted, and she has tasted all kinds of sweets in the human world these days when she participated in the talks. But facing the ice cream in Luke's hand, Diana still couldn't resist the temptation, and took it happily. "This is what I deserve. Don't buy me off if you want to use this little thing," the Amazon princess said firmly while eating. "Then I will reveal a little more news. Can you let Her Royal Highness forgive me for not knowing good or bad?" Luke raised the corner of his mouth. He looked at the Amazon warrior standing on the bow and whispered, "There is a traitor in Paradise Island." Diana, who was licking the ice cream, was taken aback for a moment. She didn't seem to hear clearly, and then she reacted. Impossible. She almost subconsciously rejected this possibility. Then, those clear eyes stared at Luke closely. "Who is it?" Diana hesitated for a moment, and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else, she would definitely not believe it. Amazons value honor and comradeship in arms. Betrayal is an extremely shameful crime. For so many years, the Amazon princess has never heard of anyone who would go against the Queen's will and disobey the teachings of Mother Earth. Her Majesty the Queen's sister, Pontisili, Luke answered truthfully. She has an unknown identity, that is heiress daughter. Paradise Island's Pontisili is not a 4-star card in a certain Krypton Gold game. She is the daughter of Ares, the of War, and one of the inner ghosts who planned this assassination. In addition to her, the Sea Lord of Atlantis, is also involved, and maybe there is a secret push by Ares himself. Luke doesn't mind giving Diana a spoiler. Anyway, there are enough things changed in the Flashpoint world. The original trajectory was actually that of the Sea Lord colluding with Ares' daughter Pontisili. The two were inside and outside. They first assassinated the Amazon Queen Hippolyte, and then assassinated the King of Atlantis, trying to start a war between the two sides. As for the purpose, Paradise Island lost Hippolyte. If Diana did not show qualified leadership, then Penthesilea would very well become the new queen. MattelNovel.com. Ares is the son of Zeus and Hera. The status is extraordinary. With his support, the gods will not object to it. And the Lord of the Sea, can also remove the biggest stumbling block on his way forward. His brother Arthur ascended to the throne. Finally, Ares, the of war hidden behind the scenes, can also absorb divine power and strengthen itself through this world war. A perfect cooperation. Everyone is a winner. Except for Diana and Arthur Curry, and the human world into which the innocent is drawn. Do you have evidence? After listening to the long spoiler, Diana was a little shaken. She is not the kind of personality that easily doubts her companions, but these incredible guesses all come from Luke's mouth. And there is reason and evidence, and the logic is self-consistent. No evidence needed. Luke looked into the distance and whispered, "The Amazon Queen was successfully assassinated without following the original script. She is still alive, and the war between Paradise Island and Atlantis cannot be ignited. So, Ares will definitely shoot." Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 403. The so-called gods, but so Ares will shoot? Diana's face changed drastically. She knew how terrible the of war was. The opponent is one of the 12 gods of Olympus, the son of Zeus and Hera. He is described as a bloodthirsty murderer who loves to provoke wars on earth and draws his power from it. The fear, death and wailing of mortals can make Ares feel extremely happy. Thinking that Hippolyte might be in danger, Diana ignored other things and prepared to board the ship to catch up and prevent the crisis from happening. "Let me go." Luke smiled. He said all this, naturally not wanting the Amazon princess to confront the of war. Although Ares has always been the enemy of Wonder Woman, Diana in front of me is still a chick. I didn't grow up. How could I beat my brother? Speaking of the relationship between the Olympian gods is really messy. Zeus slept with the Amazon Queen and gave birth to Diana. And his son Ares gave birth to Hippolyte's younger sister, Penthesilea. The amount of information about this relationship is too large, and it will be unclear at all for a while. Diana looked at Luke, who was holding her. She probably knew that this man was not easy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rescue oneself from the mouth of the Atlantis sea monster. But that is Ares, the 12 gods of Olympus. War is his source of strength. How does Luke fight a true god? Before Diana shook her head to refuse, her soft lips were blocked. "This is a reward, Your Royal Highness." The long tens of seconds, the lingering and warm entanglement of lips and tongues ended. Luke smiled. Taking advantage of the flashpoint, time and space has not been corrected. It is time to see the strength of the Olympus gods. Thinking of this, he ignored the stunned place, as if Diana, whose brain was down, suddenly rushed into the sky and sank into the clouds. The rude guy. Looking at the disappearing figure, the Amazon princess cursed softly. Her brain was dizzy, leaving the doubts and worries of Luke on how to fight the of war for a while. Paradise Island's flagship rides the wind and waves and speeds up sailing. The female general Antiope has a worried look, and the Aconitum is extremely toxic, and even Hippolyte, who is a demigod, was hit. But the key is not here. As long as you return to Paradise Island and let the witch detoxify it, the Amazon Queen will not be in danger of life. The question is, who poisoned it? First of all, Aconitum comes from Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, and most people can't get it. Secondly, the food at the prom has been checked, and poisoning can only be done by the hands of people close to them. Antiope, the female general, suddenly thought of many suspicious candidates. Boom! A thunder interrupted her thoughts. Thick leggy clouds are accumulating in the sky. The electric light tears through the dark night, dancing like a silver snake. General Penthesilea walked to the deck, frowned and asked, "How long will it take to get to Paradise Island?" "According to the speed, it will take about half a day." Antiope thought that the other party was worried about Hippolyte, and comforted. Aconitum mortal eats it and kills immediately, but Her Majesty is a demigod, at most just a coma and weakness, which can be fully supported. That's good. Pentalesia's eyelids are drooping, thoughtful. General. The Amazonian warrior yelled. Antiope was about to turn around, and a dark dagger pierced through her back. The armor draped on the outside is like a layer of paper, which has no defensive effect. I'm sorry, you can't see Paradise Island anymore. Pentalesia finished his backstab and immediately dodges and retreats. The opponent is the most powerful warrior on Paradise Island, and it is worth beware. It's you. Antiope clutched his wound and stared at the opponent fiercely, as if the anger in his eyes had turned into substance. The most shameful thing about Amazons is betrayal. No, this is the will of the gods. Pentalesia said so. She looked towards the distant horizon, dancing lightning, roaring thunder, beating like a drum, blowing like a horn. The great of war, he is coming. Antiope looked shocked, and saw the dark night covered by dark clouds, like a tear. The huge figure is slowly squeezing out from it. A pair of scarlet eyes flickered, overlooking the earth, which was full of violence and killing. Such fanatical aura, terrifying will, formed the coercion of the gods. Antiope saw Ares. He was wearing black armor, with hideous barbs all over the surface. Wears a quilted helmet, only revealing a pair of hollow eyes. The muscles bulge like a hill, and the tall body is full of power, as if it can shatter the sky and crush the earth with a gesture. The dark red blood oozes out of the armor, which is terrifying. Ares is here. He is breaking through the boundaries of space and coming to the world. Who can stop a god? Pentalesia said excitedly. No one can. Antiope spit hard. She slid slowly against the side of the ship, and said with difficulty, Diana will notice all this. No, she won't find the girl who is far from enough to shoulder the Paradise Island. Pentalesia showed the conspirators' signature smile, and said with a chuckle, Atlantis planned this attack. You were unfortunately killed during the battle, and the same is true for Queen Hippolyte. Hatred will blind Diana's eyes. When they were talking, a huge body appeared in the dark high sky, like a lofty mountain, casting endless shadows. That is Ares. War. I need war. The thick voice overwhelmed the thunder and resounded through the world. What are you doing so loudly? When Ares showed the mighty power of the gods, a clear voice responded. The dark red cloak fluttered, and the tall and straight body stood high in the sky. Luke looked directly at the of war, raised the corners of his mouth, and whispered softly, as a righteous man who loves peace, I can't let war happen. A mortal? Ares seemed a little surprised. Any life without the power of the Olympus gods is mortal to him. Don't try to challenge the majesty of the gods. The heavy voice was pressed down like a boulder, and the tyrannical will rushed towards the provocateur like a frenzy. Ares is contemptuous, ready to punish the mortal who doesn't know the heights of the sky. You have neither infinite wisdom, insight into the trajectory of the past and future, nor invincible power to make people bow their heads and worship. Luke didn't respond, only as if the breeze was blowing in his face. He sneered. You are just a violent mad with muscles in your head, not worthy of respect at all. Mortals will fear you, but will not give respect. Wise men will despise you, because he sees through your shallowness. And I will send you to Hades' underworld. The stellar energy rushed through the body of Superman. Coming to this world, Luke has not really expressed his power. Now, there is an Olympus sent to practice hands, which is a good choice. He has confronted Odin, the heavenly father of Norse mythology. He doesn't know what kind of surprises the of war in Greek mythology can bring to himself. Presumptuous, you humble ant. Ares said the same lines of the villain. This group of self-proclaimed gods always like to think of others as small. The silver lightning tore through the thick clouds, and the dull thunder rang. A bronze chariot with a typical ancient Greek style is galloping high in the sky, and a tall and giant figure stands on it. Eyes full of majesty, and majesty is like a storm, and a strong momentum swept in all directions. You will tremble at my feet, regretting your ignorant behavior, crying bitterly about your own weakness. The will of the gods is above everything else, and you will not allow anyone to offend it. Thunder rolling, boarding the bronze chariot, Ares as if leading an army to charge. The dark red flame turned into a huge sword, and it slashed straight down, as if to tear the night apart. Luke looked calm and waved his fists. Unparalleled power boils in the body, sweeping the atmosphere and creating a vacuum. Boom! There was a loud noise like the sky, and the flame giant sword went straight to pieces. The force of that punch was undiminished, and it defeated Ares' mighty power. The muffled thunder blasted in the dark clouds, and the air current shot like a sword. The cold face of the of war covered under the helmet felt a pain. This mortal's body seems to have a tyrannical power comparable to a titan. With bare hands, it is impossible to stop my supernatural power. Ares still full of confidence, those hollow scarlet eyes twinkling, releasing vague mental fluctuations. Violence, killing, destruction, destruction. All kinds of negative emotions are surging like anger. This is the power of the gods. The hollow eyes on the helmet suddenly burned with flames. In the dark red light, countless souls are crying and roaring. The despair and death of hundreds of millions of beings are the source of the power of the war. The roar sounded like thunder, and the howls of pain echoed in Luke's mind endlessly. The dark red flame licked the soul, and the violent desire to kill almost destroyed the mortal's sanity. Replaced by other opponents, has long been broken through the spiritual defense line by this wave of spiritual violent offensive, and became a loyal servant of the of war. But Luke has no fear, he has the green light of will. Lantern ring started. The bright light burst out. The dazzling emerald color instantly illuminates the night sky. The firm will is transformed into emotional energy, dispelling the terrifying pressure exerted by Ares. On this level, the indifferent voice came into the ears of the of war, like a great irony. Luke's calm expression was like a flick on the proud face of Olympus. The feeling of humiliation filled his heart, and Ares drove the chariot and launched a charge. The dark red flame turned into an overwhelming wave, surging around Luke. Thousands of troops and horses galloped in it endlessly, and an army formed by waves of flames stepped neatly. There was a rumble in the night sky, and the crimson light was looming among the thick clouds. Ares released his supernatural power to his heart's content. In an instant, the horse galloped and the arrows were like rain. The magnificent scenes of ancient wars were officially staged on the sky and thick clouds. Luke is like a hard rock standing in the heart of the river, resisting the impact of the wave of flames. Rushed towards a warrior driving a chariot, the flames condensed in lifelike appearance. It was the projection of divine power! The chariot crashed on the body of Superman.metalnovel.com and burst into a fire. Luke could feel that a guilty soul disappeared, and the faint spiritual fluctuations were silently annihilated. This is an army composed of the souls of the dead. All those who die in the war will become Ares' supernatural power. A powerful way to make people feel sick, like an ugly parasite, lying on someone's corpse to draw blood. Luke made no secret of the contempt in his tone. The stellar energy in the body collided, like a huge dazzling, hot celestial body. Endless light and heat radiation come out, like solar flares, forming extremely terrifying energy storms. Above the night sky, all the projections instantly dissipated, and collapsed. My power! Ares stared at his hands blankly, a feeling of weakness swept through his body. What a weak god! The atmosphere brought the sound of howling wind, and a heavy fist hit the helmet of the of war. The indestructible golden armor of the legendary burst open and fell to the ground. Luke stepped on the fierce helmet full of fine cracks, and looked at Ares condescendingly. Now, are you ready to go to hell? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Leave note, take opinions and make the headline eye-catching, so as not to scare you. Is still the same, will be updated, but later. I usually say that it is very late, that is, after 3 o'clock. It is not recommended to wait and watch again in the morning. Toby Heartbreak. The boy tidied up his mood and rolled away the code word. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 404. Concept of death. Squeeze the soul. These gods of the earth, whether it is the Greek gods, the Nordic gods, or other camps. As long as there is a complete godhead, supernatural power, and authority, such as Ares, the of war, Poseidon, the sea god. In a way, they live forever. To be precise, it is difficult to be completely erased conceptually. Even if the gods are killed, they can be reincarnated and reborn again after a while, because they have a complete operating system. Dimensional worlds like Hades, Hell, and Heaven contain broken souls. As long as the godhead is not deprived or destroyed, the authority still exists for them. Death is only the destruction of the body, but the soul remains immortal. If you want to obliterate in an absolute sense, you must use some special props or weapons. Gods are eternal and immortal. Hades is my uncle. What if you send me to hell? Ares finally faced the cruel fact that he lost to a mortal. The helmet that symbolizes war has been severely crushed by the opponent. The indestructible golden armor of God also cracked. Not only did he lose, but he was miserable. It can be said that it was a complete failure. But that doesn't mean that Ares will bow down in front of Luke and admit his mistakes. These long-lived Olympus gods are just like the Asgardians who have stood still for thousands of years. There is always arrogance in his bones, and he always looks at other creatures with a contemptuous attitude. Actually speaking, this set is probably only the endless family. The embodiment of those concepts is qualified to be called the true God. Gods like Ares and Zeus are all false gods. They are just a group of thieves who steal conceptual power and then pack themselves tall. Lived a long time and was strong enough, so he appeared in front of the world in the posture of a god. It's no wonder that even the Wonder Woman Diana, who is a demigod from Paradise Island, also dislikes her bunch of relatives who have chaotic relationships. God, eternal and immortal, are you worthy? Luke almost laughed out loud after hearing it. He didn't know the origin of the Olympus gods. Besides, I have even hammered Odin, the heavenly father of the Nordic gods, so he still cares about the Greek gods here. There are too many lies. You all believe it. Luke shook his head. It was easy for him to kill these false gods. Don't look at Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. The first names are more scary than the other. But in terms of real combat power, it may not be as good as the heavenly father Odin next door. The Olympus gods were annihilated by the group. It is not a matter of one sort Weiss, the so-called god of war, but so. Luke was too lazy to talk nonsense, and kicked the opponent directly down the cloud. The miserably defeated Ares has no power to resist. Like a fully charged cannonball, tearing open the atmosphere and smashing into the bottom of the sea. Boom! The surging sea surface set off huge waves out of thin air. Staying on the flagship deck of Paradise Island, the female general Antiope, and the daughter of Ares, Pentelesia. They were all dumbfounded, with an expression of incredible shock on their faces. Looked silly and dull. That is the of war, son of Zeus. A powerful existence that even the Amazon queen Hippolyte must take seriously, was beaten by a mortal. It is estimated that no one will believe it. Is this the human being with Diana? Antiope tried his best to support, stood up, and stared at the tall and straight figure above the sky, wondering if he would admit his mistake. Atlantis, sea monsters and the 12 gods of Olympus. This is not a concept. A human escaped by chance and saved the Amazon princess, single-handedly defeating the of war Ares and preventing a world war. This is not a question of hierarchy. Ignoring the exclamation and vibration of the two melaniating crowds on the flagship, Luke opened the biological force field, expelled the surface of the water, and entered the seabed. Boom! The whole sea seemed to tremble constantly under the body of Superman. The turbulent undercurrent impacted, and the violent waves moved. The flagship of Paradise Island is like a crumbling flatboat, sometimes tossed and sometimes dropped. You think I just said, sending you to hell, is to send you to Hades? Luke strangled Ares, who had suffered a heavy blow with one hand, and did not intend to let him go easily. Replaced with the main universe time and space, killing the of war, directly offending Zeus and the gods of Olympus. He may have to think about it. After all, a stowaway attracts too much attention from the outside world, which is not a good thing. But this is the world of flashpoints. Everything Luke does will be repaired by the inertia of time and space in the end. So, he can be a little bit presumptuous. Sorry, you guessed wrong, God of War. Luke smiled gently. His palms suddenly exerted force, and he broke the other's neck without even giving Ares a chance to leave a last word. Click. Crisp sound. The tall and burly of War, as if his bones were removed, collapsed. Luke throws away the body of the dead just like throwing garbage. Then, he spread his 5 fingers and shook it suddenly. Ah! A shrill scream spread. That is the soul of Ares. He was pinched in the palm of Luke, looking pitiful, weak and helpless. Why are you? This is impossible. Seems to have been severely impacted, and the emotional thoughts conveyed by the of War are full of incredible. It looks like you are surprised, Mr. Spirit. Can't figure out why I can grab a soul, or the soul of the of War that should have fallen into the hands of Hades. Luke was very satisfied with Ares' shocked reaction, and the corners of his mouth curled up and said, "To be honest, I'm happy to answer your questions, and then use the tone of a winner to send a few ridicules. But I'm a good person.mtlnovel.com won't do this. With this doubt, die completely even if it's only a short period of death!" Exclamation mark. Luke tightly grasped the powerful soul contaminated with divine power, and suddenly exerted force. Is like crushing a bag of biscuits, or bursting a bubble. As the atmosphere shook, Ares disappeared into the world without even having time to scream. He is not a mortal, he is a god. The female General Antiope took a deep breath. In her cognition, only a can kill another god. Through the suppression of divine personality, divine power and authority, the opponent can be sealed or erased. This is how Zeus defeated his father, Cronus, the Titan god. Hey! That's how it feels to kill God. Luke clapped his hands. His face was plain. He has the authority of the of death, and he also has the world of the underworld. Although it is said that the former is not recognized by the concept of death in this set. However, the existence of the Hades world is enough for Luke to temporarily suppress Ares' power and the soul of the of War from Hades. After it will be rounded and flattened. It all depends on his personal mood. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 405 Amazon Tradition, Duo Concerto. When Diana took the ship back to Paradise Island, everything was settled. Amazon Queen Hippolyte, under the treatment of the witch, diffused the poisonous aconitum without any major problems. It is worth mentioning that Luke only knew how to rescue patients on Paradise Island. Actually fed a bowl of thick black sticky jelly to the other party, then folded his hands together and prayed to the gods. I can only say that this is very Amazonian. As the sun sinks and the night darkens, Luke lies on the big bed in the guest room, thinking about whether Zeus will avenge his son, the king of Olympus. I hope these Olympus gods don't come to give away their heads. Although it is said, this quite famous Greek stallion does not like Ares. But anyway, one of the 12 Lord gods was killed by someone, and there were no fragments of the soul left. It was always big news. Killing the enemy, plus losing face. It is difficult to guarantee that Zeus will not become angry and come over to ask the teacher. Exclamation mark. When Luke's thoughts dissipated, the thick door was suddenly blasted open with a violent sound, making an amazing sound. The aggressive Amazon princess strode in, followed by the female General Antiope. But the latter winked, just silently shut the door, leaving room for the man and woman. Antiope said, "You defeated Ares?" As soon as Diana left the Amazon Queen's bedroom, she turned her head and ran to Luke. She has a lot of questions and urgently needs a reasonable explanation from the other party. If the guy who behaves arrogantly and wears a dark armor is called Ares. Luke leaned on the head of the bed, calmly greeted the angry eyes of the Amazon princess, and replied, "Then she is right." Diana was even more angry when she heard the man speak so easily about defeating a god. Thinking of the previous worries, and Luke's saying that she was just an ordinary traveler, she couldn't wait to raise her fist and hammer it hard. Amazonians hate deception and lies the most. According to Antiope, Luke not only defeated Ares, He was also a god. This is very different from the self-introduction when I first met. So, you always lie? Diana's eyes suddenly became dangerous. As if Luke can't give a reasonable explanation, then she might use the Vulcan sword to smash the opponent. I am indeed a traveler. Luke got out of bed, looked at Diana, and whispered, "It's just a range of travel, not one world, but many places." He was a little vague, but the Amazon princess seemed to understand and turned her head, not wanting to see this young man again, although she had realized that Luke was not an ordinary person. The special treatment given by his mother Hippolyte, and the one with the Atlantis sea monster. But when the truth surfaced, he might not be too unusual. "Diana, there is nothing false in my words." Luke stretched out his hand frivolously and stroked the Amazon princess's cheek. His voice softly said, "I came here only by an accident. Everything happened suddenly. I never thought I would walk into Paradise Island, nor did I think I would meet you." In order to avoid the hatchet ending, he opened a further strategy mode. Mother is right. Men are irresponsible bastards. Diana held her head high and her tall posture made her almost level with Luke. "Give you 3 seconds, so that I can have enough reasons to forgive you. Otherwise, according to the tradition of the Amazons, I will pierce your body with a sword." The Amazon princess acted very seriously, drew the Vulcan sword backhand, and stared at the young man in front of her. It seems that whenever something is wrong, he must swing a sharp sword to make a blood hole for Luke. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Well, Diana, who was silently technique, suddenly widened her eyes. Her abundance body suddenly stretched very tight. After a long time, it gradually softened again. In the spacious room, apart from heavy breathing and intertwined lips and teeth, there was no other sound. This is another trick. The Amazon princess feels very dissatisfied with Luke's replay of the old tricks. Could it be said that when men and women in the human world have conflicts, they all rely on kissing to solve the problem? My father said that there is nothing more soothing than a lingering kiss. If one doesn't work, then another one. Luke's mouth curled up, and he asked softly, "So, Diana, have you forgive me?" "No." The Amazon princess gritted her teeth and said, "She won't be fooled by such despicable acts of rhetoric." "Then continue." Luke smiled. The firewood in the fireplace made a small cracking sound, and the flame swayed to emit heat, making the room warm like spring. For a long time, after a long time, there was a rustling noise, and Diana got out of the bed barefoot and sat in the chair beside the bed. She stared at Luke, who woke up, with a slightly green temperament. After a night of violent storms, she seemed to become mature. Mother is right. Men are creatures that need to be vigilant. They will pounce on you like a beast when you are not paying attention. The Amazon princess held her head high, her slender legs crossed each other, resting on the edge of the bed. However, in front of the Amazon female warriors, any man with unruly attempts will die ugly. Luke chuckled, lifted the quilt, stepped on the soft carpet, and casually picked up a glass of fruit wine. It was a fierce battle that could barely be called evenly matched, and he had lost too much water, and he needed to make up for it. Cunning guy. Diana narrowed her eyes. She insisted that all this happened because she was bewitched by Luke. The despicable humans used some kind of magic to make themselves lose their minds. It must be so. It is my skill to be able to fool a princess. Luke put down the wine glass, picked up Diana, and the two squeezed into the seat. This kind of overly intimate action obviously made the Amazon princess feel cramped and embarrassed. She tried to stand up and get out of Luke's arms, but was pulled back again. Repeated several times, as if playing a boring game, the Amazon princess finally gave up the idea. "I'm just too tired to resist." Diana thought so. "What are you thinking?" The room was silent. The Amazon princess listened to the man's powerful heartbeat, and asked curiously, "I'm thinking about how to explain it so that the Amazon queen can believe that all this is her daughter's voluntary behavior and not being forced by a bad guy." Luke restrained his distracting thoughts and said jokingly, "This was originally your temptation. You are like a snake in the Garden of Eden, good at deceiving people's hearts and weaving lies." Diana wrinkled her nose, gave a symbolic fist, and lightly hammered Luke's chest. She knows very well that this young man who has just had an intimate relationship with herself, like a gust of wind, will not stay in one place for long. But that's nothing. The Amazon princess thinks she is not a weaker woman, and cannot live without her support. Don't think of me as your vassal, I can live well by myself. Diana is like a proud swan, saying so, and this is what Luke admires. Even on a certain battlefield, she is still like a female knight who is unwilling to surrender, never willing to surrender. He really likes this tug of war that tests personal strength and skills. It will make the process more enjoyable. Thinking of this, Luke's heart suddenly heated up. He couldn't help holding up the wine glass placed next to him, and took another sip. You should let the lady taste it first. It's called ... Gentleman de me north. That's what the human world says, right? Diana grabbed the fruit wine in Luke's hand. Novel.com and drank it all in one breath. Seems to feel the rich and fruity fragrance between the lips and teeth, and the rosy brilliance emerges on the delicate cheeks. Don't be like a drunkard. Luke stopped the Amazon princess from pouring wine. They shouldn't have such an intersection. Leave too many traces in this world. The more entangled, the more difficult it is to return to the time and space of the main universe, and the invisible shackles will bind the pure mind. But the inherent possessiveness and predatory nature of men overshadow their rationality. It can only be said that in this contest between the upper body and the lower body, the former lost to the latter. Amazons are never drunk, Diana whispered, wrapped her arms around Luke's neck. You are the biggest gain in my world. Luke pulled away the long black hair like seaweed and looked straight into the eyes of the Amazon princess. Amazon people will not be men's spoils, Diana, lying in Luke's arms, subconsciously retorted. But before he went on, the voice stopped abruptly. This is another fierce battle. The night wind blows the gauze curtains, and the distant sea waves undulate, playing a beautiful concerto for two. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 406. The Flash is in danger. Superman returns quickly. When Luke stayed on Paradise Island and was immersed in the gentle countryside, unexpected changes took place in Midtown. Since the big cousin Krypton ran to Australia, after hooking up with Wonder Woman, Barry quickly ate Batman's grandfather, and took Thomas Wayne to his side. In his words, there is no sense of security without Superman or Batman. Who knows when and where Sinister is going to slay his hands? He is a superhero who can't even fight, and a supervillain who has a headache in the face of the Green Lantern Corps. He is somewhat flustered. When will it end? In the apartment, Thomas Wayne asked in a deep voice with the hoarse voice of advanced laryngeal cancer. He is not used to the weather in Midtown. It is sunny and cloudless every day. It didn't rain for several weeks, which greatly affected my mood. When he first came, Thomas Wayne couldn't help it, and wanted to fight the criminals and find something to do. As a result, that night, he squatted on the dripping beast for several hours. But he didn't wait for the supervillains. Robbery and theft occurred in the streets and alleys. Before Batman could take action, Chill Citizen handed over the petty thieves to the Midtown Police Department. There are no crazy lunatics, no criminals against humanity with high IQ, and no clowns who can tell jokes. In short, Thomas Wayne's time in Midtown is just one word: boring. Wait another 2 days. The cosmic treadmill has been completed and it is in the testing phase. Barry is a little gloomy. He lives with his mother these days, as if he has regained his childhood happiness. But after all, it is just a beautiful dream, and there is always a day to wake up. He knows very well that the more he is attached to this warm family relationship, the slower he will be when he runs, and the harder he will be to break through the barrier of time. Do you have any gift? Do you want me to bring it to Bruce? Barry, who was busy assembling parts, turned his head and asked. The night in Crime Alley was a nightmare that Batman would never forget. Whether it's Thomas Wayne or Bruce Wayne, it's true. Number. If you can, I want to persuade him to live a good life, take off his mask, and stop being a lone hero. Thomas Wayne was silent for a moment and shook his head. But there is a high probability that Bruce will not listen. so let's just fix this error and treat it as if it didn't exist. Barry opened his mouth, wanting to comfort a few words and adjust the sentimental atmosphere. But for a while, he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he said, "What to eat later? I know there is a great pizza nearby." "Do it yourself," Thomas Wayne said coldly. "If that guy named Sinister is really like you said, he is a master tactician and a team leader, then he wants to attack you. He will definitely take all kinds of unexpected methods. Poisoning in food is also very possible." Barry was depressed when he heard the words. He could only make simple sandwiches. "By the way, it's best to take your mother over, and then follow up and monitor it for 24 hours. This is Batman's way of protection, keeping the target in his sight at all times." "Will this scare her?" Barry hesitated. He didn't know how to explain all this to his mother. "I traveled from time to time in the future, and now I am stared at by an alien." "If you really want to say that, it will definitely be regarded as a neurosis. He'll think about it, and he'll talk about it when we have dinner together. By the way, Dr. Wayne, do you want to come over for dinner together? My mother's craftsmanship is very good." Barry's character itself is a bit indecisive, and he can't decide for a long time. Sinister and the reverse lightning lurking in the dark are both problems that are worth headaches. What to do? But he is at a loss. He can only wait for his cousin Krypton to come back and ask him for help. "No need," Thomas Wayne answered concisely. "You go to dinner. Remember to bring the tall and thin man in the room." Thin and tall, this is what Batman calls Superman with ribs. Despite being in the sun for a few days, Kal-El looks much stronger than before. But the overall look is still very thin. Therefore, Thomas Wayne does not believe that this guy will be the most powerful creature on Earth, until he shook hands with each other a few days ago, and his bones were almost crushed. He reluctantly accepted what the Flash said. With him as a bodyguard, Sinister wouldn't be able to threaten you either. Thomas Wayne was quite thoughtful, and Barry naturally had no opinion, so he nodded and agreed. "By the way, I heard that Batman has come to Midtown, citizens of the Cold, and other superheroes. They all want to meet you and have a superhero party." Before Barry finished speaking, he saw Thomas Wayne's stern eyes and immediately closed his voice, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I didn't say it." Stared at the Flash fiercely, until he looked at him so badly that Batman said coldly, "I'm not interested in socializing." Barry was bitter, and the pressure of teaming up with Bruce's father was too much. He missed his cousin Krypton in an instant. When the sky got dark, the Flash went out with Superman ribs. Maybe it was shocked by Luke. The military gang has never come to trouble them. The cyborg went to Gotham before and broke up with Batman. A little accident seems to have happened to the peace talks in Australia. I wonder what happened to Luke. Looking at Kal-El, who is learning how to integrate into society, Barry feels helpless. In this situation, Superman can hardly help other than acting as a thug. Is more reliable than the big cousin of Krypton. At least he can always figure out a way to solve the problem. Mom. Barry walked one block and came to the community where his mother lived. He was about to press the doorbell, but found that the door was not closed tightly. This familiar scene instantly pulled him back into his childhood horror memory. Barry didn't think about anything, and immediately turned into a yellow lightning and rushed into the room. Batman staying in the apartment, sitting quietly on the sofa. He put down the pen in his hand, folded the letter he had finished writing, and put it in his belt. Although he said that there is nothing Barry needs to bring to his son, after thinking about it for a long time, Thomas Wayne decided to write a letter to the future Bruce. Did. After all this, Batman, who was about to rest, suddenly heard the signal receiver hidden in the two pointed ears of the hood, and the alarm sounded. This is the monitoring device he put on the ribs Superman. The other party has not received normal basic education, and has not formed a correct concept of good and evil. Even if the Flash said, this Kryptonian is one of the greatest superheroes in the Justice League in the time and space of the main universe. But Thomas Wayne still did not choose to blindly believe that, according to Barry, the current superhero Cold Citizen in Midtown should be a villain. Any intelligent life is complicated and full of too many uncertainties. Therefore, Batman secretly put the monitoring device on the ribs Superman without telling the others. Is to monitor the opponent on the one hand, and on the other hand, considering that Sinister may launch a surprise attack, it can be used as a reminder and insurance. The Flash has superb power, and it may be difficult to install a miniature signal transmitter on the opponent. But Kal-El is better to deceive. You only need to use rhetoric like friends and trust to achieve the goal easily. If you let Luke know, he will be moved, no matter what time and space he is in. Batman is always on guard against Superman. This may be some kind of fetters across time and space. The energy reading is abnormal, and the location is located in Mrs. Allen's house. Thomas Wayne's surveillance equipment is not a recording or a camera, but a signal transmitter that detects energy readings. Once the standard line is exceeded, it means that Superman will either enter the battle or lose control. Is it Sinister? As soon as this thought flashed through Batman's head, a red lightning appeared in front of him. Ha! Dr. Wayne. The blurry figure vibrating at high speed against lightning smiled at the Dark Knight in Gotham. Sorry, my personal grudge with the Flash, you'd better not interfere! Exclamation mark. Reverse lightning picked up the vase on the table and smashed it on Thomas Wayne's head, knocking it to the ground. Then, he gave the opponent a shot of anesthetic quickly. He originally wanted to solve the opponent straightforwardly, but Sinister rejected this approach. What the latter wants is to reshape the world through the Flash's superb power. Those key figures need to be retained to avoid the butterfly effect. It's a shame that I missed a chance to kill Batman. Inverse Lightning shook his head. After confirming that Thomas Wayne was completely unconscious, he left the room. At this time, the Flash should have fallen into Sinister's trap. Is really interesting. Reverse the lightning and be contented. It's just that he didn't realize that Batman had sent out a short message composed of Morse code before he passed out. The Flash is in danger. Return quickly. On the other side of the Paradise Island, Luke was lying on a smooth boulder, his eyes cast towards a slender figure in the distance. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Diana, dressed in cool, braided her black hair like seaweed and stood on the edge of a steep cliff. As if sensing Luke's gentle gaze, the Amazon princess beckoned to this side. However, he jumped down, drawn a beautiful arc, and plunged into the blue sea with a splash. For Diana, this dangerous behavior is no different from ordinary diving. Batman's short message. Luke squinted his eyes, feeling the rare afternoon sun, but he heard the sound of drips. He took out the signal receiver he was carrying, and then sighed deeply. Diana, I have to leave for a while. Don't worry, I will be back soon. There was a problem with the Flash, and Luke had to rush over. The topless and swimming and underwater world activities planned today seem to be put on hold for the time being. By the way, you can go to the metropolis and buy a bikini, hee hee. Seeing the tall wet figure on the sea, the corners of Luke's mouth twitched. The temptation of the female soldier's uniform recently is not as fresh as before. It's time to change something new. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 407. This one punches 20 years of skill. Luke didn't know exactly what accident happened in Midtown that made Batman send himself an emergency text message to return to the team. Sinister did it. But can you handle the Flash, Superman and Batman with just a light ring of will? This is too exaggerated. Luke flew over Midtown with such suspicion. He put on the charged green lamp ring, scanned the number of lives in the city, and then searched for the whereabouts of Barry and others. Dr. Wayne. According to the target location given by the lantern ring, Luke first went to Barry's apartment and found Thomas Wayne, who had passed out in a coma. Fragments of vases were scattered on the ground, as well as a syringe that was thrown away. This is to be replaced by a clown. It has already been staged in 18 forbidden scenes of bondage, abuse and training. Luke spit out. Fortunately, Batman was only injected with a large dose of narcotic drugs, temporarily losing consciousness. and there is no danger of life. The villains are always so gentle when they start. In their eyes, there are only rivals of each other. Just like Sinister vs. Hal Jordan, Reverse Lightning and Barry Allen. As for other superheroes, sorry, not familiar, not interested. The light of will gushes out from Luke's lamp ring and envelopes Batman. It seemed to awaken the opponent directly with a light technique that did not speak science. This is one of the benefits of the lamp ring. Has various auxiliary functions. As long as there is enough willpower, it can be called a universal machine. A red lightning? Thomas Wayne, who was sober, quickly told what had happened before. Luke thoughtfully after hearing it. Did Reverse Lightning form an alliance with Sinister? Therefore, the Reverse Lightning balance may interfere with the plan of Batman. Sinister solves the Flash. This wave of division of labor is really interesting. What about Superman? Although Kal-El was in a weak state, who had not been exposed to the sun since childhood, there was no problem in hammering Sinister into small biscuits with one punch. The only thing to worry about is probably that Superman's brain is not working well. Therefore, before every major event, he will go offline early due to various accidents and traps. Dr. Wayne, stay here and don't walk around. Luke turned on the light or simulated light screen, traced to the location of Kal-El, and found that it was not far away from the nearby block. He dropped these words, smashed the ceiling of Barry's apartment, and flew directly over. Can't you go to the main entrance? Thomas Wayne looked up at the huge hole and shook his head. He wouldn't pay the Flash to repair the roof. In a flash, Luke came to Kal-El's location. Then, as soon as he landed, he saw Superman ribs being beaten. Kryptonian. Luke spotted a tall man wearing a special battle uniform with an S on his chest. Between the opponent's gestures, a burst of violent force burst out. The knot is entangled, and the muscles like steel wires are twisted into a ball. Is like a raised hill, shaking the air. Compared to the skinny Superman, this man is more like the son of Krypton! Slammed Kal-El's face with a heavy punch, bringing out a large amount of blood. Superman ribs seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, staggering back a few steps. The tall man seemed to be good at fighting. He chased him, and approached again. Crimson beams radiated from both eyes, bombarding Kal-El's chest. The latter's feet lifted off the ground, pulled in a straight line, and fell into the shop with a bang. He is like a baseball that has been beaten out, passing through the walls of shops and the streets, and smashing into a car unabated. The metal car door was sunken, and the glass shattered into pieces. Large swaths of smoke and dust surging up like ocean waves. This is probably the military's secret weapon. Luke watched silently, without intending to make a move. Anyway, his little cousin can't die for a while. If you want to learn how to fight with people, you have to learn to be beaten first. Speaking of it, Kal-El's strength is not lost to the military's secret weapon, but he has been passively taking damage, acting as a thick sandbag. Human government, Sinister, and Reverse Lightning. Luke wrote all these guys in his notebook, ready to serve it in one pot. Through supervision, he found that the cells in the tall man's body were extremely close to the Kryptonian, and it was probably a Superman reissue similar to Bizarro. This is also normal. Kal-El has been in the hands of the military for 30 years, and it is impossible to achieve nothing at all. If the scientist were replaced by Lex Luthor himself, who would have had so much time to study Superman, a Krypton Legion would have been mass-produced early. It hurts. The simpler thinking Superman ribs felt the pain in his whole body, and a fire rose in his heart. He shouted angrily and accelerated under his feet, like a supersonic fighter flying at low altitude, slamming into the tall man. However, the latter just sneered, and his excellent dynamic vision completely captured the movement trajectory of Kal-El. He dodged to the side. The turbulent atmosphere slapped on him, causing no harm. With his powerful palms open, he grasped the right leg of Superman's ribs precisely between the sparkling stones, and dragged the thin figure. Boom! Is like shaking a sandbag. Kal-El's body is in close contact with the hard ground. The cobweb-like cracks opened immediately, lifting up a cloud of dust. You are not even as good as a kindergarten kid who can fight. The tall man commented so. His real name is Sinclair, the rank of lieutenant, and he was among the first soldiers to be called into the Superman project. Of the more than 400 candidates in the same period, he was the only one who survived and fully adapted to the process of transforming Krypton cells. Although, General Ryan later recruited 3 groups of soldiers one after another, the terrible failure rate of no one succeeded, so that the military had no choice but to give up the idea of copying Superman. Sinclair became a unique existence, codenamed Experiment 3. Just as Luke guessed, he is the military's secret weapon and its greatest support. Superman's power is a waste on you. Sinclair stepped on it, almost crushing Kal-El's breastbone. If it can all belong to me, then the United States will become the most powerful country in the world. Mr. Lieutenant has a simple mind and is a soldier who only obeys orders. I am full of how to let the light of freedom and democracy in the Lighthouse Nation shine on every corner of the earth! Exclamation mark. Bang! Sinclair stepped on both feet hard again, kicking Superman ribs and vomiting blood. He used to stay in a secret base underground in the metropolis, and he didn't even have a chance to let the wind go. Now that he can finally come out to perform the task, Mr. Lieutenant is very excited. Bloodthirsty, manic, impulsive. All kinds of emotions surge in my heart. Hey, you beat my cousin like this, making me a little unhappy. Seeing that Krypton's little cousin was about to be killed, Luke finally stood up. According to his observation, Sinclair is basically a weakened Superman. Is to bully Kal-El and can't fight, otherwise he is so arrogant in his turn. It's another ... Kryptonian. Sinclair stopped and looked at Luke, who was coming over from the other side of the street. You threatened General Ryan, saying that you would start a space war, right? Luke curled his lips without answering. Krypton fleet is just nonsense by him, but he didn't expect the military to believe it. If you take you back to the general, he will praise me vigorously. Sinclair stared at the coming Luke like a beast, grinning and said, at that time, I will be the hero of the whole America. No, the whole world! Exclamation mark. Mr. Lieutenant resolutely gave up on Kal-El, who was lying on the ground, unable to fight anymore, and went straight to the opponent's big cousin. Rumbling. I saw Sinclair picking up an after image, and the atmosphere made a continuous sound like an explosion. Without even a breath. Until novel.com he approached Luke. The latter has a calm face without blinking his eyes. Stretched out his right hand, made a fist with 5 fingers, and hit it straight out. No fancy, extremely simple. Sinclair, who flashed over, seemed to take the initiative to Luke's fist. Click, click. The fist pierced through the body of the American lieutenant, like a sharp blade stirring the flesh and bones. The tyrannical body hard as steel, fragile like a piece of paper in front of this punch. Exclamation mark. The earth seemed to vibrate violently, and the aftermath radiated to the surrounding neighborhoods. This. Sinclair lowered his head dully and saw the huge hole popping out of his chest. The flesh and blood, organs, and all of them were shattered by that terrifying force. This punch is 20 years of skill. Until then, Luke spoke slowly. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he went straight over Sinclair, who was standing still. After walking for a certain distance, Sinclair's tall body burst and exploded, turning into a sticky mass of flesh and blood. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 408. The Culprit, the Ultimate Truth. Little cousin, are you okay? Lieutenant Sinclair was scrapped with a punch, and Luke reached out and pulled Kal-El up. Superman Ribs was beaten madly, and he was a little delirious. Seeing his eldest cousin was especially kind, he looked teary. When the Flash told him to go out, he was clearly talking about eating a big meal. As a result, he arrived at the door of his house. Barry found that something was not right, so he threw Superman and broke into the house with great speed. Then Sinestro came to an urn to catch turtles and gave them decisively for nothing. The opponent's target is only the Flash, and he has no interest in Superman. The simpler thinking Kal-El saw Barry being captured alive, realized that his dinner might not be settled, and quickly wanted to stop it. Sinister did not want to do too much entanglement, and sent the Army's Lieutenant Sinclair. General Ryan and the group believed what he said. The Green Lantern Corps can stop the Kryptonians. With the Abinsu relationship, it is not difficult to win the trust of the federal government. This is the scene that Luke saw at the beginning. Find a place by yourself. Buy a hot dog and or a hamburger to eat. Luke looked at Superman's injury. Although it looked miserable, it was nothing to a kryptonite with self-healing ability. He was busy looking for Sinister and Lightning, so he had no time to take care of his little cousin. Barry Allen is the only key to the time and space of the main universe, and there must be no accidents. No money. Superman didn't move, and said with some embarrassment. Barry had just taught him the common sense of paying for food or consumption. Take it, and just brush it. Luke has never had the habit of bringing money. When he traveled in the Marvel Universe, he had a secretary and bodyguard, so he didn't have to pay the bill himself. When it comes to the new set, the consumption is also paid for by the Flash, Batman, or Cyborg. Fortunately, Barry left a credit card before, and he threw it to his little cousin, expressing to use it at will. Anyway, Flashpoint is a mistake to be corrected. Even if the Flash credit card is maxed out, it doesn't matter. Thank you, big cousin. Superman was very polite, and walked away happily with his credit card. It's a child who is easy to satisfy. Lantern ring. Search for the location of Sinister. Luke sent away the little cousin who was beaten up for no reason, and then used the lamp ring to find the whereabouts of Sinister. The Guardian of the Universe added a beacon function to the ring at the time of forging in order to facilitate the cooperation of the Green Lantern Corps. Can search for nearby green light fighters anytime and anywhere, and guide the opponent to come and gather. Can also issue an emergency call alert when in danger. According to Abinsu, Sinister should not have received the yellow light of fear at this time. Then, as the owner of the green light ring, Luke can easily grasp the other side's whereabouts. It's so fast, it's all over the Atlantic Ocean. Luke put away the lamp or the projection screen, slammed up to the ground, and rushed to the sky. Within a few minutes, he crossed a long distance and appeared over the Atlantic Ocean. Sinister is for the Flash's superb power, and Reverse Lightning is for revenge on the Flash. Barry, you are really unlucky. Luke spit out casually. His gaze swept across the vast sea like a radar, and finally locked on a small island. Hey, Barry, we meet again. When the Flash opened his eyes, what he saw was the face of Reverse Lightning. The other party is like a weird man with unruly attempts, constantly making suspicious laughs. Swan, it really is you. My mother ... You must not hurt her again. Seeing killing his mother's enemy, the Flash suddenly became excited. He was tied to a metal chair with shackles on his hands and feet. The superpower in his body also seemed to become weak and difficult to mobilize. Barry remembers clearly that he was going to have dinner with his mother. However, Sinister set a trap and let himself rush into a large energy net to complete the capture plan. Don't worry, Barry, I didn't do anything to your mother. Although I have killed her countless times on countless timelines, I don't plan to do this time. Reverse Lightning said in a harsh tone, not afraid of the anger that spurted from the Flash's eyes. I like everything you have done to this place. Broken, twisted, and everyone's destiny has changed. It's wonderful. The Flash clenched his fists, wishing to slap the opponent fiercely, and said angrily, this is a conspiracy designed by you. No, Barry, this is the most interesting place. Reverse Lightning waited for so long, and finally heard the Flash say this. He was so excited that he was so happy. I came into this world with myself. Isn't it just to appreciate the present scene? Reverse Lightning squeezed the opponent's chin, then laughed and said, I did nothing. The reason for the emergence of this world lies in you, Barry Allen, the superhero of the Justice League. The Flash. Think carefully, Barry, have you secretly done anything good? The Flash tightened his mouth. He knew that he had created a flashpoint space-time in order to save his mother's death. However, it is impossible to have such a big impact. Together with Superman, Batman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman ... The fate of these people has changed. This is a lie you woven, right? I saved my mother. How could it affect her past before she was killed? And then twist time and space. This is impossible. Barry shook his head vigorously, expressing his disbelief. Wow, are you unwilling to accept the facts? Then let me ask you, Barry, if speed breaks through the sound barrier, a sonic boom will occur. What if you break through the time barrier? Inverse lightning is a good attitude of knowing everything without saying a word, and trying to answer the Flash's inner questions with all his heart. He likes to see the other person's miserable, self-doubt appearance is so pleasant. The superb speed force breaks the boundaries of time, and then boom, a huge explosion occurs. And the distortion effect will start to spread out with you as the center of the circle, affecting everything. Held out his finger against the lightning and gestured. Of course, I also helped a little insignificantly, but you gave this opportunity, Barry. The Flash clenched his teeth, his face complex. Think of Superman and the dead Bruce. Metalnovel.com. His heart is filled with guilt. And this is exactly the expression I expected to see. I just want to save my mother. After a long silence, Barry said painfully, "It's really touching, Midtown's greatest superhero." Wait, why didn't you stop Kennedy from being assassinated, or let Hitler stay at the Academy of Fine Arts? Inverse lightning relentlessly sarcastically said, "You just saved your mother. But because of your selfish desires, the past was torn apart, causing a tragedy. Tell me, Flash, what is the difference between you and me now?" Crossed his chest with both hands, looking at the Flash, who was hit to the point of speechlessness. Near Lightning expressed his satisfaction. He patted his palms, and the originally dim environment suddenly lit up. Barry saw the cosmic treadmill with various wires and instruments connected to it. Sinisto, he will leave it to you. Inverse lightning retreated to the side, leaving space for partners. The red-skinned alien walked out of the darkness and looked directly at the dejected, spiritless Flash. A trace of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "The superpower is mine." Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 409. No one will come to rescue you, Sinisto. Barry shuddered when he felt the enthusiastic look in the opponent's eyes. It seems that he has become a white mouse on the operating table, waiting to be dissected. Ha, we are old friends too, Flash. Sinister put away his excitement and returned to his expressionless indifferent look. The more successes within reach, the more you have to stay calm. What do you want to do? Sinister, there is no reason to harm the intelligent life in the sector. This is a violation of the regulations of the Green Lantern Corps. Barry quickly warned. He and Green Lantern Hal Jordan are good friends, and they also have a certain understanding of the Green Lantern Corps. The little blue man on No Star, calling himself Guardian of the Universe, they formed the Green Lantern Corps to maintain the order of the sectorally understood as the cosmic version of America, interfering in the development of civilizations on other planets in the name of bringing advanced and emancipating the mind. Do you expect that I will abide by the regulations of the Green Lantern Corps and then let you go? Sinister seemed to have heard some funny joke. His mouth opened, taunting. Why are you superheroes always so naive? The rules have never been a chain that restrains the strong. Barry was cold in his heart, trying to mobilize the strength in his body, trying to shake off the restraint belt on the seat through high-speed vibration. Reversible lightning didn't know what method was used, which made him fall into a weak state, completely unable to connect to the speed force. No need to struggle, Flash. The inverse lightning standing next to him strikes at the right time. As an old opponent of Barry Allen, his research on superpower is much more thorough in some aspects. In fact, half of the Flash can have today's achievements, thanks to the various adjustments that rely on inverse lightning. You call your throat broken, and no one will come to rescue you. Inverse lightning makes a standard villain laugh. He has already got Batman done. Coupled with the military's secret weapon, suppressing Superman is not a problem. The Flash without a helper can't pose the slightest threat at all. Facing Sinister and inverse lightning, the alliance of these two villains. What else can he do besides running away? I still have teammates, Barry blurted out in a hurry. At this critical moment, he immediately thought of being in Australia, hooking up with Wonder Woman's Kryptonian cousin. The Flash knew very well the situation he was about to face, being squeezed out of his superpower and reduced to a human power generator. Through Abin Su's message and Luke's analysis, Barry understood Sinister's evil plan. The other party intends to use superb power to rewrite the timeline again to create a new time and space. This is a feasible plan. Barry is different from other speed people. He is a generator of superpower, not a simple user. Every step he took when he ran was creating superb power. So, just use equipment, such as the universe treadmill. Let Barry run like a hamster on a wheel. Then he can become a human power generator, continuously generating superb power to provide energy to Sinister. It's not that similar things have happened before. For example, the Flash once faced a zoom from Earth 2. The other party used this plan to squeeze the superb power in Barry Allen's body. You mean, another Kryptonian? Sinister sneered, piercing Barry's inner fantasy. He has been out of Midtown for a while, which is why I waited until now to start the plan. Kryptonians are indeed very powerful, but as long as they complete the plan first, delete the opponent from the timeline. No matter how powerful Superman's fist is, even if it can break the planet. But what about that? Still cannot change the destiny that is doomed to happen. Barry Allen, you don't have to struggle anymore. Obey my orders obediently. Sinister's patience gradually ran out. What a great project to reshape the multiverse. You should be happy to participate in it. He waved his hand and motioned to Reverse Lightning to start the installed cosmic treadmill. Barry almost scolded swear words with anger. For him, this was already the way to express his anger to the greatest extent. The Justice League knows that the Flash is always the best-tempered person. Such an ending is actually not bad for you. Inverse Lightning joked at Barry while debugging the machine. For your mother, honestly become a generator. Sinister untied the restraint belt on the seat, and the weak Flash couldn't escape. Apart from being tied to a treadmill to generate electricity and provide energy for himself, he can do nothing. The ring made a sound. Is someone approaching? Just like Luke can use a light ring to spot Sinister's target location, he will also be aware of it. There are still green light soldiers on Earth. Before Sinister wanted to understand, a tall figure fell from the sky and fell to the ground, splashing a circle of smoke. You have kidnapped my friend, and the only key to the time and space of the main universe. In the second half of the sentence, Luke didn't say it, just thought silently. He scanned the audience coldly, as if the cold current of Siberia had passed by, causing Sinister and Near Lightning to feel chills in their hearts. This is a strong momentum and mental fluctuations. Kryptonian. Sinister's face changed. His attention was focused on Luke's lamp ring. How can you have Abin Sus? Abin Su's lamp ring has never been recalled by the Guardian of the Universe, but it was unexpected that it would end up in the hands of a Kryptonian. Are you surprised? Luke raised the lamp ring and pointed it at Sinister. I'm more curious. Sinister, why did you find all this? The Flashpoint event, which finally led to the restart of the multiverse. The Guardians of the Universe of O Planet, as well as those higher-level concepts of the universe, such as the Endless Family, they should all be aware of. But that kind of existence will not care. After all, this is not the first restart of the multiverse. There have been many times before the Flashpoint, for example, the well-known Infinite Earth Crisis. The struggle between the monitors and the counter-surveillance eventually spread to the multiverse. In that crisis, the Flash Barry Allen sacrificed himself, destroyed the antimatter cannon, and saved the last main universe. It seems that since then, every major event, the Flash has become a good tradition. Someone gave me a prophecy and a revelation. Sinister pursed his lips and replied, all of this must begin with Abin Su's coming to the Earth, looking for the spirit of white light. As we all know, the spirit of existence is the light of the white lamp, and even the light of creation. For a long time, The guardians of the universe have claimed that the planet is the center of the stars and the starting point of all intelligent life. But why is the light of creation placed on the earth, a remote sector? From here, Sinister doubted everything the guardian of the universe said. Behind a lie, there must be a superposition of countless lies. Sinister found Atashitas, who was imprisoned, and asked for the answer. Speaking of this person, the timeline will move back several centuries. A long time ago, those guardians of the universe who were fed and had nothing to do, they had not established the Green Lantern Corps. The film police responsible for maintaining the safety and security of the sector is a unit called Robot Hunters. However, because of a major system failure, actually a carefully planned conspiracy caused the machine hunter to get the wrong instruction and set Sector 666 as the target of the attack. This group of machines without compassion and thinking ability will only obey orders coldly. They did not question, did not hesitate, and slaughtered all the residents of the sector. This is the truth about the famous 666 Sector massacre. Afterwards, the Guardian of the Universe covered it up without publicizing it. They just learned their lesson, refrigerated the Robot Hunters, and instead formed the Green Lantern Corps, a more reliable space police force composed entirely of intelligent life. But they didn't expect that some survivors would survive the massacre that razed many planets to the ground. That person is Atashitas. He was originally a psychologist who lived in Sector 666, Loot Star, because of witnessing a family of wives and children being killed by robot hunters. The whole planet was stained red with blood. As the only surviving life of the Roll Star, all the meaning of Atashitas for the rest of his life is revenge. There is nothing else. Together with the other 4 survivors in Sector 666, he formed the Gang of 5 against Ch. They opposed the order laid down by the Guardians of the Universe and kept fighting against it. Through plundering and fighting, the Anti-5 gang established power and ruled a huge star field. However, they are still too immature and weak compared to the Guardians of the Universe who have been rooted in the stars for billions of years. The Little Blue Men defeated the Gang of 5 and used the capital of the empire they built, the planet Ismot, as a prison for imprisonment. Sentenced to life imprisonment for Atashitas and others. In order to show his kindness, the Guardian of the Universe allowed the Gang of 5 to live. But I can never get out of the barren and destitute planet. On Ismot planet, Atashitas killed 4 other companions and became the last survivor in Sector 666. When he reached extreme anger and had no other emotions, a red light of anger descended. This is the origin story of the leader of the Red Lantern Corps. The first Red Lantern in the universe is also this person, foreseeing the Dark Knight event already recorded in the Book of O. Atashitas wanted to kill the key figure in advance, the Black Hand William Hand, to organize the end of the day. As a result, he was caught by Hal Jordan and Sinister, who were in charge of hunting him at the time, and sent to the space prison on O Planet. Of course, the former did not become the Green Lantern in Flashpoint time and space, so it became Sinister's task alone. He caught Atashitas, and through the opponent's blood prophecy, he learned the occurrence of the Flashpoint. The so-called blood prediction is to have a dialogue with the future through the sacrifice of the blood of living life. Novel.com. Judging from the results of several predictions by Atashitas, the accuracy is quite high. I told Abinsu, but he didn't believe me and couldn't understand me. Sinister kept his indifferent expression, and said softly, "If he can see everything I see, maybe he will be on my side." The consequences caused by the Flashpoint are not only the collapse of time and space. Darkness, more darkness will come. Luke curled his lips. The darkness that the other party called was probably after the arrival of Dr. Manhattan and the sound of the Doomsday Bell. And the explosion of the metal event, the laughing bat from the dark multiverse, led to Barbatos. At the end, the wall of origin is broken, the 4 gods of Omega, the gaze outside the wall. If all this happens, it is indeed dark enough. To be honest, I'm a little tired of listening to this set. In order to save more people, I decided to sacrifice the theory of a small number of people. Luke shook his head, looked directly at Sinister, and said in a deep voice, If you are determined to be a villain, then don't find so many reasons. Not to mention, you got in my way. Boom. The dark red cloak was lifted high, pulling out a swift afterimage. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 410. The physique between supermen cannot be generalized. When Luke took a step, Sinister instantly felt a terrifying force, as if a lava volcano erupted and hit his face. The whole island seems to be shaking. Luke's figure, as if suddenly pulled up, filled the cave like a titan, exuding a terrifying breath. Sinister lifted the lamp ring almost subconsciously, and the light of his will surged strongly, forming an energy field. When the bright green light burst out, Luke was already close to him. Punch! Smash it out. Boom. The air in the cave seemed to be compressed and drained all at once. Then, it was as if thousands of powder kegs detonated. The violent sound waves swept and reverberated in space in an instant. Seeing that the situation is not good against the lightning, it collapsed and sold out immediately and rushed out of the cave. The Flash has no such good luck. He loses his superpower and has no chance to escape. Was directly lifted out by the turbulent air current and hit the rock wall. Click, click. The energy intensity of the light of will was completely beyond Superman's fist, and the protective shield was instantly shattered and disintegrated. Sinister was hit hard and flew out. But so, Luke commented lightly, the light of fear is more suitable for you, Sinister. Compared to pure will, it represents the fear of chaos and darkness, and it fits Sinister's heart more closely. The energy of the emotional spectrum is related to the term. Like Hal Jordan, who has worn a green light ring, a yellow light ring, a red light ring, and even a white light ring. What fits him best is always the light of will. Barry, there are treadmills. Luke looked at the collapsed rock wall, and Sinister, who was covered by the mountain, shook his head. He opened the biological force field and threw the unconscious Flash and the cosmic treadmill into the world of Hades. An opponent of this level has no difficulty at all. I will not easily give you the key to the time and space of the main universe. Sinister thinks very well, and rewrites the timeline through rapid force, reshapes the world, and influences the multiverse. But he didn't know that the Speedmaster frequently shuttled through the timeline and would be chased by the undead of time and space. Moreover, this will not solve the fundamental problem. If Luke didn't guess wrong, Dr. Manhattan from the Watcher universe at this time has already noticed this collapsed space and time. Estimates that he is waiting for the Flash to fix the timeline, and then use this opportunity to steal 10 years of the multiverse. Facing a quantum life, the upstream and downstream of time, the past and the future, these are meaningless. Because of the boundless time and space, in the eyes of Dr. Manhattan, it is like a spacious room. He can walk around freely, and can appear both upstream and downstream, past and future. Sinister used a giant electric drill that was transformed by the light of will to pierce through the huge mountain that was pressed on it. For him, the Flash is the hope of reshaping the world and saving the multiverse. As a paranoid patient, Sinister cannot give up easily, even if he needs to be an enemy of a Kryptonian. Boom, 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 boom. Green light flashed, and the two large artillery pieces were successfully shaped, releasing firepower at Luke, who had not left yet. This is the power of the Green Lantern warriors. They can use the lamp ring to transform their thoughts and wills into energy, and then make it concrete. As long as their willpower is sufficient, it can be done from the micro level to the macro level. For example, kryptonite, or red sun radiation. If I put on the lamp ring, and then manifest a drop of water, I wonder if fantasy weapons can appear. Luke didn't take Sinister to heart, his thoughts diverged, thinking about this question. The main reason is that he can't imagine what Xiangfu looks like. A simple concept cannot be realized. Replaced with water droplets, the difficulty may be less. Luke raised the lamp ring and wanted to try it. However, he found that the power of will released by the lamp ring could not construct a complete structure. Has failed several times in a row, only to give up. During this period, Luke was attacked by Sinister. Artillery, naval guns, plasma cannons, space cruise missiles. All kinds of conventional weapons have been used all over again. Perhaps depending on the strength of the will, the power of these weapons of mass destruction is slightly different. But they bombed Superman's biological force field with only one result. That means it is very difficult to even break the defense. Sinister, your will is not firm enough. Luke strode forward, his eyes condensed slightly. High-temperature rays swept across, and the entire cave was cut in half. A large amount of sand, gravel and soil fell and caused a small earthquake. Sinister, who erected his energy shield, hurriedly flew high to avoid falling rocks. He realized that single-handedly dealing with a Kryptonian may not be a wise idea. Weakness. By the way, magic. Sinister is not ignorant of Superman. Low magic resistance, low mental resistance, fear of kryptonite and red sun radiation. Any villain with a little brain knows these weaknesses. This may be the reason why Superman is directly taken offline during major events. As the battle force of the Justice League, he was targeted too seriously. Sinister turned his mind, shaped a staff, and pointed it at Luke. The emotional spectrum is a kind of omnipotent energy. The lamp can use all the basic forces of the known universe, such as gravity, heat, light, electromagnetism, and so on. The only thing that limits the Green Lantern is their knowledge, imagination and strength of will. What are you going to say, Avada eat melon to me? Luke curled his mouth. He flew up in the air, in order to reduce the difficulty of Sinister's spell. He did not even move, quietly serving as a target. The energy of the lamp ring can be turned into magic, but that doesn't make much sense. With the magic resistance of this superhuman body, even if the Supreme Mage is called from the next door, it may not be the opponent. Boom, 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 boom. Sinister saw the opponent underestimate the enemy, sneered, and decisively seized the opportunity, and lost a few big fireballs. Novel.com. Several huge fireballs hit Luke's chest, exploded suddenly, and then disappeared. Sinister's eyes widened, expressing his unwillingness to believe it. He has seen it with his own eyes, the scene where Superman is done by Xanata, Constantine, and even the swamp monsters. How did it fail to get here? The magic of energy conversion of the lamp ring is not pure enough, and mental resistance. Seeing that magic is not working, Sinister thinks of mental attack again, which is also the weakness of Superman. The other party was even controlled by plant ivy and beat Batman to a half-body. Only a few seconds later, Sinister fell into a sluggishness again. He turned the lamp ring into a mental shock of mind control, but it was still useless. Could it be that you need kryptonite? Sinister can't understand. He is also a Kryptonian. This Superman's big cousin doesn't have those weaknesses. Well, the game time is over here. The corner of Luke's mouth evokes the physique of Superman, and Superman cannot be generalized. Kryptonite, magic, mind control. These are not worth mentioning to him. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 411. Well-known double standard. Before parting, when the Flash regained consciousness soberly, he had appeared in the apartment in Midtown. He seemed to have slept for a long time, during which he had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, Sinister forced Barry to walk on the cosmic treadmill, squeezing the superpower in his body. Then successfully rewrote the timeline and deleted all the related existence of Justice League at one time. In the end, only a gang of villains remained in the universe. They overthrew the governments of various countries and established their own power. The world became a ruin. It's so dark. Barry seemed to be frightened, and suddenly woke up from his dream. As a result, he opened his eyes and found himself lying on the big bed in the Midtown apartment. The sun shines in through the screen windows, and a little bit of floating dust flutters. Nothing seems to have happened. So quiet, so beautiful. Are you awake? Luke opened the door and said as if he heard the movement. Krypton's cousin had a smile on his face, so that the confused Flash instantly calmed down. The other party seems to have the magical power of Batman, which can calm people quickly and stop thinking about them. Luke, I remember you saved me. What happened afterwards? Barry rubbed his hair, hitting the back of his head against the hard rock wall, still a little bit painful now. He was like a drunk who had spent the whole night in a bar last night and drank pieces. The memory in his head has become fragmented, like a long and sparsely edited movie. Nothing interesting. Luke leaned against the door frame, his mouth curled up, showing a kind smile. After my ideological education, Sinister has already figured it out and decided to abandon the evil plan of destroying the world and continue to devote himself to the great cause of the Green Lantern Corps to maintain the peace of the universe. He realizes that he has done something wrong, and sincerely admits his mistake to you. The Flash was stunned in place, then his eyes widened, wondering if he had heard him wrong. Sinister will correct evil and return to righteousness. This is too absurd. Well, I was joking with you. Luke waved his hand. It seems that his cold jokes are not very effective. Even a guy like Barry with a very low point of laughter didn't even support him. Sinister was beaten to death by me. He said the result in an understatement. There are 2 green light rings in Luke's hand now. Dead. Dead? The Flash asked more subconsciously. After all, he is a superhero and a member of the Justice League. According to the rules, the Justice League generally defeats a supercriminal or evil villain. They will all choose to lock it up and throw it into a terrible prison that claims to be strongly guarded. After a while, the bad guys who want to destroy the world and the universe all the time will successfully escape from prison. Things like that are always repeated on this set. Like supercriminals and villains, in the eyes of the Justice League, it is an extremely precious non-renewable resource. It uses a little less, so it must be protected. Of course, Sinister is not the kind of personality that can easily be persuaded. Any intelligent life holding the Ring of Lights will always have a stubborn and paranoid side in his heart. Luke shrugged. Cousin Krypton has no no-kill principle. He has always adhered to the personal philosophy of never being merciless when dealing with enemies. To solve it all at once, this is the most free way. Barry smiled. It was not that he couldn't understand. Only in the Justice League, killings are usually handed over to Wonder Woman or Aquaman. Unless they face an army of aliens, Superman and Batman will not be a killer. Suddenly, when he heard that his big cousin, who was also a Kryptonian, killed Sinister, the Flash felt a bit disagreeable. Lex Luthor and Clark fell in love and killed each other for so long, and the former is still alive. Luke curled his mouth, as if he had guessed what Barry was thinking. He strongly suggested that Darkseid of Apocalypse should establish an Alien Protection Association to condemn the double-standard behavior of the Justice League. The executioner who slaughtered millions of lives for mentally ill lunatics, criminals against humanity. The Justice League chose to be imprisoned, rather than executed. If you encounter the Apocalypse like demons, you will be merciless and use all kinds of weapons of mass destruction. Could it be said that only the people on Earth are worthy of living, and the lives of aliens are not fate? Hope that Darkseid will protest against Superman and Batman, this double standard. What about reverse lightning? Barry scratched his head and asked hesitantly. That guy ran away in the first place. You can't expect me to catch up with a speeder. It's not a fair game. Luke shook his head. Seeing that the situation was not good against the lightning, he decisively sold Sinister 10 minutes, enough time for the other party to run around the Earth. So, he didn't bother to chase him, and took the Flash back to Midtown directly, waiting for the final step to be completed. Okay, I have something else. Luke remembered that he hadn't bought a bikini for Diana yet. He had to hurry up. Otherwise the daylily would be cold when he returned to Paradise Island later. Barry, hurry up and get the cosmic treadmill. This time and space has become more and more chaotic. Even Sinister is involved. I don't know what else will happen later. The Flash, who arranged his thoughts, nodded vigorously. He can no longer indulge in warm family affection, thus ignoring the influence of Flashpoint on the time and space of the main universe. A few days later, Paradise Island. The afterglow of the setting sun spread all over the beach, and Diana was sitting on a rock. Not far away, the snow-white waves hit the cliff wall, splashing crystal water droplets. The Amazon princess looked at the blue sea, holding her jaw with one hand, Her thoughts did not know where to fly. The faint yellow light gives the beautiful outline, coated with a faint glow, like a lifelike statue. "Are you leaving?" Seeing Luke walking towards her, Diana asked softly. No obvious emotions could be heard in her tone. "I have stayed long enough." Luke tightened his lips. He used Barry's superb power to catch the fleeing reverse lightning. After sacrificed him to heaven, the Flash returned to his heyday, enough to break through the barrier of time. The countdown from the time and space of the flashpoint has started counting. "What will happen to this time and space after you leave?" Diana twitched her mouth and looked at the sea with complicated eyes. "Anyone who knows that the world he lives in is just a distorted time and space created by mistakes, and he will find it difficult to accept in his heart. What's more, lovers who have had an intimate relationship have to leave because of this. This is Wonder Woman. It's already blackened when replaced by others. It was repaired by the inertia of time and space, and then ceased to exist," Luke said uncertainly. He seems to remember that the Flash brought Batman and came to Flashpoint Space-Time Again.MetalNovel.com to investigate. The Laughing Craftsman badge dropped in the Batcave. "So, will I also cease to exist?" Diana turned her head and looked at Luke, who was standing still. A gentle smile appeared on the latter's face and replied, "You will not be erased. We will meet again in another time and space." "Is that so?" Diana was in a daze. She hugged her knees and said quietly, "Will I recognize you then? Or will you still remember me?" "Will do." Luke nodded firmly. He took the Amazon princess by the hand, and the two stood on the beach. In the distance is the setting sun sinking to the horizon, an endless ocean. The man and woman hug each other, like a moving silhouette. "Take a picture." After a long time, Luke put a camera on the reef, and then took Diana and stood in front of the camera. The two looked at each other with a smile. Click. The shutter sounded. "This scene is frozen. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 412 at the last moment, restart the universe Midtown, apartment. The legendary magic treadmill that can take speed users through time and space, and even travel through parallel universes, is actually no different from those common equipment in gyms." At least Luke couldn't see anything special, except that the running belt is made of special anti-friction materials. The other parts are ordinary. These days, Barry has spent more energy on coordinate readings, time and space anchors and other things. "You can use this to return to the time and space of the main universe?" Luke looked suspiciously at the Flash, who was warming up. He didn't want it. Barry ran forward or backward. "In case of bad luck, directly fall into the big metal event in the future and face Barbatos and the Laughing Bat. Or later, it will appear in the Kingdom of Heaven, the Justice Society of America, etc." "That's too bad." "Of course." Barry nodded affirmatively. This is not the first time he has used a cosmic treadmill in terms of traveling through time and space. Apart from reverse lightning, no one should be more professional than himself. "Trust me, Luke, you will see another Clark soon." Only him and Krypton's cousin were in the apartment. Batman Thomas Wayne did not show up. The other party just reminded them to remember the letter that they forwarded to Bruce properly. And the thin Kal-El was distracted and stayed happily at the Flash's mother's house, waiting to have dinner. The truth behind this distorted time and space is too cruel. After careful consideration, Luke and Barry chose to hide. "Let's start then." Luke touched his chest, where there is a photo of him and Diana. "This is the only trace that he has been in this world. As long as the Flash breaks through the barrier of time again, return to the time and space of the main universe, everything here will come to nothing, collapse and fall apart. We will see you again." The corners of Luke's mouth raised. He and the proud Amazon princess had already bid their final farewell. Barry nodded, and looked out of the window with eyes full of nostalgia and dissatisfaction. "Goodbye, Mother." Compared with the affectionate parting between Luke and Diana, the Flash's inner feelings are more complicated and the choices he faces are more cruel. Krypton's big cousin and Wonder Woman can still meet in the main time and space, but Barry's mother will never come back. Her fate is firmly fixed at the moment of being murdered by reverse lightning. Do you need to say goodbye again? Luke saw the sad expression on Barry's face and couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder. Don't think too much when running. The more hesitated, the slower the speed. The Flash shook his head. This was a mistake he made, and he should correct it. Thank you, Luke, but this responsibility belongs to me. After making a decision in his heart, abandoning the extra feelings, Barry turned on the power of the cosmic treadmill, and then began to run hard. The tiny electric lights seemed to be connected to a certain illusory space, forming a substantial force field, covering the entire apartment. Luke felt the strong surging of superpower, like a surging wave, constantly releasing energy. Soon, the rapidly expanding force field enveloped him, and together with the two figures in the apartment, he escaped from this wrong time and space that shouldn't exist. Boom. I saw 3 timelines. Why? Barry broke through the barrier of time and opened a wormhole like a cloud. However, 3 different time and space appeared in his eyes. Is like a fork in the road. This is the reality that once existed. Luke did not fall into doubt. The 3 timelines, one island the flashpoint of distortion and collapse, the other is the former main space-time, and the other is the 52 new parallel universes in the future. Barry, don't hesitate to follow your heart. Just focus on yourself and you will return to the right time and space. A firm and powerful voice passed clearly into Flash's ears. In his heart, he must continue to accelerate, frantically moving along the parallel channel of the past and the future, history and reality. Floating light and glimpse, flashing continuously, it is a fragment of various memories. Next moment, Barry saw himself open the wormhole, prepare to change the established facts and save the mother's self, the one who caused all these mistakes and caused countless tragedies. I understand how you feel, but you have to stop. You have to stop. All the energy of the Speed Force burst out, supporting the Flash to accelerate again and break the limit. He grabbed the self abruptly and threw it to the ground. Flashpoint, just rewrite it. Boom. The invisible loud noise reverberated endlessly, as if the long river of time and space collapsed and collapsed, triggering an endless chain reaction. Earth, multiverse, superhero, Justice League. The trajectory of fate keeps changing, as if being moved by a pair of invisible hands. Barry. The swift energy wave impacted on Luke, and he separated from the galloping Flash and entered a completely different time stream. Barry, what's the matter with you? The Flash, whose consciousness fell into darkness, was awakened suddenly and saw the dark face of his adoptive father Joe. Is it too tired recently? If you can't hold it, go home early to rest. The kind and familiar voice rang in Barry's ear, and everything seemed so far away, so like a dream. Please, we have already spent 18 hours on this case. Sometimes it's not a good thing to get too tight. Joe comforted. Barry looked down at the document at hand, and the words Rogue Gang and Captain Cold were vaguely revealed on it. Joe, do you know Superman? He asked hesitantly. Of course, the Metropolitan Superman. Who would not know? He also made the front page of the Planet Daily because he saved a crashed plane last month. Joe looked at Barry with a strange expression, completely not understanding why the other party wanted to ask this. A variety of superheroes and supercriminals are emerging in an endless stream. The world is changing so fast that our police are useless. Barry clenched his fists excitedly when he heard Joe's muttering. He succeeded. This is the correct time and space of the main universe. But Luke, where is he? Barry calmed down and frowned, as if thinking of something. He touched the pocket of his shirt, where there was a letter spanning time and space. The gift that Dr. Wayne gave him is still www.mentalnovel.com. How about the big cousin of Krypton? This is the 10 years you stole this place? Luke failed to travel to the main universe time and space, or to be more precise, someone stopped him. A naked man with blue skin and no clothes. You know a lot. The naked man sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Behind him is a huge palace like a clock, with mechanical gears interlocking and rotating, full of absolute mathematical harmony and ultimate perfection. "Don't you want to introduce yourself?" The blue-skinned naked man stared at Luke calmly. No one could see his inner thoughts. "Luke Cavill, Superman's big cousin. Are you satisfied with this answer, Dr. Manhattan?" Luke strives to converge every slight mental fluctuation to prevent the other person from perceiving his mind and reading his thoughts. "You are not a Kryptonian." The man called Dr. Manhattan shook his head and said, "You are someone who came to this universe from other places, just like me." Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 413 Watchmen Universe, Quantum Observer. Dr. Manhattan, formerly known as Jonathan Osterman, was born in a family of clocks and watches. During World War II, his mother was killed under the guns of the Germans, and his father took the young Jonathan to New York to seek a living. This is the beginning of everything. At that time, Jonathan was obsessed with precisely turning hands and clicking gears, holding the clock, just like holding the time. The abstract concepts that are difficult to understand become clear. If nothing happens, Jonathan will inherit the family business like his father and become an excellent watchmaker. But the United States threw an atomic bomb at the Neon, which not only ended the war, but also changed Jonathan's father's thinking. He realized that atomic science is the power the world needs, and watchmakers can't change anything. So, Jonathan became a physicist as it should be. Fast forward to the age of 30, and he fell in love for the first time in his life, doing research on his head. Under the introduction of a colleague, Jonathan met a beautiful girl named Jenny. The two quickly established a relationship and developed into lovers. The trajectory of fate rotates precisely like a clockwork. Its arrival will not be 1 second earlier, nor will it be 1 second late. 1 month later, an ordinary day as usual. Jonathan happened to leave the watch in the room of the eigenfield generator. Because of the wrong estimation of the time, the door closed automatically, locking him inside. 24 seconds passed. A human dies. A was born. This is the origin story of Dr. Manhattan. He is a quantum life, but also an incomprehensible existence. In the comics of Doomsday Bells, the Justice League assembled almost all the superheroes on the planet, and went to Mars to stop Dr. Manhattan's plan, but was easily defeated. "What are you thinking?" Dr. Manhattan's alienated, indifferent voice interrupted Luke's thoughts. The latter looked around the surrounding environment, the reddish-brown desert, the thin and cold atmosphere, the main ingredient of which is carbon dioxide. "If you guessed correctly, it should be Mars." "I'm thinking about how I can prevent myself from being killed by you, Doctor." Luke's eyes flashed, and he was not surprised by the current situation. The follow-up to the Flashpoint, the arrival of the New 52 universe, and the big events that may happen in the future. Various scripts are enough to prepare Luke to calmly face any accident. For example, "Now, I am not an executioner." Dr. Manhattan denied Luke's claim. He had no plans to kill the outsider. "But you don't mind being a cleaner, erasing some unnecessary roles, right, Doctor?" Luke's mouth curled up and said ironically. However, for such an obvious provocation, Dr. Manhattan was indifferent, not irritated. His thinking is closer to a cold, sensible supercomputer that only values data. Human feelings are gradually dying, especially after leaving the Warden universe and coming to a new place. The meaning and purpose of all Dr. Manhattan's actions are for observation. For example, the variables of the universe and the branches of time and space are the highest priority things. It's just that. This doesn't mean that he is a talkative and good-tempered person. Any troublemaker who interferes with the act of observation will be ruthlessly erased by Dr. Manhattan. For example, the reversal lightning that found the timeline changes, the new Metron guy sitting on the chair of Mobius, the night owl on Earth number 3, and so on. They were all wiped out by Dr. Manhattan at the moment they were closest to the truth. Therefore, to communicate with this quantum life, you must maintain an appropriate distance. "Do you want to anger me?" Dr. Manhattan seemed to penetrate Luke's ideas. "No, It's just a bit curious about the inner emotions of a god. Luke shook his head, his eyes continued to flicker, and asked softly, Doctor, what are you going to do with me next? To be honest, isn't it a more interesting change for me in this new and upcoming multiverse? As far as I know, you don't hate change, you just don't like being disturbed. Dr. Manhattan fell into a brief silence, as if thinking. His eyes cannot see Luke's past and future clearly. There seems to be a layer of mist covering the opponent's surface, making everything more blurred. That is a higher dimensional power, a power that comes from outside the wall of origin. In the face of an outsider who is difficult to see through, Dr. Manhattan hesitated. What should he do? Erase? Banish? Accept? This is like a multiple choice question. Many options are presented in front of Dr. Manhattan. However, in less than a second, he completed huge and complicated calculations and deductions. The possibility that you will cause great damage to this multiverse is 35%. Dr. Manhattan's face was expressionless, and he made the conclusion coldly. Following the rules of the game, the possibility of allowing the multiverse to develop on the original trajectory is less than 20%. This proves that you are a person who dares to take risks, does not like to follow other people's instructions, and is extremely self-confident and self-confident. Considering the above factors, I think you are a very unstable factor. Luke raised his eyebrows. It sounded that Dr. Manhattan didn't intend to let him stay on this set. And so, Luke pretended to ask calmly, if Dr. Manhattan intends to kill him, then he can only call the existence outside the wall and pull himself back to do things for the 5 great creation gods of the Marvel Universe, or even higher level beings. Personal safety is still guaranteed. Luke doesn't like taking risks, let alone sending him to death. No matter how powerful Dr. Manhattan is, it will still be greatly restricted when placed in front of the multiple concepts under the almighty universe. Otherwise, he should have erased it with a thought a long time ago. After the wall of origin was broken, Part1, the goddess of creation, appeared. Then, destroy the chaotic, crazy, unprincipled laughing bat. Instead of being moved by Superman's mouth, choose to self-disintegrate. I think of a place that suits you well, outsider. Dr. Manhattan said so. There was a vigilance in Luke's eyes, and his attention reached the highest level. This naked man who doesn't wear clothes and has an exhibitionistic tendency wants to put himself in a cage, right? He hasn't forgotten that Dr. Manhattan stole 10 years of the New 52 universe. The opponent is fully capable. Cut it out separately to form a huge cage in time and space. Similar to the Ancient One using time gems, it intercepts the flow for a period of time, and then repeats the cycle and fast forwards and backwards as desired. Use an independent world to trap oneself, which is like what Dr. Manhattan would do. I have the right to refuse, Doctor. Luke is smiling. The original energy of the 10th metal is closely integrated with the Superman's body. He does not believe that Dr. Manhattan can erase himself in an instant. I have no intentions, Mr. Cavill. This is the first time Dr. Manhattan has called Luke by name, and his tone is still indifferent for thousands of years. This is a gift, and you can also treat it as a prank candy for Halloween. Dr. Manhattan opened his palm, and a yellow round badge appeared. 2 black dots and a simple arc form a smiling face, which is no different from the gifts of ordinary fast food restaurants. The only thing that looks a little special is probably the few splashes of blood. Gift. Luke reached out and took the smiling face badge floating in the air. If he had not admitted wrong, it was a sign of laughing craftsman. A key figure in the Watchmen universe. www.mentalnovel.com. It can even be said that the story begins with him. Yes, this gift is ... a ticket for vacation. Dr. Manhattan's tone changed a little, and a blue electric light-like force field instantly enveloped Luke. And at this moment, the Superman's body tensed subconsciously, bursting out a powerful force. The cosmic origin power of the 10th metal resists the attack by Dr. Manhattan. But Luke didn't feel that his life was threatened. The huge force field like blue electric light just enveloped the space around him. Boom! A bright light flashed, and only Dr. Manhattan was left on Mars. When I upgrade to multiple concepts, I must give this blue man a good return. This is the thought that flashed in Luke's head before he disappeared. He was teleported out of the new 52 universe that was forming, to another strange place. Adrian, what would you do? After a long time, Dr. Manhattan closed his eyes and continued to sit on Mars. Behind him, the huge, precise and perfect building is running steadily like a clock. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 414 Utopia collapses and the whereabouts of the pharaoh. An empty street glowing with chills. A gust of cold wind blows through, bringing up waste and scraps of paper on the ground. They fluttered with the wind, whirled a few times, rolled feebly into the stinking ditch, or were trampled by pedestrians passing by. A dazzling blue light flashed, and Luke appeared in a dark alley. He raised his head and looked at the night sky, gazing through the clouds and reaching into a void of darkness. The feeling of traveling through the universe is not wonderful, like passing through a dark tunnel. When I saw the light, I had already left the original world and arrived at the destination. It seems that I am going to put Dr. Manhattan first on my notebook. Luke pulled out a curve at the corner of his mouth and thought silently. Frankly speaking, he rarely encountered any solid obstacles on the way forward. Dr. Manhattan, it is a lesson and a goal. Maybe the other party is in the Watcher universe. It is God, an invincible great being. But, leaving the pond of the single universe, come to the ocean of the multiverse. Everything will be changed. Use a single universe to hold me in my footsteps. Hey, it's too simple to think about. Luke's eyes flickered, and several thoughts flashed through his head. Provoked a world war, opened the wasteland of nuclear explosions, and caused this time and space to collapse. Or upgrade the template several times to fight through the universe with one punch. It really doesn't work. Call the off-site force. Anyway, the Watcher universe took advantage of the restart of the Flashpoint and was directly merged into the new 52, then the Marvel universe would also be dragged in. Wait, this is the true purpose of those multiple concepts, right? Luke was a little skeptical. The 5 creation gods have vaguely revealed some information. They call it the great game that determines the new era. Considering that these two have indeed had a dream linkage, not only the Justice League and the Avengers, but also Darkseid and Thanos, the Ghost and the Court of Life. Of course, their final victory does not depend on their own strength, but popular vote. So, that great battle that runs through the two multiverses. In the end, Batman and Captain America are the two popular characters to clean up the mess. Thinking diverged for a while, Luke shook his head and chuckled lightly. Regardless of how large the games and gambling situations exist in multiple concepts, it has nothing to do with him for the time being. Hand over all the valuable things on me. It's best not to let me do it myself. Who in a leather jacket put his dagger behind Luke and threatened fiercely. He has been observing each other for quite a while. A man dressed in high class, standing in a daze in the alley, perfectly meeting the requirements of a prey. In the eyes of this street gangster, this may be a rich drunk who has lost his way, just to let him take the opportunity to make a fortune. Robbery? Luke was a little surprised, then turned into a laugh. After becoming Superman, even when he stayed in Brooklyn, no gang member dared to attack him. After all, that is tantamount to death. I admire your courage, buddy. The corner of Luke's mouth was raised, and this street gangster had done something that Hydra, Kang the Conqueror, Odin, Thanos, they did not. Used a dagger to stop Superman, and then proceeded to robbery. Stop talking nonsense. Be quicker. Don't try dangerous moves, or you will die miserably. The street gangsters still don't know what earth-shattering things they have done. If they let the gang boss on the set next door know, they would definitely give him a thumbs up. Sorry, I don't have the habit of carrying a wallet with me. Luke slowly turned around and said kindly, but I can write an IOU, Mephisto of Hell, Odin of Asgard, Supreme Master of Karmatage. He is a very generous person and will definitely pay a handsome reward. That street gangster had a dumbfounded look at hearing How can I pay for such things as robbery? Also, who are those messy names? You fool me. Street gangsters don't have a good temper. They stabbed with a knife when they didn't agree. Glang. The tip of the knife pierced Luke's chest fiercely. The sound of collision is like a clash of gold and iron, as if hitting an iron plate. The dagger bends and deforms directly. The force of the countershock made the arms of the street bullies numb and throbbed. It seems that weapon is not of good quality. Luke shrugged. He had no time to waste time on a guy at the bottom of society. You must know that at the last moment, you were facing the most powerful man in the world. In the next second, he was robbed by a street gangster. The opponent didn't even have a pistol, only a dagger. Is too cheap. Luke curled his mouth and looked at the guy who didn't know if it was unlucky or lucky. The dull brain of the street gangster finally reacted. The drunk in front of him is not afraid of the capital. It is likely to be a drag hero. So, he decisively ran away without turning his head! In the dark alley, a red light flashed. The fleeing figure was hit, and the high temperature evaporated the flesh and blood, and it shattered with its skeleton. The charred black dust was scattered and blown away by the cold wind. Automatically ignored this little episode, and Luke slowly flew high into the sky. Standing in the clouds, overlooking the earth, his senses are maximized, first bringing the entire New York under control, then the east, west, and the entire North American continent. Unpredictable and complicated information flooded into my mind, but it didn't disturb Luke's thinking. This is BBC. This is CNN. Welcome to UBS News. This is a tragic day in American history. Bunches of radio waves are like envelopes with wings inserted, conveying the latest changes in the world, and then fall into Luke's ears. It has been less than 2 weeks since the disintegration of the European Union. Russia has assembled its forces in Belarus and threatened to invade Poland at the same time. The heads of state of the world said that if conflict breaks out, they will never stand idly by. The global hunt for the self-proclaimed smartest man in the world is still going on. It is reported that the White House has personally issued a wanted warrant for the arrest and trial of Adrian Witt, and will clarify the absurd charge of the government's conspiracy to plan the New York City massacre. Some experts believe that it is necessary to quell the political turmoil that broke out in the country and even the world through this arrest operation. I am William F. Buckley Jr., speaking to you on behalf of the President of the United States of America. I regret to report to you that Russia has invaded Poland, and the evil in this world forces us to take action. If the Russian military cannot withdraw within 4 hours, the president will have no choice but to mobilize the nation. Luke raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. It seems that Pharaoh's big lie has been exposed, the content of Rorschach's diary has been leaked, and the whole world has once again come to the edge of destruction. However, this time the United States no longer has a Dr. Manhattan, and the situation has become dangerous. The World War is about to start. As a famous drag hero, Adrian Witt took off his mask in 1975 and became a successful businessman and philanthropist. He took the top spot as the CEO in the joint venture he founded, leading the world financial market to a whole new level. Adrian Witt is also an extremely dangerous man. He is accused of murdering 3 million people, and tens of thousands of people need to be admitted to the hospital due to permanent mental trauma. This person also killed Edward Morgan Black. Mentalnovel.com codenamed Laughing Craftsman. The drag hero organization, members of the militia have disappeared one after another, or died. Hollis Mason, a former member of the militia, the first generation of Night Owl, was killed by a mob at home. Daniel Dreberg, the second generation Night Owl, and his wife, the second generation of Silk Soul, Laurel Jane Juspekzek, whereabouts are unknown. Rorschach's diary was published in the New York Gazette, and the world is facing chaos again. Luke converges his senses, seeming to be lost in thought. He has no interest in world politics. Even if a war breaks out, It has nothing to do with him. Pharaoh is still at large. Luke caught the point. The self-proclaimed smartest man in the world was designing a terrifying conspiracy to let Dr. Manhattan leave the universe without sitting on the throne for too long. Luke's leak caused the utopia he built to be destroyed, and the scale of the doomsday clock moved again. Then the question is, where is the Pharaoh? Luke frowned slightly, and immediately stretched out. Maybe someone will know. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 415 Day of Destruction, Rorschach Mask Luo Summer Notes. In 1992, November 22nd, or the 23rd. The streets are packed with leather bags, and people's minds are boiled by the absurd nightmare brought about by the imaginary invaders. The clock of doom is moved again. We once had a chance, but were abandoned by them. All of them. Uncomfortable noise filled their own ears, forming a deafening echo chamber. The reason they blame each other is only because of what the other party has, not their identity. Their tolerance is a new way street. At the same time, totalitarians cling to their positions, pretending to be deaf, and preaching the restoration of Datong society, without realizing that for those who are different from them, the good past is not so good. It all depends on your perspective. God turned around and left us a paradise, just like giving a 5-year-old child a folding razor. We cut open the abdominal cavity of the world, and the secrets poured out, and an intestine full of truth and choked us to death. Soon there will be only bed bugs in the world, and cockroaches and fly maggots will fight fiercely for the corpses of ordinary people. Then they will devour themselves until they choke to death. Unless we can call God back, smash it, scream, because we may not be worthy of it, or maybe the world is coming. We shattered the American dream, and now it has become an American nightmare. The man closed the diary and picked up a mask covered with ink. Its original owner has already died in Antarctica, and there is no complete body left. The authorities have issued mandatory evacuation orders across the country. We urge everyone to gather family members to evacuate our marked red zone. If the emergency call at the bottom of the screen is busy, please contact the local police. The emergency notices about the evacuation and evacuation of urban residents are broadcasted in a loop on the TV. The man didn't even look at it, just put on a mask that kept changing ink. The world is getting worse and worse. I don't know if it was after Dr. Manhattan left or after the leak of Luke's. Anyway, it is like a patient with terminal cancer, whose body is getting worse every day. Click, click. The man put his hands in the pockets of his brown coat and strode out of the room. He went down the stairs and left the dilapidated apartment. The world outside was in chaos. All kinds of beatings, smashing, looting and burning, and all kinds of riots. The nuclear war is coming. The end is coming. Everyone is going crazy. The man walked through a large number of carnival teams expressionlessly, ignoring the violence that took place. He had other things to do. The world is getting more and more degenerate, and there are always heroes who have to stand up. Now that I wear this mask, I have to choose something to save. For example, the world. The man walked very fast, and finally stopped at the door of the police station. The police are busy evacuating work, and the harsh telephone ringing is one after another, which is even more exaggerated than the securities companies on Wall Street. They face a very serious problem, that is, what should be done with the prisoners in the cell. There is not enough time left for the citizens to evacuate, so how can you care for those wicked villains? A policeman is carrying a large bunch of keys. It is impossible for the police station to put so many people in a prison car and transfer them on the spot. In order not to be charged with murder afterwards, the chief decided to release them. Anyway, the ghost knows whether the Eastern camp will choose to bomb the city. Give me the key. A bald guy stretched his hand out of the iron fence and firmly grasped the policeman's back collar. The criminals in the cell were yelling, banging the railing, making a sharp noise. They knew what was going on outside, and no one wanted to be trapped here, either starving to death, dying of thirst, or being blown into a scorched corpse by a nuclear bomb! The bald guy hit the policeman on the cheek with a punch, knocking out a few teeth. He wanted to the opponent's key and open the confinement door. After knocking down the police with a heavy punch, the bunch of keys also flew out and landed on the far wall. The bald guy cursed fiercely. He was thinking about how to pick up the bunch of keys. Someone has already done this. The man wearing the ink mask held the set of keys and looked at the bald man in the cell. "Do you want to come out?" he asked hoarsely. The bald guy stepped back 2 steps and waved his hands vigorously. This guy's outfit was obviously an outdated drag hero. Rather than go out and be beaten up, begging to be bored, he would rather stay here and think of other ways to escape from prison. The man seemed to be satisfied with the answer, put the set of keys in his pocket, and continued walking. The reason why he came to the police jail was to rescue a man and a woman. They are called marionettes and pantomimes. Of course, this is just a code name. Dragging heroes will not reveal their real names, nor will the villains who wear masks. Although the man didn't know, why would the pharaoh need each other there? But this is one of the tasks to be completed to save the world. So, the man still did. There are 3 hours and 34 minutes left. He raised his hand and looked at the table below. This time represents the time limit for the nuclear bomb to launch, losing the constraints of Dr. Manhattan. The world will inevitably fall into the abyss. It didn't take long for the man to find the target person. Using the bargaining chip given by Lao Wang, he succeeded in getting the 2 criminals who lacked integrity and compassion to leave the cell with him. Riding in a car that had already been prepared, a group of people entered the sewer and stopped in front of a floodgate that said danger. Knocked twice gently, the iron door opened, and the man entered first. The rescued puppets and pantomimes, the men and women also followed. They saw a dusty secret base, all kinds of messy parts, equipment and instruments. I said, "Is the rumor true?" The blonde woman code-named Marionette asked nervously. "Rorschach committed suicide, is this true?" This is one of the widely circulated rumors after Liu Xiaoji's publication. Because of the diary that smashed the utopia of the pharaoh, it did not write about Rorschach's own experience in the end. Werther is the master behind the scenes. Why? What does he want? I can't think of a more terrifying opponent. He once joked that he was so close to catch a bullet that he could kill us in the snow. That's it. This is where we are going now, Antarctica. Whether I am alive or dead in the future, I hope this world can persist until you see this diary. I will never compromise when I live, and I will not regret it when I die now. Complain. This is Rorschach's last diary. Some people speculate that he was killed by the pharaoh. Others say that he had a mental breakdown and chose to commit suicide. All in all, there are different opinions. No, the man replied concisely. Although he wears Rorschach's ink mask, he is not himself. Then your partner is Yi Xiao? The thread puppet asked again. She saw the night owl airship covered in dust cloth. No. His partner is me. A voice came from the corner, and the tall man in a tuxedo came out. Novel.com. He looked like an ancient emperor, dressed in luxurious robes and embellished with gold accessories, revealing an extraordinary breadth. Held a peculiar-looking red-haired lynx in both hands, and petted it like a cat. Pharaoh? The string puppet recognized this legend who often appeared in the news or in the newspaper. The other side was once one of the most famous drag heroes, and later became a financial tycoon, a charity tycoon and a national think tank. Right now, he is a cold-blooded executioner who slaughtered 3 million people. He is wanted globally and is a notorious criminal against humanity. Pharaoh, Adrian Witt. Yes. It's me. The tall man nodded gracefully. He appeared here, letting Rorschach too, wearing an ink mask, specially rescue the puppets and pantomimes, in order to save the world once again. Dr. Manhattan left this planet, and then left this universe. Once Adrian believed that the Blue Man was the biggest threat in the world. Now he has changed his mind. Mankind needs a god. In this way, destruction will not be repeated and war will start. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 416 Looking for God. who is the one to come? I once persuaded Yixiao to join in, but he has retired and just wants to live a peaceful life with Silk Soul. The pharaoh carrying the red lynx stood under a chandelier, the light shining out of flying dust and projecting it on top of his head. This is a ridiculous and short-sighted perception. The world is about to face destruction, but he still holds the boring fantasy of being alone. Fortunately, Rorschach found me, and he is willing to work for me. Adrian's tone showed his contempt for the couple Yixiao and Silk Soul. They are too weak to accept the cruel truth. The Warden universe that lost Dr. Manhattan will inevitably collapse. The endless greed for resources is one of the original sins carried by mankind. The Pharaoh once thought that he only had to pour sewage on Dr. Manhattan and exile God. Then, by creating new energy sources, so that countries can get rid of the plight of lack of resources, the crisis facing mankind can be solved. But he was wrong. Intelligent life is too complicated. Suspicion and hostility towards the same kind can also lead to war. Once Liu Xiaoju was revealed, the world was in turmoil. But it is just a fuse, it is human ignorance and greed that ignites it. Adrian condensed his thoughts, raised his eyes to the marionette and the pantomime. This husband and wife file is a very dangerous criminal, without a sense of morality and conscience. But it doesn't matter, because Pharaoh himself didn't have those things. He can use a trick to exterminate 3 million people in New York without changing his face, just to usher in a temporary false peace. I work with you, not for you. The man wearing the Rorschach mask corrected. He didn't want to let himself behaved like Pharaoh's men. The pair of Rorschach masks are an insult. So, where did you hide our son? The thread puppet seems to have no interest, listening to Rorschach 2 chatting with the Pharaoh. She stepped forward quickly, and the mime standing behind picked up a screwdriver and threw it over. The thread puppet caught it firmly, leaned in front of Pharaoh, and said viciously, "Tell us right away, or you will die miserably. By the way, how many rewards are on your head? 10 million or 20 million? She had a son with the mime, but before the baby was born, the two were sent to prison by the Manhattan Doctor for bank robbery. Dr. Manhattan at that time joined the Minuteman, an organization of drag heroes. He is teamed mates with Rorschach, Yixiao, Silk Soul, Pharaoh and others. Later, as the international situation changed, Dr. Manhattan became a deterrent instead of nuclear weapons, staying at military bases all year round. The son of puppets and pantomime, Rorschach took their bargaining chips from the cell. Otherwise, according to the weird temper of the couple, they would never be obediently obedient. The thread puppet pointed a screwdriver at the neck of Pharaoh, as if wondering where to start. The pantomime stands behind Rorschach too, and uses his fingers to compare a gun-holding motion. These two guys used to be acrobats. One is good at cutting anything with a thin wire, and the other can imagine various weapons with gestures. For example, a pantomime is more than holding a gun, so as long as he pulls the trigger, Rorschach too can see his brain splashing out. The two of them are in the Watchmen universe where the heroes don't have superpowers, they are relatively special existences. Oh, I think you should have more points, Miss Manson. With a calm smile on his face, Adrian said slowly, "I'm happy to pay you for your joining, 100 million or 200 million, no problem. At the same time, the location of your son will be attached. But don't threaten me anymore, this is extremely unwise." Pharaoh gently pushed away the screwdriver aimed at his throat. He looked for these two guys for other purposes. String puppets and pantomimes, like Rorschach too, are extremely important chess pieces. Let us get to the point. After all, there is not much time left for us. Adrian put down the red links and slapped his palms, as if the curtain opened, ready to perform. "What do you want us to do?" "What does Rorschach mean to find God?" asked the thread puppet. "Her husband is a pantomime, as the name suggests. He is dumb and speechless." Rorschach is right, this is indeed an action to retrieve God. The corner of Pharaoh's mouth twitched, and he smiled lightly. I assume you already know what I did in the past. The whole world knows what you have done. The thread puppets sneered. It is clearly recorded in the book of Liuxia how the pharaoh planned the disaster, created alien monsters, and then slaughtered 3 million people in New York. This is a terrible crime. Oh, that plan took my life's time to conceive and coordinate. In order to stop the war and end the crisis, all the sacrifices are meaningful. But unfortunately, I failed. Adrian is a little bit lost. He should have replaced Dr. Manhattan and become the great king of the new world after the only on this planet left. However, Utopia had been established long before, and the peaceful world constructed by lies was instantly defeated by the dead Rorschach. The truth is revealed, like a blockbuster crashing into the calm lake, causing an uproar. After the leak of Liuxia, I sat down in the Antarctic castle alone, waiting for the government to come and arrest me. Although I have many ways to avoid jail, escape the global hunt, find a quiet place for the rest of my life, but I don't have one. Because a great king can fail, but he cannot leave his crown and return to the ordinary. The string puppet curled his lips, thinking that the pharaoh might be mentally ill. If she had so much money like the other party, she would have been happy. Instead of deliberately trying to fight against Dr. Manhattan, and wanting to rule the world. Besides, I won't live long. Adrian smiled wryly, then said, a tumor grew in his head, and he died soon. I am very ill. But the only person who is trusted enough and able to perform this operation is myself. Fate made a bad joke on me. The thread puppet saw the face of the self-proclaimed smartest man in the world, and a complex look of sadness, ridicule, and self-deprecation appeared. She probably understood why the second generation of Rorschach would cooperate with the pharaoh. Maybe cancer changed the latter and awakened him from the king's dream. I see, you want to get Dr. Manhattan back. The marionette blinked and asked curiously, but no one has seen him for many years. The military said he left the Earth and went to Mars. Some people speculated that he was still somewhere in the world, observing the world. The change. Pharaoh smiled. He remembered the last words Dr. Manhattan said to himself in the Antarctic fortress. I want to leave this universe and go to a less complicated place. Adrian's memories were fleeting. He looked at other people and said categorically, this is our mission, to find Dr. Manhattan, no matter where he is. Mentalnovel.com. That enthusiasm for providing information. Citizen, Mr. Adrian Witt, do you have any rewards? A slightly abrupt voice suddenly sounded inside the base. Pharaoh reacted immediately, grabbing the screwdriver from the puppet's hand, and then flew out. For the upcoming mission, he only sent out 3 invitations. Rorschach 2, puppets and pantomimes. Therefore, any stranger that appears is a dangerous existence. The screwdriver filled with powerful force brings out the whistling wind, enough to penetrate the flesh and blood. What happened next was beyond Adrian's expectation. The screwdriver with oil and dust seemed to lose its kinetic energy and float in the air. Is only a few centimeters away from the target's head. This is how you say hello. It's really novel, the target person said softly with a smile. He didn't do anything. The screwdriver floating in the air automatically disintegrated and disappeared. Dr. Manhattan, the man wearing the Rorschach mask, exclaimed. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 417. Omniscient, omnipotent decomposed substances. Rorschach 2 clearly remembers that he once saw on a TV show that Dr. Manhattan turned a tank into atomic dust. The military at that time vigorously promoted this human being who became a because of an accident, and even said the classic famous saying, God exists, and he is American. But soon, he realized something was wrong. There is no soft blue light, nor a bald head, and I am wearing clothes. This is totally inconsistent with the external image of Dr. Manhattan. I'm sorry, you confessed to the wrong person. Luke shook his head. He is not the exhibitionist who likes to walk the birds. After he collected enough information, he began to look for the whereabouts of the pharaoh. Entered the cell of the police station from Rorschach 2, rescued the puppets and pantomime, and then entered the secret base of the sewer. Luke caught everything in his eyes, and followed all the way here. After Dr. Manhattan left the Watchmen universe, the only person in the world worth seeing in person is probably Adrian Witt. If you want Luke to choose a suitable helper to deal with the spicy blue man who is walking the bird on Mars, Pharaoh is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He knows Dr. Manhattan too well, and even discovered a place where he can use it from a god who has no weaknesses at all. The human nature that is disappearing day by day. The feelings that are getting more and more indifferent. Adrian is the first person who noticed this besides the laughter. Dr. Manhattan once witnessed the laughter shooting and killing a pregnant woman. He could stop it, but he didn't. President Nixon asked him to participate in the war. He could refuse, but he did not. Because Dr. Manhattan can foresee the future, the time interval has no effect on him. His thinking can appear in the past and the future at the same time, just like walking freely in an empty room. Therefore, in the eyes of Dr. Manhattan, everything that happens is a long-destined trajectory. He just observes, but doesn't take the initiative to intervene. Pharaoh took advantage of this and completed his plan. Even if Dr. Manhattan knew everything, his absolutely calm and rational thinking told him that Adrian was right. Therefore, he chose to kill Rorschach, who might cause the outbreak of war and increase the variables. But he let go of the Pharaoh who caused a massacre and put himself on his back. Because in Dr. Manhattan's thinking, human anger, hatred, and spurning have no effect on oneself. He only felt that the earth was too complicated and wanted to leave. And this was exactly what Adrian expected to see. "Who are you?" Pharaoh's complexion was slightly dignified. Luke showed a terrifying ability different from ordinary people. This reminds him of Dr. Manhattan, just like Rorschach too. "Can't you guess the smartest person in the world?" Luke smiled. He used space teleportation to appear suddenly, and then disassembled the screwdriver that had attacked. Through the performance ability, initially shocked the Pharaoh. In this world, apart from Dr. Manhattan, there is no real superpower. The first batch of drag heroes consisted of a group of police officers with a strong sense of justice. They found that the law alone cannot give those criminals the sanctions they deserve, and the other party can still get away with it by hiring a lawyer or other means. So, the police put on masks and fancy clothes after get off work to punish the villains by themselves. With the exposure of newspapers, these drag heroes aroused people's interest. Everyone likes to talk about their behavior and clothing, and the police and the government also expressed their praise and encouragement. In that era when the law and order were more chaotic and weak, the appearance of drag heroes was something everyone would like to see. This group of people later formed a group called Minuteman, with members including Metropolitan Captain, First Generation Night Owl, Laughing Craftsman, First Generation Silk Soul, Black Silhouette, 100 Yuan Bills, etc. But their fate was not so good. Some were sent to nursing homes because of alcoholism, some were shot and killed by conservative homophobic groups, some became government agents and did some dirty work, some retired and opened a garage. Of course, the most unlucky thing is the 100 yuan bill that was snatched by the culprits after being caught in the cloak by the revolving door. He once asked a group of cross-dressing heroes to have heated discussions about whether the uniform should have a cloak, and whether the cloak would affect the battle. Later, after the militia was disbanded, a new generation of characters appeared one after another, including Dr. Manhattan, Rorschach, Pharaoh, the second generation of Night Owl and the second generation of Silk Soul. This is the evolutionary history of the heroes of the Warden universe. They are essentially a group of vigilantes without superpowers. The opponents faced were only gang leaders, vicious bandits, and murderers. Is not like the superhero on the set next door, who can fly into the sky and escape, and do everything. I don't know how to guess the profit. How can I guess it? Adrian keeps a smile on the surface, but in fact his brain runs at high speed, making various guesses. Smart people always think a lot, and the more they don't give an answer, the more they can make up their minds. Well, who am I and where do I come from? These questions are actually not important. Luke spread his hands out, showing a friendly gesture. The criminal couple, the marionette and the pantomime, took 2 steps back. They felt a dangerous breath similar to Dr. Manhattan from this man. Anyway, it's an existence that can't be offended. The important thing is that I can help you by providing news about Dr. Manhattan, Luke said with a smile. This made Pharaoh's pupils shrink slightly, and he got some useful information from it. Have you seen Joe? Adrian asked tentatively. I have seen it, Luke answered truthfully. Where is it? Pharaoh then asked. Mars. Luke had a kind tone and said casually, frankly speaking, I have a personal grudge with Dr. Manhattan. He gave me a one-way ticket for a holiday. I must respond to this gift. Adrian's mouth twitched, sounding like an enemy. Becoming an opponent with Dr. Manhattan, and still alive, this is a manifestation of strength. At least as far as the Pharaoh saw, those guys who tried to attack and resist when Dr. Manhattan was fighting crime had only one end. That is, the flesh and blood suddenly exploded, turning into a pool of sticky tomato sauce. Before designing the opponent, Adrian also made such preparations. But Dr. Manhattan recognized his point of view, and instead of doing anything, he chose to leave alone. So, what do you plan to do? Pharaoh is very good at restraining his thoughts and emotional fluctuations. He understands the way of dealing with such a strong person. One word, frank. The reason why he was able to hide from Dr. Manhattan, secretly set up next steps, is because he never lied when chatting or asking questions. Dr. Manhattan can always spot the abnormal heartbeat of the Pharaoh, the slight change in his expression, or read his thoughts even though the other party has never done that before. But Adrian has to take this into consideration. Every time he faces Dr. Manhattan, he uses honesty, the art of language, and even constantly hypnotizes himself so that the other party does not notice the problem. I want to leave this universe. Luke looked at Pharaoh, the self-proclaimed smartest man in the world. His heartbeat was steady, his breathing was gentle, and his face had a cautious expression, but this was just a disguise. In the opponent's head, he must be thinking about his own plan. Leave the universe? Adrian hesitated. Yes. Isn't this modified night owl airship the tool you prepared to track down Dr. Manhattan? Exclamation mark. Luke Yang pulled off the dust-proof cloth, and suddenly created a choking dust.untilnovel.com so that everyone else covered their faces and coughed. Am I wrong? Pharaoh shook his head. He did fully prepare to find the god of the Watcher universe. But why would the other party know? For a while, Adrian's thoughts were confused, and he thought a lot. But before we leave, we still have some time to talk. Luke, who was completely dominant, snapped his fingers softly, and the puppets and pantomimes inside the base, as well as Rorschach too, were instantly teleported out. In the messy space, he and Pharaoh are the only ones left. What are you talking about? Adrian held his breath and calmed himself. Let's start with your cancer that doesn't exist. Luke floated the first chip. Do you know this too? Pharaoh's face finally changed. He once again experienced the feeling of facing Dr. Manhattan. Know everything, omnipotence. There is no secret at all. Could it be that the departure of one god caused another god to appear? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 418. Mr. Witt, I have a plan. There is a malignant glioma growing on the frontal lobe. This is a lie. You lied to the guy wearing the Rorschach mask, right? The chandelier above Luke's head, because of the air current caused by the transmission of space, swayed constantly, illuminating his face half bright and half dark. Because of the disparity in power and information between the two sides, Luke firmly grasped the rhythm of the conversation, and the Pharaoh fell into a passive state. It is true. I deceived Reggie. He is a poor boy and only sees what he wants to see. Adrian has no psychological burden or guilt. I caused the New York massacre, which caused his parents to die in that disaster, and also caused him to be sent to a nursing home because of mental disorders, auditory and visual hallucinations. I am the person he should hate most. Luke raised his eyebrows. He knew the true identity of Rorschach too. Reggie Lang, a black man, the son of a psychologist. His father once gave Rorschach an ink test. This is a well-known projection personality test, which uses abstract images to reflect the subconscious mind of the subject. The doctor hopes to heal this criminal who has serious violent tendencies by exploring the heart of the other party. But he failed. Not only did he fail to break through Rorschach's psychological defense, he was shattered by the other side's beautiful fantasy. He shouldn't wear that mask. There may be only one Rorschach in the world. It is not realistic to want to be the second, Luke said lightly. He knows about Rorschach's past. The other party's real name is Walter Kovacs, the son of a prostitute, and he has suffered all kinds of bullying and insults since he was a child. Kovacs was not a steadfast fighter of justice from the beginning. The story starts with a kidnapping case, when he had just become a drag fighter, codenamed Rorschach. It happened that a 6-year-old girl named Blair Roche disappeared, and Rorschach was responsible for tracing the whereabouts. He has always been the most radical and violent one in the militia organization. Treats criminals without mercy, often even Yixiao who teamed up with him can't bear it. But at the time, Rorschach was still very young, at most interrupted those guys a few bones, and then sent to prison. On that dark night, he found clues and broke into the kidnapper's home, but he could not find the girl. Only a pile of burned clothing and bloodstains on the counter. There are 2 big dogs in the yard. They are fighting for a young leg bone. Rorschach can see clearly. There are still red shoes hanging on it. He guessed what happened, and killed the 2 dogs in anger, then threw the bodies in the prisoner's house, waiting for the other party to come back. After half an hour, Rorschach used the butcher knife on the counter to chop the bastard's head into several pieces. According to the rules of a drag hero, he can't actually do this. He should be arrested first, then sent to prison and handed over to the law for trial. This is the formal process. But Rorschach didn't. The real tragedy before him made him understand the world and the dark side of human nature. Mortals deserve to be punished, but beasts have only a dead end. From then on, Walter Kovacs died, leaving only Rorschach, who would never compromise and be merciless. Rorschach. It will be difficult for someone like him to appear in the future. Pharaoh was a little sigh. He admired people who could stand his ground. In the new generation of militia organizations, Aradon is more concerned about Laughing Carpenter and Rorschach. Yixiao and Silk Soul are too weak. People like them can't change anything, they can only follow the crowd. Gigi is a fragile person. What he wants to see most is that I regret my mistakes. Adrian has become accustomed to Luke's omniscience, and the conversation has gradually entered an unusually harmonious atmosphere. So, after he found me, I said that I had cancer, and I showed despair, decadence, and even regret in front of him. This is far better than the villain in the story. It's easier to be shot to death by him. Vengeance pays attention to psychological feedback. If the enemy is easily wiped out, there will be no pleasure. A successful businessman who used to be aloof, a famous cross-dressing hero, is now accused by thousands of people, and countless people are scolded, and he is seriously ill. He will soon die, and he is always living in regret and pain. This is Reggie, the script I want to see. Since he desires such a strong emotion, then I will satisfy him. Luke patted his palms, a smile on his face. I have to say that the Pharaoh's acting skills are really superb, and he deserves to have an Oscar statuette. Deserves to be a deceiver. You know, it's not just Rorschach to Reggie Lang. String puppets and pantomimes, including the government that issued the wanted warrant, they all thought Adrian Witt was really going to die. If he doesn't have supervision and can see through the skull of Pharaoh, maybe Luke will be fooled by him. Reggie is one of your chess pieces. What about string puppets and pantomimes? Luke bent over and touched the red links. He felt a familiar energy. The breath of Dr. Manhattan. This pet is very weird. They appeared in Joe's life in the past. I can use this to remind him who I am. Pharaoh was sitting on the edge of the console, and it was an hour and a half before the 2 countries fired nuclear bombs. He needs to start the Night Owl airship, leave this place, and look for Dr. Manhattan. Then why don't you bring Silk Soul to Lori? Luke continued to pet the red lynx named Bubastis, a hybrid creature created by the Pharaoh using genetic technology. The other party's original intention was to create an alien race that fits the plan, but he created a special pet. Whenever and wherever, seeing an ex-girlfriend is always not something to be happy about. Adrian shrugged. Although Dr. Manhattan does not necessarily care about human feelings, such as cheating, betrayal, and cuckold, any person or thing that may cause variables should be avoided. A man who is driven by his inner morality, forgives the murderer who caused the death of his parents, and is willing to help him at the end of his life. Save the wrong tool man. A couple of criminals who can remind Dr. Manhattan of the past. Nice match. Then, here comes the problem. Luke's mouth curled up. He looked at the Pharaoh and asked, how do you find him? Each creature has a unique eigenfield, which is a quantum fingerprint composed of the 4 basic forces of nature. Adrian seems to be confident. Joe's eigenfield has disappeared twice. The first time was the experimental accident that caused Dr. Manhattan, and the other time, it was caused by me. Luke nodded. The Pharaoh wanted to replicate the experimental accident that happened before and kill Dr. Manhattan with the intrinsic field generator. As a result, the latter learned to reorganize his body a long time ago and did not suffer any harm. After that failure, I conducted more in-depth research on Joe, and later discovered that his blue body surface was actually caused by the dissipation of electrons in the body. And these electrons left a trace that can be traced. Adrian talked eloquently, telling all his plans. I modified the Yixiao airship to withstand quantum tunneling, and then follow the traces left by Joe to find him. Luke couldn't help but complimented, and said with a smile, nice plan. According to the original plot, the Pharaoh succeeded in finding Dr. Manhattan, but he failed to persuade him to return to the Watchman universe and continue to play the role of God. Then, Mr. Adrian Witt, I also have a plan. Do you want to hear it? You said, can you stop this war that destroys mankind? Pharaoh looked at Luke with a skeptical look. He asked, half of it was a temptation, wanting to get more information, is a real reaction, not believing that the other party can do it. Prevent the outbreak of a nuclear war between the two powers by oneself. Unless Luke has the infinite power comparable to Dr. Manhattan, it will be impossible to accomplish it. Although the opponent has shown material decomposition, space transmission and other similar abilities, this is far from enough. Adrian is not one of the people in the world who has studied the Manhattan Doctor the most. He was once instructed by the Pentagon to replicate the energy composition of the Blue Man with scientific methods. Although it was not completely successful, I probably understand how powerful Dr. Manhattan is. That is desperate, invincible force. Did you know, Mr. Anonymous, Joe once told me that he can walk on the surface of the sun, travel in space, and transform the planet. There was a sneer at the corner of Pharaoh's mouth, and he deliberately made a contemptuous expression to see if he could arouse the emotions of this unknown person. But he was disappointed, and the other party was indifferent, without the slightest irritation. Maybe you won't believe it, Mr. Witt, I happen to have the experience of going deep into the core of the sun. That's no big deal. Luke shrugged and chuckled. Not long ago, he and the sentry let go of their hands and feet, and when they fought with all their strength, they fell into the sun together. This is also considered to have been through the stars, not much worse than Dr. Manhattan. Mr. Witt, we still have 1 hour and 20 minutes. Luke continued to apply pressure and said further, if you accept the terms and are willing to cooperate, I can resolve the nuclear bomb that is about to launch in less than 40 minutes. The Pharaoh rarely hesitated. He could not tell whether what Luke said was true or false. You only need this night owl airship. Adrian is very puzzled. If the other party is to leave the universe, then with his strength, he doesn't need to negotiate terms with himself. Plus the trace left by Dr. Manhattan, that is the coordinate. Luke added, according to the original plot, Pharaoh travels to the time and space of the main universe and first meets Lex Luthor. This is jokingly called the meeting of the two smartest men in the world. Then, Batman was designed, and the Dark Knight of Gotham was smashed. But all of this is meaningless. Dr. Manhattan has a keen interest in the changes in the main universe and the existence of Superman. The Blue Man was making an unprecedented observation and would not heed Pharaoh's persuasion at all. I need to go back and settle an account with Dr. Manhattan. Luke clearly stated the purpose. The reason why he didn't use force to take it is because a smart person like Pharaoh understands how to choose. Besides, what can be done in the form of transactions? Why do you have to shake your fists? As a supreme mage, negotiating terms is his basic skill. It's not too late to raise the table when you can't agree. Also, Luke needs Adrian Witt, which is the best piece to deal with Dr. Manhattan. Then I want to know, Mr. Anonymous, how do you plan to stop the war? Russia has a total of 3,530 nuclear bombs. Even if only a third of them are fired, it is enough to turn the North American continent into a piece of scorched earth. Pharaoh directly expressed his inner doubts, and he hoped that Luke could give a reasonable answer. This does not include the nuclear strike plan customized by the Pentagon. I guess the United States will launch at least 1,000 nuclear bombs into Russia. This is a confrontation between the East and West camps, and mortals can do nothing at all. If the situation were not so bad, Adrian would not have the crazy idea of getting Dr. Manhattan back. The smartest person in the world, facing the final moment of the doomsday clock, deeply felt his own powerlessness. First of all, I will intercept all nuclear bombs launched by Russia and the United States within 10 minutes. Luke used an understatement, talking about tasks that normal people simply couldn't accomplish. Then, fly to the Kremlin or the White House, and spend 15 minutes persuading the presidents of the two countries. To tell you the truth, I am a pacifist. I have persuaded many conspirators and careerists who tried to rule the world and set off wars. Therefore, the two presidents, they will be influenced by me and let go of each other's prejudices. Everything was solved satisfactorily. Are you satisfied with this answer, Mr. Witt? Even though the city was as deep as the Pharaoh, he couldn't help but be shocked by Luke's perfect plan. He opened his mouth slightly, and asked in disbelief, "It's that simple?" "It's that simple." Luke curled his lips, as if for him, this was just a small problem that he could solve easily. Intercept the nuclear bomb, and the president of the country. 40 minutes. Adrian was a little sluggish, unable to turn his mind. If it weren't for Luke's words, I'm afraid he would treat him like a madman. Trust me, Mr. Witt, I am absolutely experienced in how to act as the third pole of the world and demonstrate force. Facing Luke's vowed guarantee, the Pharaoh didn't know how to answer the call. This man is either an unreasonable lunatic, or a who descended into the world. It seems you still can't believe it. Barren cognition limits your imagination. Luke looked up at the time, and the round clock hung inside the secret base made a ticking sound. The second hand is beating from grid to grid, and time slowly goes by. In order to show my sincerity, I don't mind prepaying a little fun first. Snapped. Luke snapped his fingers, and the space vibrated slightly, wrapping him away from the secret base where he left the sewer. Pharaoh sat blankly on the spot, his hands trembling slightly. Is not scared of Luke's teleportation. www.mentalnovel.com. Such a special ability is space teleportation, but an excitement that cannot be contained in my heart. Could it be said that mankind has more than one god? Adrian stared at the round clock hanging on the wall, his body motionless, as if expecting something. 10 minutes later, Luke returned to the secret base on time. It's done. The young man seemed to run to a high-end restaurant, ate and drank, showing a lazy feeling. The Pharaoh sitting opposite him twitched his nose and smelled a faint smell of gunpowder smoke. You intercepted all the nuclear bombs of the United States and Russia? How did you do it? Adrian stood up and quickly turned on the monitor array that was connected to the outside TV and radio. Various kinds of information flooded into my ears. As Luke said, the nuclear bomb that was launched into the sky disappeared before it left the country. Even the strong light and aftermath of the explosion did not appear. It's just an appetizer. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Now, let's go back to the negotiation of the deal. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 419, The Game of Time and Space. Upstream and downstream, a huge crisis that destroyed the world. It ended in this way. At the moment when the doomsday clock was approaching zero, it seemed to be pressed firmly by a big hand and stopped turning. The nuclear bomb that lifted off disappeared and was not detonated, which caused the US and Russian authorities to panic. Is like a supernatural event that happened suddenly. It is very unusual. How hot are my nuclear bombs? They were all launched obviously. Why are they missing? The intelligence agencies of various countries continuously slowed down the video images captured by the satellite, looking for clues frame by frame, and finally found a blurry figure. Will it be Dr. Manhattan? After the two presidents got the news, they couldn't help but have the same association. The god who left the earth and disappeared for a long time. He is back. The heads of countries, blinded by the enthusiasm of war, by the interests and greed, seemed to be poured cold water on their heads, and calmed down instantly. The humans have stopped. They are standing on the edge of the cliff and will not take the last step for the time being. Luke returned to the secret base, and all the nuclear bombs lifted off were collected into the world of the underworld. He has obtained nearly a third of the nuclear weapons reserves of the United States and Russia out of thin air, which is a windfall. If there is a chance in the future, it can be used to wash the floor. Thousands of nuclear warheads were thrown out at one time, and the effect must be outstanding. You really did it? The pharaoh couldn't believe it, but the information transmitted on the screens of the monitor array made him have to accept this fact. It's just stopping a nuclear war. It's no big deal. Luke looked calm, as if he had just done a trivial thing. If he intends to show off his record, he once helped the Avengers defeat Thanos, reverse the future with a snap of his fingers, crush Mephisto in hell, win the title of the Supreme Mage battle, and then save the 9 realms and kill the serpent. Compared to the above-mentioned things, what is a world war between the East and West camps? This is not permanent, Mr. Adrian Witt. Luke chuckled in a low voice and said softly, for complex creatures like humans, don't think about eliminating the inferiority in them. That is something that even God can't do. He once brought down the flood of destruction to cleanse the unrighteous, but in the end, greed, ambition, selfish desire still grow arbitrarily on this land. Adrian's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. He is a combination of Lex Luthor plus Batman, with excessive narcissism and arrogance, as well as the matching brain and executive power. With the deep-seated savior plot, it is impossible to be shaken by a few words. Return to the topic, the Night Owl airship, and the coordinate data for tracking Dr. Manhattan. I want these. Luke stretched out his hands, indicating that it was time to ask for compensation. Dr. Manhattan underestimated the pharaoh's wisdom and action, thinking that everything would be fine if he exiled himself to the Watcher universe. If I didn't guess wrong, Mr. Anonymous, you didn't come here voluntarily, right? Pharaoh did not move. As a wise man, he was keenly aware of some useful information through previous conversations. That's right. Luke admitted frankly that it was not a shame to be put on by Dr. Manhattan. Even though Metron, who is stronger than the new Protoss, sitting on the Mobius chair built by the Anti-Monitor, he was still directly obliterated by the Blue Man. If it weren't for the superhuman body and the 10th metal to blend together, it would have a trace of the origin of the universe. Maybe Dr. Manhattan will take a more crude and direct solution to his biggest variable. Then even if you return to the main universe where Joe is, you may not be able to fight him. Adrian pointed out the key point, that is, how Superman at this stage should defeat Dr. Manhattan. Unless you get Superman thinking, or the top template of Superman golden. Otherwise, it is difficult to cause a fatal threat to the Blue Man. I have my own plan. The corner of Luke's mouth turned up, and he could understand the meaning of Pharaoh's words. Smart people are always unwilling to be lonely, when they learn that there is a broader space outside of the Watchman universe. The world is so big, Adrian naturally wants to see it. Regretfully, I can't satisfy the other party's thoughts for the time being. If you want to participate in this game, you may be disappointed. Luke looked at the huge array of monitors behind the pharaoh, and the news of various countries showed a turbulent and chaotic situation. Although the war is temporarily stopped, the flames of violence that can grow stronger are burning and destroying everything. This world needs a leader to find the right direction. First of all, I have no plans to face Dr. Manhattan directly. Luke stretched out a finger and said with a smile, "The blue man is observing the fully restarted New 52. No matter if he appears in any parallel universe or any timeline, he will be immediately noticed by the other party. Dr. Manhattan is based on the upper reaches of time and space. As long as he is willing, he can easily delete his own existence by rewriting the timeline. Even if Luke can escape, he will always be in a passive position. It is very unwise to compare one's own weaknesses with the opponent's strengths. So Luke's plan is to determine the coordinates of the main universe by tracing the traces of Dr. Manhattan, and then land to restart time and space before the flashpoint. Because of his appearance, a new branch will be generated from the originally fixed timeline. It's like two forks on the same road, and they all point to the same end in the end." Luke calmly said with a relaxed smile, "I am in the downstream of time and space." He is standing upstream. After a long journey, we will meet sooner or later. Frankly speaking, I look forward to what Dr. Manhattan will look like when he discovers that everything he observes becomes an illusory bubble. Pharaoh's heart shuddered, and he put away his thoughts that he wanted to continue negotiating terms. Intuition tells him that he might end up badly if he makes an inch. This Mr. Anonymous, like Dr. Manhattan, would not tolerate his various behaviors out of rational and calm thinking. "But, Mr. Adrian Witt, would you like to think about it and join my camp?" Luke turned around and threw his second chip. He opened his palms, and a gleaming light ring of will appeared. The bright green light illuminates the inside of the secret base, like a beautiful emerald. "This world will need a second god, but I'm not interested in playing such a role." At this time, Luke looks like a demon that bewitches people's hearts, tempting his way. Who can be more suitable than you? A natural villain who can sacrifice their small part and save the most without any psychological burden. Novel.com. A natural villain who has no pity in his heart, let alone weak and cruelty king. This ring can make you a god from a mortal. It doesn't require you to pay too much, Mr. Witt. Adrian's gaze is firmly locked on the ring of will lamp. It is like a top-quality emerald gem, which makes people unable to move their eyes. Luke smiled. Even if he is the smartest person in the world, he may not be able to resist the strong temptation brought by the new power. It's like Lex Luke, who researches Superman, trying to steal each other's power. Wisdom and force cannot be both. The smarter the person, the stronger he wants to be. He released his hand, and the lamp ring that originally belonged to Sinisto floated gently in the air. Then, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the handsome face of the pharaoh. Wisdom life has been locked. Adrian Witt from the universe. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 420 Kansas Farms. A new start. It has been half a month since the nuclear war that almost dragged the human world into the abyss. The disappearing nuclear warheads have become the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world, and no one knows where they have gone. When the East and West camps announced the truce, a guy who claimed to be the Emerald Knight appeared in the Kremlin and the White House and had a conversation with the presidents of the two countries for several hours. According to the information provided by the intelligence department, this person is covered with emerald green energy armor. Conventional weapons have no effect on him, and he has shown extremely powerful combat effectiveness. The special service team in charge of security work, in front of the Emerald Knights, they fell directly without even having room to fight back. Mr. President, I'm here to negotiate terms. The pharaoh who put on the lamp ring of Sinisto used the lines written by Luke as his opening remarks. Although he didn't know, why did the other party emphasize this sentence? Is there any deep meaning in it? As Luke said, The triangle is the most stable structure. When the world appeared at the third pole, he was neither American nor Russian. At this time, part of the conflict will shift, part of the conflict will shrink, and then enter a delicate balance. Why did the militia disband? When talking to the president, Adrian remembered Luke's question. The militia is a cross-dressing hero organization. It has been sought after by the public, and it is the best helper of the police and the government. But as there were more and more volunteers, the police department fell into a weak position. The New York City government even rejected the police's request for a salary increase several times, thinking it was unnecessary. The media and the general public also feel that since there are heroes in cross-dressing, there is no longer a need for police to maintain public order. They will only arrive late after the problem is solved, and deal with the scene. There is no way that they can be as efficient as the popular police fighting criminals. So, the backlog of dissatisfaction turned into anger of being treated unequally. Many police officers united and staged a general strike, which led to a shutdown of society and even greater riots. People took to the streets, holding up slogans like "Who will restrain the cross-dressing heroes and get out of the righteous police?" The subsequent successful re-election of Nixon prompted Congress to pass the Keene Act. Drag heroes either work for the government or choose to retire. There are only two ways. The militia then disbanded, and the relay watchman did not play a role. The reason for this situation is precisely because the drag heroes in this world are mortals except Dr. Manhattan. They can only be supervised and cannot resist. Even Rorschach, who never compromises, can only be transferred underground by the righteous police on the face. Luke asked this question to remind the Pharaoh. Today is different. He is already the Emerald Knight, an existence that can ignore the government and act as a righteous policeman. If you don't have enough power, you will be restrained. The world government on the next studio, even if the Sky Eye Club is formed, cannot give orders to the Justice League. Although the Marvel Universe introduced a superhero registration bill, the Avengers also broke out in civil war. But government control has never been realized in a real sense. In the final analysis, there are many superheroes, and they have the power to resist. I am the Emerald Knight. The Pharaoh who left the White House flew up high and saw Luke standing in the clouds. The dark red cloak fluttered like a banner. The latter smiled and said softly, "Times should have changed, Werther. Even if Dr. Manhattan will not come back, you can become the god of this world." He successfully confuses the Pharaoh and tells him to sign the devil's contract. Used a lamp ring of will as a price to obtain the ownership of the soul. This is like playing a card game. Luke loves all kinds of high-quality villains. Compared to superheroes, they are more capable of doing things. Pharaoh is just the first test card he got, and there are better ones later. "When will you leave?" Adrian said with complicated eyes. He is an arrogant person and likes to dominate everything. In front of Luke, the Pharaoh, who often compares himself with Alexander the Great, has lost that confidence, is so anxious to urge me to leave. That's right, there is only one God, so I can get the worship of the public. Luke's mouth curled up and said jokingly, he didn't think it would be a loss-making business to give a will lamp ring to Adrian Witt. As the person who knows Dr. Manhattan best, the Pharaoh can always play his role. Sooner or later, you will get bored too. At that time, I don't mind opening the door to the wider universe, Luke predicted. The Pharaoh has given him the modified Night Xiao airship, as well as the coordinate data for tracking the energy of Dr. Manhattan. Among them, it also includes the red links that was created through genetic modification technology. It has Dr. Manhattan's energy remaining in it, which has other uses. Goodbye, Witt. Luke waved his hand. He didn't intend to stay in the Warden universe for long. This is a devastated, nearly broken world. The magnificent karma of getting rid of chaos anyway. Leave it to the Pharaoh to do it. By the way, remember to leave the puppets and pantomimes. Just as they are useful to you, they are also useful to me. Luke said this before leaving. Adrian's eyes flashed in the emerald energy armor. This guy really knows everything. He looked down at the earth, then looked at the shining ring in his right hand. Pharaoh Adrian Witt has died of cancer. Only now, Emerald Night. A few days later, Luke did not tell anyone that he took the Night Owl airship alone for quantum tunneling. The entire cockpit made a buzzing sound, as if it would disintegrate at any time. The automatic navigation route has been modified by him, is no longer the timeline where Dr. Manhattan is located, but the earlier time and space before the flashpoint occurred. The dazzling light swallowed everything. Luke couldn't help squinting his eyes, and the Night Owl airship he was riding in seemed to be caught in a whirlpool, turning and rolling constantly. If you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid that this violent bump will spit out all the food residue left in the stomach! The Night Owl airship, which looked rather old in appearance, seemed to hit a hard wall. It pushed forward hard, squeezing away the thick obstacle. The metal shell rubbed bright sparks, like a meteorite falling rapidly. Meow. The red lynx lying on Luke's lap, like a cat with exploded fur, wagging its tail anxiously. It's okay, it's almost there. Luke stroked the soft hair with his palm, like a cat, slowly calming down the manic red lynx. The Night Owl airship is like a wrecked plane, with a conspicuous flame, quickly passing through the atmosphere. Boom. Passing by Luke, he kept slowing down. MTLnovel.com. The falling inertia still made the Xiao airship hit the ground hard, making an amazing loud noise. When Adrian Witt transformed this airship, did he not consider adding an emergency landing function? Luke coughed twice and hugged the red lynx, forcibly opened the twisted hatch, and walked out unharmed. Crackling sparks flickered, and choking smoke billowed up. Luke looked at the Night Owl airship, which had an unsuccessful landing, and it smashed into a big hole. The soil around was blackened, as if it had been burned by fire. Someone is here. Luke moved his ears and heard footsteps in the distance. He glanced around. There were large cornfields and wheat fields nearby. Looks like a farm. It was a really unpleasant journey. Luke opened the world of the underworld, took in the Night Owl airship that was on the verge of being scrapped, and then soared into the sky and disappeared in place, overlooking the earth, magnifying the senses. A few seconds later, he finally determined where he would descend. Here is Kansas. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 421. Town Boy, Next Door Neighbor, Kent Farm, Kansas. At only 17 years old, the underage Clark Kent opened his eyes from the bed. The warm sun shines on the face. It is another beautiful day. He turned over and sat up and ran to the window. Shoo! Pull open the gauze curtain. Clark stretched his waist while thinking about the upcoming sports meet in school. He put on his clothes, walked to the floor mirror, and sorted his clothes. What appeared inside was a tall boy with black hair and a bunch of curly hair. Clark, you are going to be late. A gentle female voice came from downstairs. It was his mother. Coming. Clark stepped on the stairs and quickly descended to the living room, reached out and opened the refrigerator, picked up a bottle of milk, and poured it down. I have a class tonight, and you two will do the dinner by yourself. Remember, pizza is not allowed. Mrs. Kent cleaned up the tabletop, leaving only a portion of mashed potatoes, vegetable salad and pork chops. Clark stuck out his tongue. It seemed that his mother had discovered the secret of some pizza with his father. Mrs. Kent refused any fast food, and firmly believed that it was junk food. This may be related to her previous experience of working in a fast food restaurant. After lunch, Clark took out a note from his backpack. It was a permit to join the school football team. If you want to join the team, you need the parent's signature to get the teacher's permission. After all, rugby is a collision sport, and the risk of injury is also high. Dad, I want to play rugby, Clark said in a low voice as if to do something bad. He handed the permit slip to his father, hoping that the other party was in a good mood and could sign a favor. Sorry, I can't let you go, Clark. Jonathan Kent, Clark's father, scratched his hair, and after a glance with his wife, he shook his head and refused. Why? Clark looked disappointed and asked loudly. This is not the first time. When he wanted to sign up for the baseball team when he was young, he didn't get his parents' consent. Later sports, such as football and basketball, have no place in them. This made Clark in school, often called a nerd by his classmates. Although he is good at homework, he is liked by the teacher. But he never participates in after-school activities, and he has a lot of discussion, and he doesn't have many friends. You know why. Clark. Jonathan Kent has a complicated look. His son has been different since he was a child. When was 8 years old, he could lift the Jeep parked in the yard. If you encounter something angry, you can even squeeze the steel with your hands. Jonathan clearly remembers that once Clark accidentally fell into a grain harvesting machine. It was supposed to be a tragedy. Can wait until he stops in a hurry, ran over to take a look, and found that his son is safe and sound. On the contrary, the machine was stuck, and the cutting blade was twisted and deformed, as if it hit some hard object. Later, Clark grew up a bit, and he showed more and more extraordinary things in his body. This made Jonathan worried for a while, fearing that his son's super abilities would be discovered by others and regarded as a freak. The reason why he had such thoughts was because Clark was not the flesh and blood of himself and his wife. More than 10 years ago, a baby in swaddling clothes fell to Kent Farm in a spaceship, and brought a meteor shower that almost destroyed the town. By the way, that was the second time Kansas discovered something similar, and there was another time before. A huge crater appeared in the cornfield of Kent Farm, which was the scene of a suspected meteorite impact. The police who came to investigate afterwards did not have any remaining debris. This has also become a mystery in the small town, giving birth to rumors similar to aliens descending on the earth. I will restrain myself, Dad. Cut the speed by half and never run into anyone. Clark also tried to persuade his parents, but he still failed to achieve his goal. So he could only take up his backpack and walk out of the house with a sense of disappointment. The most unlucky thing is that the school bus that he was supposed to get on has drove away, raising a lot of smoke and dust. Did Clark not catch the car? I don't mind taking you for a ride. The sound of car horns brought the frustrated Clark back to reality, and a young man wearing sunglasses greeted him. The other party was sitting on a yellow Chevrolet Camaro with a cool exterior, full of confidence that belongs to a successful person. Mr. Cavill. Clark is a little embarrassed. The young man lives next to the Kent Farm and is considered a neighbor. He heard from his father that Mr. Cavill is a young and rich man in the metropolis. He has a successful career and often appears on TV news. I said, "Just call me Luke." The young man snapped his fingers and said kindly, "I am not much older than you. Come up quickly, otherwise you will be late." Clark hesitated, then opened the door and sat in. Cavill first. Luke, are you going back to the town for a holiday? This sunny boy took the initiative to find a topic, and the other party spent most of the time in the metropolis and was busy with business. The luxurious villa in the small town and the large fields nearby are all left vacant. I just finished my business talk with Lex Group, and joined your school's ribbon cutting. By the way, he donated a library. Luke spoke plainly and boringly in a plain tone. This ... You are so enthusiastic. The half sentence after Clark was held in his mouth and turned into a compliment. It's just a trivial thought. Luke waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. He looked at his little cousin Krypton with a hidden gaze. The opponent is also a little better than the Ribs Superman in Flashpoint World. The development of strength, speed and various senses. A rough estimate, it probably stays at the most basic level. Without training, Clark may not even have the ability to fly, but passively absorb the sun's rays. Clark, you don't seem to like sports. Luke's mouth curled up and said softly, I'm the main player of the team at your age. Hearing this, Clark's eyes dimmed. He is destined to have no way to participate in those fierce and passionate sports competitions. Let me ask, if a guy who can lift a jeep with one hand hits his opponent's head, what will happen? I like reading books and studying astronomy. Clark whispered, my house is quite big, and there are a lot of fitness equipment left over, so you can come and sit when you have time. It has been a while since Luke came to this time and space, and he found that he had come to Earth earlier than Superman. So, by accumulating wealth, He bought the agricultural land around Kent Farm and became the neighbor of Clark's father. Then ran to the metropolis, relying on the stock market crash and financial securities to quickly accumulate wealth. No one would hate a generous life, let alone being in a free country where capital is paramount. Banknotes may not be omnipotent pass, but without banknotes it is absolutely impossible. Thank you. Novel.com. Luke drove all the way and arrived at the school. Clark thanked him politely before getting off the car. He doesn't know why. Every time he sees this big, famous young rich man, he always gives himself a kind of intimacy. Clark, don't be too polite with me. Luke waved his hand. He has already flown all over the world, trying to get as much information as possible. At this time, there is no shadow of the Justice League, Gotham's Batman. He may travel around the world now. Superheroes in other cities are also in their developmental stages. The reason why he stayed in this small town in Kansas is not just for his little cousin Krypton. The arrival of Superman brought a mysterious meteorite shower at the same time. Luke even found traces of kryptonite, not only the chlorite that can make Kryptonians weak and incapacitated. Seems to have other functions, and other colors of kryptonite also appear. This is a collection worth collecting. Luke feels he can become the largest collector of kryptonite besides Lex Luthor. In case you smoke a Supermaster template, you can also use it as a snack reserved for entertainment. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 422. The troubles of young Kent are all caused by kryptonite. After Clark got out of the car, he seemed to be the focus, and he felt the curious eyes of many classmates. There are not many rich people in the small town. Although being a farmer in the United States is definitely a good life, it depends on how much land you own. For example, like Mr. Luke Cavell, the famous big landlord in this town. He successively purchased several farms and pastures, which together make up more than 5,000 acres, occupying nearly a third of the agricultural land in the town. The farm mainly grows soybeans, wheat and corn. The ranch has more than 400 cows and 20 bulls, and it also has a company that sells and leases agricultural equipment. To be honest, most farmers in the town depend on Mr. Cavell. In contrast, the scale of the Kent family's farm is a trivial matter. Moreover, in relatively closed and backward small towns, every household prefers off-road pickup trucks with good loading capacity and large volume. Sports cars are not common. Oh my God, Clark, do you have a private shuttle to school now? And it's still such a cool Chevrolet. Clark, who was slightly shy, walked quickly into the school gate, and a girl with short blonde hair patted him on the shoulder and exaggerated. Her name is Chloe, a reporter in the school, obsessed with all kinds of strange talks in small towns, and she is one of the few friends of nerd Clark. I didn't catch the school bus. Luke was kind enough to let me take a ride. Clark explained seriously. Mr. Cavell has always been a celebrity in town. Although he doesn't show up often, he only comes back for a vacation occasionally. However, due to frequent news headlines and sufficient exposure, it has long been a chat for the residents of the small town after dinner. Of course, most of them are focused on those lace scandals. Luke. Hey, my dad will call him Mr. Cavell when he sees him. Chloe curled his lips and stared at his friend, as if he wanted to find something out of it. Intuitively told her that Clark's relationship with the young rich man seemed unusual. Not to mention, after linking them together, Chloe actually felt that they were a little similar in appearance. The same tough silhouette, perfect lines like statues, tall and straight. Good intentions to take you for a ride. Then did he ask you to go to that super luxurious villa? Chloe continued to inquire. Clark, who was holding a stack of books, nodded. The other party did invite him to have time to go to work out together. Then he must have no intentions. Otherwise, why should he be so enthusiastic about you as a nerd? Chloe snorted slightly. You must know that in movies and novels, the young, rich, and handsome rich men are generally villains. How is it possible? What do I have worthy of Luke's attempt? Clark shook his head. showing his disbelief. Kent's property may not be as small as a fraction of the other's bank account. The other party can't always look at yourself, right? Clark's thinking was also distorted, and strange associations were produced. Hey, look, your dream goddess. Without continuing to struggle with Clark about this issue, Chloe slammed into the former's arm and reminded him, "Don't you just walk over to say hello?" Clark followed his gaze and quickly noticed a young girl full of youthfulness, has long brown hair and a nice face, exuding a charming temperament. That is the most beautiful girl in the school, and the goddess that makes him remember Lana. Almost subconsciously, Clark stepped forward and walked towards the opponent like a robot. Chloe, who fell behind, gave a smirk, as if expecting a good show to take place. 5 4 3 2 1 plop. Clark, who looks tall and healthy, has not yet reached Lana's. The whole person seemed to suddenly lose strength. His legs became weak, and he fell to the ground. The stack of books that was holding in his hands also spilled out. The classmates I saw around laughed loudly, making Clark, who fell down, feel ashamed. There is no doubt that this is a shameful thing. The future Superman is just a big boy with strong self-esteem at this time. He doesn't know what to do, let alone how to eliminate embarrassment. Poor Clark. Chloe laughed sympathetically. According to her statistics, as long as Clark was close to Lana, he would be like a baby who hadn't learned to walk. Don't talk about walking unsteadily and falling to the ground. Sometimes, there may even be severe breathing problems. She called it secret love syndrome. Hey, are you all right, Clark? Someone picked up the books that had fallen on the ground and handed them to Clark, who wanted to find a crack in the ground. Luke, how are you? Seeing an acquaintance, Clark temporarily forgot the embarrassment and showed a surprised expression. Participate in the library donation ribbon cutting, I just told you, did you forget? Luke smiled faintly, and behind him stood the principal, the dean of education, and other people. Powerful law makes those students who watch jokes avoid automatically. A swarm of people instantly disperse birds and beasts. My mind is a little messy. Sorry. Clark patted the dust on his body, and as Lana left, the feeling of weakness that filled his whole body seemed to disappear. A pretty girl. Are you interested in her? Luke took advantage of the opportunity to return the book, approaching the past, and said. His face is a little weird, as if he has discovered something interesting. Who is not good for Superman? He has to like the girl with a kryptonite necklace. That's right. This is why Clark suffered from crush love syndrome. The girl named Lanolin has a kryptonite meteorite necklace hanging around her neck. If the two people are really together in the future, Clark will not say that his legs become weak, and the third leg may be weakened. No, no. Clark shook his head again and again, as if he was peeking at a magazine that is not suitable for children and then caught by his parents. An inexplicable sense of shame spread throughout his body. This is the case for teenagers in the secret love period, always reluctant to admit that they like someone, and think that no one knows the secret. It's a pity that he is really not good at lying. His flushed face and the dodging eyes make it easy for people to get the answer. Clark, when I was your age, I was able to catch any young girl with my hands. Luke put on his sunglasses, patted his little cousin on the shoulder, and said inexplicably, "Do you know why?" Clark shook his head. He had zero experience in love. How could he understand the secrets of a single mother and child who had never touched a girl's hands? It's not only because I am funny and handsome, but mainly because I go to school in a sports car from the garage every day. Clark. He said that he had nothing to say. I still have to take the school bus to school at an age. No kidding. See you later, Clark. Luke put aside his interest in molesting his little cousin, and then walked into the school hall surrounded by school leaders. www.mtnovel.com. The Superman of the future is still worried about his unrequited love. But before long, he should be able to learn from his adoptive father Jonathan that he is an alien visitor. When the time comes, it will be the turn of Krypton's cousin to make his debut. Kryptonite necklace. Luke thought of Clark's crush Lana, the necklace she was wearing. The day the Krypton spacecraft fell, It also brought a catastrophic meteorite shower to this small town. It was actually a kryptonite rain. There are kryptonite fragments all over the town. That thing is not only deadly to Superman, but also harmful to ordinary people. Long-term exposure can cause radiation poisoning, change into cancer, and even have a chance to cause abnormal changes in normal people. Sounds like in The Flash, because of the big explosion of the particle accelerator, superpowers appear one after another. As Superman, Clark will soon enter the initial stage of a superhero. Come on, little cousin, Luke spit out. He is not interested in fighting criminals. He trained Clark and collected kryptonite of various colors, by the way. That was his goal. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 423 Car Accident. Meeting with rivals. The inner day course is finally over. After school, Clark sits on the seat of the gymnasium, looking at the football team training on the lawn. The cheerleading team next to it. Just like those in youth movies, the most watched people in the school are always the quarterback and cheerleader of the football team. Lana is the cheerleader, and her boyfriend is the quarterback of the football team. From the perspective of other people in the school, these two people can be said to be incomparably well matched, and it is not possible for Clark to stage a third-party intervention. After all, the nerd and the quarterback are completely unsuspecting competition. Thinking of the embarrassment of the previous fall, Clark was a little depressed and sighed. Impression score has dropped to the bottom. I guess I won't have any chance in the future. Disheartened, he picked up his backpack and left the gym, ready to go home. Thinking of Luke's previous invitation, Clark hesitated to visit the neighbor's house. If it weren't for the opponent to clear the siege today, he might face an even more embarrassing situation. As for fitness, then it's waived. In addition to becoming weak in front of Lana, at other times, he was a little too strong. With the melancholy thoughts unique to young people, Clark walked aimlessly onto a bridge. Watching the setting sun in the distance, he couldn't help stopping. Too many doubts and incomprehensions were accumulated in my heart, which bothered Clark, but at the same time, I couldn't find anyone to talk about it. This is a very bad experience. His parents are always vague about why he possesses superpowers that surpass ordinary people, and they don't want to make it clear. Hide yourself and don't let others discover it. This is the philosophy that my father instilled in him since he was a child. It seems that the power surging in the body is some kind of shameless contraband. Once noticed, it will cause unwarranted trouble. Clark clearly remembers that he was bullied by a bully when he was at school, and that group of people took away their comics and toys. If he wants to, he can punch that guy in the lead into a pool of tomato juice. But Clark didn't, because his father said countless times that he should restrain his inner anger in the face of other people's provocations. Use violence to deal with bullying. This is the wrong choice. Who am I? He lay on the railing of the bridge, with this question reverberating in his mind, without noticing that a Porsche driving at high speed suddenly slipped and lost control and ran into him! A Porsche weighing more than 2 tons directly knocked Clark out of the bridge with the railing of the bridge, fell into the lake below with the people and the car, causing a large splash of water. The strong collision force, coupled with the pressure of falling into the water, made the driver in the driver's seat faint instantly. But Clark was unscathed and he did not appear to have been hit by a sports car head-on. Holding his breath, he tore the roof of the car hard, dragging the drowning man to the shore. Seeing that the other party was unconscious, Clark followed the rescue measures seen on TV, squeezing his chest while giving artificial respiration. 20 minutes later, the police car and ambulance arrived together, appeared with him, and Clark's acquaintance Luke. It's fate. How many times have we met today? Luke couldn't help but smile when he saw Clark with messy hair wearing a red blanket. How will you be here? Clark looked confused. It was a coincidence that Luke could be encountered at the scene of the car accident. Forgot to introduce you, Lex Luthor, my godson. Luke walked up to Clark and said, pointing to the young man who was taking notes, I also want to thank you for saving his life today, otherwise, I can't tell his dad. Lex Luthor. Clark was taken aback for a moment. Does the other party have anything to do with the Metropolitan Lex Group? Lex, how many times have I said, don't look around while driving, let alone speeding, it will make you lose your life. Luke ignored Clark's puzzled expression and scowled. The big boy with the beautiful gold-eared hair doesn't seem to be relieved from the accident. His eyes are a bit hollow. Until Luke appeared, his pale face didn't show a slight gleam. That was an accident, Godfather. Although he looks similar in age, the boy named Lex Luthor still shows respect. In considering whether to tell your father to end your vacation early. Luke showed a little majesty on his face, and when he heard the holiday is over, Lex immediately became behaved. He didn't want to go back to the mansion in the metropolis. Dad was so drunk with his career all the year round that he didn't stay at home for a few days. In addition to facing a bunch of servants every day, I take the girls I know at school for a drive, or study various postures. That kind of life is really boring. Lex loves this small town. Everything looks very novel, without the feasting and hustle and bustle of a big city. Very good. It looks like this, I hope you can keep it up. Luke was quite satisfied when he saw the bald-headed Lex Luthor showing such a well-behaved look, Superman's old enemy in the future. Before he came here, he never dreamed that he would become a celebrity in the villain camp, the godfather of Lex Luthor. This story is a long story, dating back to the time that just came. Luke came so many years earlier than Superman's spacecraft. He could not find the target person. He could only develop steadily and lay a solid foundation. Acquiring wealth is the first step. The ever-changing stock market has become Luke's first pot of gold. Regardless of time and space, there will never be too many fallacies at the nodes of history. Seize the opportunity. Banknotes are like falling from the sky every day. Once the primitive accumulation is completed, it is necessary to enter the stage of purchasing an industry and establishing a business empire. About 7 or 8 years later, Luke abandoned his identity as a mysterious investor on Wall Street and became a young rich man in the metropolis. Businesses such as crude oil extraction, pipeline transportation and road asphalt are involved in many ways and have been very successful. It was at that time that he began to show his face and became the darling of media news. What? Why not invest in the real estate industry? Please, this is a metropolis. Real estate and insurance are simply two minefields. Who knows how many buildings Superman will destroy in a year? Exclamation mark. During that time, Luke met Lex Luthor's father, whose company was in a low period. Out of evil taste, he extended a helping hand to help. Then became the godfather of the other party under the wrong circumstances. Speaking of it, Luke is now Superman's Kryptonian cousin www.mentalnovel.com and Lex Luthor's godfather. How should this complicated relationship develop in the future? Wait, Lex. You said Clark rescued you and implemented emergency measures against you. Does that include artificial respiration? Luke's thoughts suddenly crooked. He was a little regretful. Why didn't he film this scene? Otherwise, Superman and Lex Luthor kissed. Sending this photo to Louise Lane will definitely be the front page of the Daily Planet. The two young men looked at each other when they heard the words, then looked away unnaturally, and the atmosphere seemed to become anxious. Clark felt a little regretful in his heart, but it was his first kiss, which was sent out before Lana. I will be responsible. No, don't get me wrong, I mean, I will be responsible for this car accident. Feeling embarrassed, Lex wanted to find something, but it became darker and darker, and even the eyes of the policeman who was taking a confession changed. Is this an alternative of turning enemies into friends? Luke is sincerely pleased. He totally agrees with this marriage. Fertilizer water does not flow to outsiders' fields. The little cousin and the godson are very close friends. A match made in heaven. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 424 from Mayman to Mo. I got the wrong script. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Godfather, that guy named Clark. Guy, he has a problem. Lex, who returned to the mansion, sat next to the fireplace and said to Luke, who was lying on the sofa, lazily, and not at all dignified by his elders. Although the two had only met once, they did not even exchange contact information. But he was very impressed with Clark, full of good feelings. Keek can't say the same. To describe it accurately, it should be curious. What's your amazing discovery, Detective Luther? Luke was thinking about how to explain his identity to his little cousin. After Lex interrupted his thoughts, he smiled and asked. He vaguely felt that the current script seemed to have been read somewhere. Clark, a small-town boy, Lana, his first girlfriend, and Lex Luthor, who appeared early. Inexplicably created a familiar feeling. I can guarantee that the Porsche hit Clark, but was not injured. He saved me from underwater. Lex flicked that hair and said suspiciously, "That's a Porsche. It crashed the bridge." At this time, he does not have the sign of a strong person, so he lacks the buff bonus of very smart. Sora has a keen power of observation, but can't capture the trajectory of the truth. Changing to bald Lex, I am afraid that something is wrong immediately. Isn't this a good thing? Luke naturally knew the reason, but didn't point out. Do you want to kill an innocent passerby because of high-speed driving, and then go to jail? Although not necessarily. With the help of the lawyer team hired by the Lex Group, you may only be considered as having a mental problem and you will be acquitted, sent to a nursing home with good conditions and stay for a few months or so. But in any case, this will be a conspicuous stain on your life history. You know, your dad still thinks that Luthor's house can have a president. Luke laughed and joked. He remembered Lex Luthor in a certain timeline. He seemed to have actually been president. It is said that the mantra of the other party is "No one knows Superman better than I." Loves to play the accordion, and always talks about the fate of all mankind. Wait, what seems to be wrong? Suddenly confronted a certain blonde chief. President Lexton was silent. He, like Clark, is in a certain period of rebellion. I disagree with the teachings of my parents, and I am full of confidence in my own abilities. While longing for freedom, I hate external constraints. A brief summary is secondary too. He always likes to plan my future well, but he never asks me what I think. Lex snorted, seriously dissatisfied with his father's paternalistic style of power. In contrast, the young godfather in front of him is much more tolerant. This is also one of the reasons why Lex sincerely respects each other. If you want to show your skills and prove yourself, then you have to make a little achievement. Luke smiled, and the fire in the fireplace dazzled the face half bright and half dark. When others see you, they no longer call you Lionel Luthor's son, but Lex Luthor. Only then can you succeed in getting rid of your father's shadow and exist as an independent individual. Lex thoughtfully, he did have this idea. Coming to this small town is not only for vacation, but also for those abandoned factories. The meteorite train 17 years ago ruined the lives of many people and even the industrial development of the town. This is a good opportunity to reinvigorate and create greater glories. Godfather, what do you think I should do? Lex asked humbly for advice. Sitting in front of him was the most famous young upstart in the metropolis, a genius investor who even his father was convinced to describe it with a word often mentioned in the external media. That is, people who foresee the future. Agriculture and manufacturing are the backbone of Kansas' economy. There are many farms and ranches in the small town, but there is a lack of related industries, such as food processing, meat processing and other manufacturing plants. Luke curled his lips and said casually, "Acquire those abandoned factories, reopen them, and start operations. At that time, it will not only provide enough jobs for the town, win the praise of the municipal government, and select an honorary title such as the top 10 outstanding youth, but also use the physical industry to radiate to a deeper and broader field." Lex's eyes lighted up. He used to be more tumultuous in the financial securities market, and he didn't have a deep understanding of this experience. The Godfather, do you have any ideas? We can work together. Young people's brains are turning quickly, and fathers will certainly not allow themselves to behave ill-fated. But it is not the same to draw on the Godfather and borrow the other's name. I don't like to touch money, And I am not even interested in money, Lex. Luke waved his hand and smiled slightly. My happiest days were when I lived in the basement in Metropolis and made $91 a month. Lex was silent. He was used to the strange words popping out of his godfather's mouth. For example, set a small goal this year to earn 100 million. Making money is just a casual thing, and money brings me less than 5% of the happiness. I'm a blind person, and I don't know which ones. Hollywood actresses are not beautiful or something. Godfather, are you here just for vacation? Lex still didn't give up. He didn't think that a big man like Luke, who was precious in time, would go to this backward and conservative town to play and relax. I'm here to investigate and collect meteorites. Luke shrugged and said softly, you should also know that this small town was formerly called the City of Buttercorn, until the meteorite rain that shocked Kansas, and now it is renamed the Meteorland, all for the purpose of increasing fame and attracting tourists. He has assembled a group of archaeological teams, and soon will explore various places in the town to collect the meteorite fragments. Thinking about it, Clark is really unlucky enough. As a Kryptonian, he actually lives in a small town full of kryptonite. I never knew. Godfather, you are interested in archaeology and meteorites. Lex was a little surprised. Although from the outside world, Luke did have some strange hobbies. For example, female stars in philately Hollywood targets like Judy Foster, Sharon Stone, Demi Moore have been popular. There are also Nicole Kidman and Charlize Theron who are not well known. The most surprising thing is that he also has a special hobby of investing in movies and guest appearances. Hobbies can be expanded appropriately, which is normal. Luke smiled. He can explain why the American comic studios suddenly became a Hollywood Playboy script. First of all, because the little cousin had a boring life and no fun before he arrived on the Earth. As we all know, the DC universe is built and changed around Superman. Clark Kent is the top priority, although he always loses to the screenwriter father. He always have a plan, Batman, but it does not hinder the status of the little cousin. Otherwise, Dr. Manhattan could not be particularly interested and conducted unprecedented observation experiments. A world without Superman means that there are no superheroes and supervillains. So www.mentalnovel.com. In order to pass the time, Luke can only develop his personal interest out of his hobby of film art. Moreover, he is very principled, and it is an overnight joy with every female celebrity. Even if some of them admire his skills, Luke never missed them. Therefore, there is still a resounding name of heart arsonist in Hollywood circles. Okay, Lex, well, stop talking before dinner. Luke stopped talking and stood up and said he guessed that Clark, who went back, would continue to ask his adoptive father Jonathan about his identity because of the accident. At that time, it should be the opportunity for Krypton's big cousin to make his debut. My stupid little cousin, it's time for something serious, Luke thought with a smile. Chapter 425, Inferior Warrior, Kakarot, the fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. The next day, noon. Clark sat alone on the fence of Kent Farm, looking out from a distance. His face is full of confusion and sadness, revealing complex emotions. Just an hour ago, he and his father Jonathan had a heated argument. The reason is that Clark saved Lex Luthor, who fell into the river before. To express his gratitude, the other party sent a brand new sports car. A young high school student who owns an attractive, expensive and cool sports car is simply the perfect gift. Even Clark couldn't help but feel his heart. Superman with perfect character is in a naive, confused adolescence, no different from ordinary people, longing for the recognition of others, wanting to become a figure in the school, and win the crush of crush. A sports car can change many things. But Jonathan didn't think so. The son is brave and has a good character, which is commendable. But doing good things should not ask for rewards, even if the other party actively gives them. Jonathan is a very high level of morality, enough to be called a role model. But because of this, as his son, Clark sometimes feels very depressed. I didn't jump to save people when Lex fell into the river. His car hit me at a speed of 60 miles an hour. Clark suppressed his inner emotions, couldn't help it anymore, and finally broke out. And I'm standing in front of you now, and you always say that you want me to be a normal person. But is this normal? I can't participate in any sports activities. I don't have any friends in school. I have to learn to hide myself. If I can become a normal person, I am willing to give everything. Jonathan watched his son run to the barn upstairs, where Clark's private property belonged. He once named it the Fortress of Solitude. In desperation, Jonathan realized that it was time to tell Clark the truth. So he found his son and told all about the meteorite train 17 years ago and the spacecraft that fell on the Kent farm. This made Clark almost his brain down. In other words, whoever suddenly learns that he is not his parents, and that he is still an alien, will probably be in an unacceptable state of collapse just like him. Although Clark has tried countless times to learn the truth from his parents regarding your superpowers, those special features that are different from ordinary people. But when the truth came, he was not so happy. Looking at the technological spaceship in the barn, Clark didn't know what expression to make. When old questions are answered, new questions follow. Who is he? Where are his biological parents? Where does he come from? Too many questions make Clark's thoughts seem like a ball of wool, which is impossible to sort out. People are afraid of things they don't understand, so I can't let you show your abilities. Jonathan spoke with a heart and soul, and said to Clark, "You are the answer, child. The answer to do humans live alone in the universe? I don't want to make this answer." Clark's expression was a bit painful, and there were tears in his eyes. He has become accustomed to everything on the earth, everything in Kansas, everything in the small town. But now someone tells him that none of this belongs to him. The mentality is still fragile, and Clark, who has not grown up, cannot accept it. He jumped straight through the window and quickly disappeared from Jonathan's sight. Clark, the autistic boy, sat on the railing, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looking at the darkening sky. The night is shrouded, and several stars are looming. Okay. Suddenly, the dark red cloth blocked his vision. Subconsciously move his eyes. Cloak, boots, uniform. Luke. The opponent's feet were off the ground, floating in the air. The dark red cloak behind it was hunting and fluttering like a tumbling wave. Compared to the gentleness and kindness when they met during the day, Luke was full of oppression and majesty at this time. "You can fly?" Clark, who was still thinking about normal humans, showed a surprised look as if he had seen an alien. "What's surprising about this?" Luke had stopped above, observing the little cousin of Krypton for a while. He lives right next to the Kent farm, and is considered a neighbor next door. For Superman's super hearing, the previous father-son quarrel was like only a layer of cardboard. It fell in my ears, and I heard clearly. "Clark, you are so powerful, you have a body of steel, let go of your senses, you can even hear all the sounds of the whole town, your vision is like X-ray. You can see the flesh and blood organs in the human body through the flesh and blood." Luke landed slowly, looked directly at Clark with a dumbfounded look, and said softly, "Compared to the above, I can fly." "Is there anything surprising?" Clark was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, Luke made sense. "Wait. How would you know?" "Those?" Clark, who was a little slow, had his thoughts turned several times before he suddenly reacted. The secret that he and his parents had kept for a long time seemed to have been exposed. "Because I have all the abilities I just mentioned." Luke showed a kind of elder smile and said faintly, "Stupid little cousin, haven't you realized the problem yet? We come from one place, belong to the same race, and have similar abilities. You should even call me respectable big cousin." Luke's words fell like a bomb, making Clark dizzy and his ears humming. He learned too many unbelievable truths today, and he was caught off guard before hearing even more shocking news. It's like an antique Pentium computer, trying to drive Cyberpunk 2077. What is going to end is self-evident. Vaguely, Luke saw a wisp of smoke rising from his little cousin's head. It seems that the brain that is not enough is burned out. Big cousin. After dozens of minutes, Clark looked weird when he calmed down. He is currently in a state of suspicion, and his perceptual thinking tells himself that this is all fake. But rational thinking keeps reminding that this is likely to be true. Of course, I am your big cousin who has been separated for many years and finally met. Luke looked serious and started talking nonsense. Clark, I came to this planet earlier than you. You should have heard of the mysterious crater that once fell on Kent Farm. That's where my ship landed. Clark suddenly believed a little bit more. Before him, there had been a meteorite fall on Kent Farm. It's just that there is no residue at the scene, and it was once a strange story in the town. Others spread rumors that some kind of alien embryos that can parasitize the human body are lurking in the small town, preparing to hunt everyone, causing a brief panic. Then what is our planet called? Where are my biological parents? What is my name? Clark had a lot of questions in his mind. He looked at Luke expectantly, eager to get answers from him. Don't worry, Clark. Let's talk about them one by one. Luke waved his hand and signaled his little cousin to relax and not be too impatient. The corner of his mouth raised up, as if thinking of some kind of interesting scene. He whispered softly, "You are actually a Saiyan from the planet Vegeta, named Kakarot. The identity of a lower-level warrior was sent to the Earth to execute task." Kakarot, inferior fighter. Clark frowned slightly and repeated it. Novel.com. How it feels a little weird. Yes, one of the hallmarks of Saiyans is that when anger rises, their hair changes color. Luke nodded vigorously and said affirmatively. At that time you will awaken the powerful force in your body, Clark. If you want to be a qualified Saiyan, you have to dye your hair green. This is our Saiyan fashion trend. The big cousin, why your hair? Clark touched the small curls, hesitating. Dyeing your hair in a conservative town is not a good choice. What if you are recognized as a hippie? I don't like the color personally, but it suits you well, Luke said with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity. Chapter 426. Clark, women only affect the speed at which you punch. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Superman. Just as Clark hesitated whether to take the risk of being considered a hippie and dye his hair green to complete the Saiyan tradition, Luke curbed the evil taste in his heart, and flew high in the sky with his little cousin. It turns out that I can fly. This is the feeling. Clark's originally depressed mood seemed to become more comfortable as he flew higher and higher. You can too, just need to learn. The biological force field resisted the gravitational force of the Earth, leading the two through the dark clouds to the top of the atmosphere. The harsh environment of low temperature and lack of oxygen did not cause any impact on them. Looking down from here, let alone the small town, even Kansas has become a dark spot that is difficult to see, like a miniature model. The world is big, Clark. Luke finally returned to his big cousin's serious state, switched to a serious tone, and said with a gesture, "You stay in that town. You can only see a small piece. Walk out of Kent Farm, walk out of Kansas, you can find more vast space." Clark was a little ignorant. He was still a high school student addicted to the female cheerleader. It is normal to be difficult to understand the truth that is too esoteric. I know Jonathan probably told you that you must hide yourself and not be discovered by humans. Otherwise it will cause unexpected panic and riots. The dark red cloak rolled. Luke raised his head slightly. His gaze seemed to penetrate the boundless and deep void. But sometimes, you need to connect with the world and try to blend into it. After hearing these words, Clark, who was easily fooled, had a touch of reverence in his eyes, and the image of his cousin instantly became taller. I understand. The young Superman nodded vigorously, seeming to feel something. After returning to school, I immediately went to the football team. Luke, this little cousin's brain won't burn out, right? What does this have to do with the football team? Luke's mouth twitched. What he meant was that Clark should get out of Kent Farm, out of town, out of Kansas, travel the world like Batman and increase his knowledge. Of course, The main purpose of saying this is that he can bring Superman everywhere to promote the formation of the Justice League as soon as possible. I like Lana, she is the cheerleader, and her boyfriend is the main player of the football team, in order to deepen the connection with the world and integrate into the surrounding environment. Clark thought he had fully understood the meaning of the big cousin, with a proud look on his face, and said with his arms akimbo. Luke took a deep breath and forced a smile. He now seriously doubted whether he broke his little cousin's brain when the Krypton spacecraft fell. Otherwise, how could the other party be thinking about digging the wall and prying away their girlfriend? Clark, you may not understand now, but you will understand later. Women will only affect the speed at which you punch. Luke wanted to be a master of emotions, telling Clark that first love is always bitter, and there will be no results. His imperial girlfriend and wife in this life is the only Metropolis reporter Louise Lane. But I don't know how to fight, big cousin. Clark had a simple face. His father had been educated since he was a child, so he shouldn't do anything with others. If you don't control your strength and beat the opponent to death, that would be terrible. So, up to now, Clark has never had a fight with anyone, and has always maintained a good temperament that is elegant and easygoing. Luke Sin said, "You deserve to be hanged by Batman to use domestic violence." Saiyans are a fighting nation, Clark. They don't even know how to fight. How can they become a qualified Saiyan? They have no masculinity at all. He gave Clark a Saiyan identity, not purely to satisfy evil tastes. The greater all the differences on this timeline, the more intense the collision with the time and space observed by Dr. Manhattan. Especially as Superman is the core of constructing the multiverse, he is the most critical person. But my father, Clark, was a little tangled. He was deeply influenced by his adoptive father Jonathan. Clark, why do the girls at school consider the quarterback of the football team the perfect date? Luke, who was proficient in negotiating conditions, moved his eyes slightly and decided to persuade his little cousin from other aspects. Because they are tall, strong, popularity, not all of it. Sports is a kind of confrontation, a kind of competition, which can greatly show one's masculinity and increase attractiveness. Clark thought about it carefully, as if that was the case. In school, nerd is more like a derogatory nickname. Everyone doesn't like to walk with such people, because that's not cool enough. For young people, cool is everything. Big cousin, what should I do? Clark turned to think of Luke, who was standing in front of him. But he left behind such a resounding name as the heart arsonist in Hollywood circles. Just joining the rugby team can solve the problem. Lana's boyfriend is already the main force. If you are a newcomer, you can at most be a cold bench. Luke began to bring a crooked cousin, and said seriously, I think you should start by exercising, cultivating a strong physique, and improving the control of strength, so that you can perfectly integrate into campus life. As for how to attract the attention of a crush, being too proactive is useless. You have to wait for the opportunity. Clark. He found that his little cousin hadn't formed even the most basic biological force field, and didn't know how to exercise his abilities at all. This can't work. Since the name Kakarot is used, it is necessary to give full play to the combat effectiveness as a lower-level Saiyan fighter. Starting tomorrow, come to my house every day to receive special training. Luke is ready to train his little cousin and develop his potential. Time and space of the main universe, Mars. Keeping his movements unchanged, Dr. Manhattan opened his eyes like a statue. Just now, he noticed a wave of fluctuations in the infinite space-time of the multiverse. Like a stone thrown into the calm lake surface, it arouses a circle of ripples. What's happening? Dr. Manhattan's consciousness began to shuttle back and forth between the past and the future. But he found nothing and found no abnormalities. 52 Earths are calm and the new universe is steadily entering the stage of development. Although many historical trajectories have been erased and rewritten, except for a very small number of people, no one has noticed that www.mentalnovel.com occasional shocks in time and space. In Dr. Manhattan's eyes, there was a touch of humanistic doubt, but it quickly disappeared. He closed his eyes again and entered the state of observation. Everything is as usual, just wait for the result. Batcave. The Flash suddenly appeared in front of Batman, and the Dark Knight was not hyperactive. Not surprised. Bruce Wayne has become accustomed to Barry coming to the door without saying hello. The Flash's actions always turn faster than his head. I brought you a present, Bruce. Barry took out a letter and handed it to the other party. Chapter 427 The Forgotten Person. An old photo. Although someone spent a long time in Kansas, it was less than half a day before the Flash returned to the main universe. He finished the work of the Midtown Police Department. By the way, he searched for information about the various members of the Justice League, and found nothing wrong. Superman appears in the metropolis, a beacon of hope. Batman, as an urban ghost story, spreads in the streets of Gotham. Wonder Woman walked out of Paradise Island and became a diplomatic ambassador. She just finished her conversation at the White House the day before yesterday. Everything seems normal, and everyone has a bright future. Barry is finally convinced that he is back, rewrites the Flashpoint mistakes and saves the mistakes made. Where's Luke? The Flash tried his best to remember. He clearly remembered that his cousin Krypton was with him, but he disappeared later. Did any accident happen during his? My head hurts again. He took a breath of cold air, a slight pain in his head. This is a sequel caused by memory fusion. The observations and hearings of the two time and space collide with each other. The old ones will be overwritten by the new ones, just like a saved game. Barry also encountered this situation in Flashpoint World. The longer he stays there, the faster he forgets everything in the main universe. I will finish the task assigned to me by Dr. Wayne. Barry's doubts only lasted for a moment, and he remembered that he still had a copy of the Express that he had not delivered. The red afterimage flashed past and disappeared into the apartment. After a while, he appeared in the Batcave. While the memory has not completely disappeared, the Flash needs to clarify the ins and outs of the matter to Batman. Compared to Dr. Wayne's ruined base, Bruce's lair looks much more magnificent. Hundreds of high-definition screen splicing monitor arrays allow Batman to have a panoramic view of every street and every corner of Gotham. Huge and conspicuous mechanical dinosaurs, various high-tech props, like a bat chariot, like a tank, and the uniforms of Batman and Robin. Seeing these familiar things, Barry felt a sense of security in his heart. All these are not dreams, but real. Gift. Batman said in the same hoarse voice as his father, with advanced throat cancer, I have no habit of celebrating holidays, and Christmas is a long time ago. Bruce didn't know why Barry suddenly visited the house and prepared a gift specially. Is this some kind of activity within the Justice League, or a boring prank? The Flash and the Green Lantern, two people, they often come up with some unfocused games in order to invigorate the team atmosphere. For example, about choosing Catwoman or Thalia's bet, Batman had known it for a long time, and silently wrote down those who participated in a small book. In addition, he was very pleased that Superman did not become one of them. Clark is relatively stable. If the other party can lift the plane, rescue the cat trapped in the tree, and fall in love with Louise Lane, it will be better to fight criminals and deal with international disputes. Most of the work in the Watchtower is handled by Batman alone. He is responsible for giving orders, and Superman and other members are responsible for execution. Clear and complete division of labor and cooperation. Trust me, this gift is very important to you. The Flash didn't know at all. He had already been in Batman's notebook, and continued, but before that, I want to tell you a story that actually happened. 40 minutes later, Barry picked up the black tea delivered by the butler Alfred and took 2 mouthfuls to relieve the dryness of his throat. He said everything, and then he didn't get what he wanted, seeing that Batman had an extra emotional expression. The other party is still in the cold, calm facial paralysis, can't see any surprise, and inner activity is too serious. Barry thought silently. The whole world has changed because you tried to prevent the mother from being killed. Bruce crossed his hands on the table, supported his chin, as if thinking about something. Yes, and before I corrected my mistake, that world was almost on the verge of destruction. The Flash added. So, everything is back on track now? Batman frowned. He didn't like the feeling of losing control. A crisis actually happened, but I didn't find a single trace of it. This is not a good sign. Your vigilance and crisis awareness have dropped, Bruce Wayne. Batman thought so. He is strict with others, and at the same time he is not letting go. As the feeling of insecurity deepened in his heart, Batman decided it was time to update his various plans. Should be. Barry did not realize that his few words had a great impact on Batman. If you let the Flash know that the brains of the Justice League are starting to update their backup plans for crisis, you will definitely be frightened. After all, there are lessons from before. The Destruction Legion attacked the Justice League, and then almost killed all the latter. The means used by the villain is exactly the defense plan made by Batman. That time, the Justice League suffered severe damage. Don't blame yourself too much, Barry. Batman's brain always rotates faster than ordinary people. After a simple reflection, he rarely starts to comfort the Flash. If I had the power like yours, I would definitely try the same thing. The two gunshots in the crime alley are still dark nightmares hidden deep in Bruce's heart. If he can change the tragedy without causing other negative effects, he can do everything for it. Unfortunately, I can't change it. Thank you. Although I returned successfully, there was someone who was walking with me, but he disappeared. Barry finally remembered the disappearing cousin of Krypton, and said to Bat, his name is Luke, Superman's cousin. How many survivors of Krypton are there? I thought that Clark only had a Krypton relative, Kara. Batman's eyes suddenly become sharp. He subconsciously tightened his lips, showing an extremely subtle emotional reaction. There is another Kryptonian. This is the focus of Batman's attention. He doesn't care how many relatives and friends Clark has. If those Kryptonians come to Earth and become as powerful as Superman, this will have unpredictable serious consequences. Not every Kryptonian, like Clark or Kara, chooses to integrate into the human world and accept the assimilation of civilization, such as the previous General Zod. Maybe I should go to Lex Luthor and find a way to get the formula for synthetic kryptonite in his hand. Although the friendship-based love between Batman and Superman is unshakable. However, this is not contrary to his increase in the storage of kryptonite, which is not against the opponent. Friendship returns to friendship. Responsibility is responsibility. Batman, cold and sane like a machine, has always distinguished clearly Superman's big cousin. He also wrote this in his notebook. Are you sure that ... Kryptonian? Didn't he get off the car early, or was he thrown elsewhere? Batman said in a deep voice. Not sure. That's why I asked you for help. Batman is looking for someone. No matter where he hides, he can always be found. The Flash rarely said a beautiful sentence. Then you will draw a portrait later, and then I will use the Watchtower system to search around the world to see if I can find the target. Batman is indifferent. Meaningless compliments will not cause any fluctuations in his heart. Okay, the story about Flashpoint is finished, and it's time to take out your gift. Barry silently put the letter on the table, and then a gust of air flicked across Batman's mask, and the red figure standing in front of him had already left. At such an important moment, no one else should be present. Batman frowned slightly, as if thinking of something. He waited for a few seconds before slowly reaching out and picking up the present. Open the envelope, open the folded paper. Dear son, about life, I only know one thing. I know that some things happen by accident, and some are caused by us. Barry Allen has been haunted by the past. But since becoming the Flash, he has forgotten those unpleasant memories. He found true love, family, and friends. Barry thinks he has escaped the shadow of the past, but some people will not let him escape the cruel reality. When Barry asked me for help, I turned him away. I am not the protagonist of this story. I am just a person corrupted by pain that I cannot bear. I'm just a person who is called a good person with blood on his hands. I am a person who has no nostalgia for life. When Batman saw the line at the end, I have always loved your father, Thomas Wayne, His constant iceberg expression finally loosened. Some people say that it's hard to imagine Batman laughing. Compared to that, it is harder to imagine that Batman would cry. The tall, dark-back figure took off the hood, stared at the letter that spanned time and space, and read it for a long time. United Kingdom, London. A museum. Diana is using a professional brush to clean the Elgin marble sculpture from the Parthenon in ancient Greece. She has many important identities. She is not only a Wonder Woman of the Justice League, but also a diplomatic ambassador sent by Paradise Island, and a well-known collector and connoisseur of historical relics in the industry. Miss Prince, did you have any activities last weekend? The young professors who work together take the initiative to find the topic. This line of beautiful women is a rare creature. A perfect woman who is rich and beautiful like Diana, and smart, is even rarer. Although I heard that the opponent's suitors are endless, it is enough to form a long queue. Professor who thinks he is young and promising, still wants to join in and compete with him. According to the news he heard, this beautiful woman named Diana Prince is from Greece and was born in a rich family. She is proficient in multiple languages and is especially good at appreciating antiquities. The young professor has already thought about it. He starts with his hobbies and uses his profound knowledge and witty conversation to create a good impression. This is a protracted battle. He is very patient. Nothing particularly interesting, Diana replied casually with her dedicated work. Last week's activity, apart from going to the Watchtower to report, and then attending important meetings held by the White House, the United Nations and other state agencies as an Amazon princess, she seems to have no other arrangements. Although it has been a while since coming to the human world, Wonder Woman still feels that she hasn't fully integrated herself. Many places are not comfortable, especially in life. I remember just leaving Paradise Island. Diana didn't understand why I twisted the thing called the faucet and water spouted out of the pipe automatically. The steel shell with 4 wheels, why can it drive fast and steadily? And what kind of magic is used to make ice cream so delicious? There are too many things to learn, and no one communicates. It was a relatively difficult time. After the flashpoint is over, the New 52 is a brand new multiverse. The origin of Wonder Woman has been changed. She was confirmed to be the illegitimate daughter of Zeus. She did not participate in the First World War. Instead, she was informed by a dead seaman that she found the war areas raging on the world. So, as the Amazon princess, the diplomatic ambassador of Paradise Island, she entered the human world, then joined the Justice League. Diana also had a different view of the members. Superman has a mild personality, but he is not a qualified fighter. Batman is taciturn but always has a plan, and at the same time very stubborn, just like an ancient Greek tactician. The Flash and the Green Lantern are sometimes too detached, full of immature childishness. And Aquaman. Diana tried hard to think about it, only a thin impression of talking to fish. Poor steel frame. Martian Hunter, even more senseless. There will be a cultural relics exhibition next week. I heard that the golden mask of Agamemnon and the statue of Zeus by Artemis will be on display. The young professor made a big pass, and then said, "If we are free, we can go together." Diana shook her head lightly, and silently refused. Greek mythology is all the mess of her relatives, nothing new. After taking some time to finish the work, Diana politely said goodbye. And regardless of the broken eyes of the young professor, she left the museum. In her free time when she is not Wonder Woman, she occasionally goes shopping and then watches movies. Of course, sweets are a must. Such free days are not too many, because the Justice League always has all kinds of things calling itself. I don't know why, I always feel restless. Diana returned to her apartment. She often had nightmares recently, but she couldn't remember exactly what happened in the dream. Came to the door like memories of the past, flapping the door of the memory, constantly making her awakened in the middle of the night. Some unknown change has occurred. Diana looked through the window in the direction of Olympus. What happened to the gods, or Ares returning? Her gaze moved to the head of the bed, where there was a golden helmet full of power. Ares has been defeated, and now Diana is the of war. Wonder Woman, who was unable to clear her thoughts, shook her black hair like seaweed, no longer struggling with unintelligible questions. She took her time to visit Olympus, and she knew everything. Diana closed the curtains, took off her coat outside, and walked into the bathroom with water. The warm water slid all the way down the forehead, and the snow-white skin was enveloped by water vapor, which outlined a hazy and beautiful figure. Dry her hair, put on her bathrobe, and Diana sat down in front of the computer. Sometimes she has to admit that the technology of the human world is much better than magic. While browsing the web, while listening to old ballads, she seems to have adapted to a part of modern life. Who are you? After a while, Diana's gaze habitually fixed on an old photo on the table. The picture is slightly yellowish and slightly blurred. Obviously it has been washed by time. The content of is a man and a woman cuddling intimately, like a couple, with the background of the setting sun falling into the horizon. Very beautiful scene. But Diana looked at the photo, the one with a happy smile on her face, feeling a little strange. She can't remember this. What kind of forgotten magic made me lose this memory? Diana frowned. This photo was picked up on the beach before she left Paradise Island. She didn't tell anyone, and she didn't find anyone to inquire. I don't know why. Wonder Woman just wants to keep it alone and doesn't want to share it with others. I will find you. Diana stroked the old photo lightly, with subtle emotions in her tone. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 428. Uncle Police, I'm born with supernatural powers. If it is said that the time and space of the main universe, all the undercurrents are hidden on the calm surface, and gradually present the harbinger of the crisis. The world that Luke lives in is just like the retirement life of a retired worker, with a slow and monotonous pace. Push harder. Didn't you eat? Think of me as Lana's quarterback boyfriend. Yes, that's it. Hit me hard. Too weak. Kakarot. You are not even qualified to be my opponent. Replaced before. Facing such a boring world, Luke may choose to use Hollywood female stars to collect stamps and constantly repair cars to pass the time. But now, he has found more interesting entertainment. That is to train the little cousin of Krypton. Under the private residence, there is a wide training ground! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! The muffled and thunderous sounds formed a string, like firecrackers. The fist is like a fast and rhythmic drum beat, constantly falling on Clark. He is like a human sandbag. He can only hold his head in his hands, passively bear the violent offensive of his big cousin, and there is no room for counterattack. The training process these days, that's it, was repeatedly beaten until he could not stand up. I surrender. Big cousin Clark, feeling exhausted, gasped violently, even speaking intermittently. Clark, your will is not strong enough. You should say, I can still fight you all day. Luke retracted his fist and said a little disgustingly, it's so unmanly to give up so quickly. Clark took off his torn glove. His body seemed to be hollowed out. The whole person sits on the hard ground with pits and bumps, and his chest rises and falls like a pulling bellows. He looked up, his cousin's heavy fists enough to hammer him, and then felt the sore muscles. If you fight with your eldest cousin all day, I'm afraid that you will die on the spot and everyone will be gone. I still can't learn to fight. Clark shook his head, a little depressed. In front of Luke, he looked extremely clumsy. Was not punching fast enough, and his reaction was slow, and he could only get punched every time. The only difference lies in the length of time. Fighting requires a long exercise. Clark. Luke waved his hand. This amount of exercise is at best to warm up, let alone breathing, not even sweating. I just want you to learn first how to control power. At the beginning, Clark tried his best to blow up the air every time he punched. With every step taken, cracks and potholes can be stamped on the solid ground. If there is no Luke's biological force field covering the surroundings, I am afraid that this house will be demolished. At least you have now learned how to control the force of punches so that you won't lose control again. Luke smiled slightly and threw a hot towel to his little cousin. Kryptonian's physique is tough, Even if he was used as a sandbag for 2 hours. Clark is still alive, just a little sore muscles. After a few minutes in the sun, it's probably all right. This is why Luke is so enthusiastic about training his little cousin. Since he became stronger and stronger, he couldn't even find a suitable sandbag. And now, Clark is undoubtedly a good choice. Who else can be more resistant to beatings than the Kryptonians? Then when can I learn to fly? Clark always remembered the beautiful feeling of overlooking the planet from a height. When you can resist the gravity of the Earth, you can fly. For true Kryptonians, flying is not an ability. They can use their tyrannical bodies and biological force fields to get rid of the pull of gravity, such as Zod, who was born with the gene template of General Krypton. The talent of fighting, the leader ability of the team is directly full. So when he came to the Earth, he quickly got used to the atmosphere, and gravity is like flying, hot sight, you can quickly master it. Big cousin, I have something else to do. Clark rested for a while, dried off his sweat, then stood up and said he recently joined the school's football team and can get close to his crush Lana every day. With the daily special training of my elder cousin, although my back pains, I can control my body better than before, and I no longer have to worry about hurting others. In short, life is like entering a fast lane. Everything is so satisfying. There may be a lot of strange things happening in the town recently. If it is dangerous, remember to call for help. Luke smiled meaningfully. He understood the threat of kryptonite to Superman, but he didn't say it straight. Because there is no point in telling Clark. It will only raise more questions. This small town is Superman's novice village. He needs to continue to complete tasks and accumulate experience in order to become a beacon of hope for the metropolis in the future. Time passed silently like this, between the school and the daily special training of his big cousin. Clark felt that his life was fulfilled. And the first task he will face is about to happen in a week. On this day, he accompanied his mother to the town bank to withdraw money. Thanks to the secret help of the big cousin, the size of the Kent farm has been doubled. Adoptive father Jonathan started to get busy, took out the savings he had saved, and prepared to buy a new batch of farm tools and machinery. 17 years ago, that meteorite rain hit the town and caused a lot of casualties. Mrs. Kent smiled and talked about the past. It was when she and her husband were driving home that they found Clark, who had fallen from the sky. Also because of the disaster, many families were broken and innocent people were killed. Later, the registration of identity became much simpler. Jonathan took a lot of effort to successfully file with the Population Department and the Social Security Bureau. So, Clark Kent changed from an alien to an American citizen. Mom, thank you for adopting me. Clark often thinks, what if he didn't fall on a farm in Kansas, but fell elsewhere? You gave us hope, Clark. Mrs. Kent took her son's arm and walked into the bank together. Before long, two gangsters wearing presidential masks broke in. President Kennedy with a double-barreled shotgun took the lead. They seemed to be fully prepared, and first sent someone in to step on it. After observing for a while, the gangster wearing the President Roosevelt mask quickly brought down the security inside. Then stood at the door, and the two security guards who were attracted to let the remaining accomplices fall to the ground. Don't move. All squat down. President Kennedy fired a shot in the sky, and did not worry about attracting the police. Small towns are no bigger than big cities and have strict security measures. Even if the police station rushes over immediately after receiving the bank's alarm bell, it will take 7 or 8 minutes. This period of time is enough for them to fill their 2 travel bags with banknotes. Actually, robbery is an illegal job with great emphasis on efficiency. The goal is to get the most gains in the shortest time. Those who broke into the bank got into an accident, and were quickly blocked by the police. To some extent, they are not professional enough. Open the vault and put the money in. Be faster. If anyone delays time, I will blow his head with one shot. The 3 gangsters quickly took control of the scene. Faced with a double-barreled shotgun, the bank staff and the residents of the town obediently hugged their heads and squatted on the ground. It's like encountering a road robbery. Just hand the wallet over. Don't try to resist. otherwise you might get a bullet. President Jefferson used a Colt pistol to the bank manager and an employee to open the vault to load money. The other one is guarding the door. Is the probe going out to scan the situation? They have a clear division of labor, without the slightest panic, thinking they are not newbies. It's okay, Mom, it will be over soon. Clark stared at the gunman. Out of his inner sense of justice, he wanted to jump out immediately and stop these bad guys from committing crimes. But considering the safety of his mother and the need to hide his identity, Clark can only temporarily suppress his eager complex mood. When life is under the control of others, every second is so tormented. The President Kennedy holding a double-barreled shotgun seemed to enjoy the feeling of holding life and death in his hand. The muzzle swept continuously, and every movement would cause a whimper with fear. Boss, all right. After a long few minutes finally passed, President Roosevelt threw 2 packed travel bags on the ground. President Kennedy headed by kicked the bag in front of his comrades at the door and let him into the trunk of the car. He was not sure if the policeman in the town was still on his way, so he raised his hand and looked at the time. Only 8 minutes have passed. Choose your personality and get in the car. President Kennedy, headed by carrying a bag of money, said to the other accomplices. President Roosevelt, holding a Colt pistol, took a quick glance, and selected Mrs. Kent, who was trembling all over and looked terrified. Female, middle-aged, maybe a housewife. A label like will make the police feel jealous and dare not do it directly. The gangster grabbed Mrs. Kent roughly, trying to take her away. This brother didn't know that his path was narrowed. Even General Zod was pressed to the ground and rubbed because he tried to hurt Superman's mother. Other people do this, and the fate can be imagined. Clark, just when Mrs. Kent screamed, Superman, who could no longer bear it any longer, rushed forward like an angry bull with red eyes! Thanks to the daily special training of his eldest cousin recently, Clark did not smash the gangster into a pool of ketchup. Caught off guard, he turned his head over the opponent, and the Colt pistol that might pose a threat slipped out. Fuck you, bastard! The gangster didn't expect that he would overturn the boat in the gutter and let a high school student fall to the ground. However, before he could do anything, a powerful fist smashed the bridge of his nose, even with his cheeks as if it had been scraped by a steel knife, and a large piece of skin was rubbed off. This is still the consequence of Clark's strength. Otherwise, the opponent's head may burst like a watermelon. Warm blood splashed on his face. Fighting with someone for the first time, and seeing the blood, Clark was suddenly at a loss. He got up in a panic, and then saw 2 gangsters approaching outside the door. The double-barreled shotgun was aimed at Clark's chest, and the bandit leader wearing the President Kennedy mask let out a cruel laugh. Boom! A ball of gunpowder dissipated. Strong kinetic energy and shrapnel hit Superman. Everyone in the bank covered their mouths, as if they couldn't bear to look anymore. Such a young life is about to die under the gun of a gangster. It is a tragedy, especially Mrs. Kent. She almost fainted because of her emotions. But after a few seconds, the scene they expected did not appear. Clark subconsciously looked at the bullet's chest, only to feel a slight tingling, and he couldn't help but step back a few steps. Other than that, there was no other reaction. What the are you, a monster? Now it was the culprit's turn to be shocked. This immature-looking, young high school student in front of him received a shotgun. All right, he doesn't believe in evil, and pulls the bolt, ready to do it again. But Clark didn't give President Kennedy this opportunity. He also learned a truth from his big cousin. Don't let the enemy have any room for counterattack. Within a few steps, he crossed the distance between them. Yang held the double-barreled shotgun in his hand and squeezed it hard. Crunch makes a toothy metal distortion sound. The barrel of the gun was twisted in an instant! Clark easily snatched the scrapped gun from the culprit, and threw it on the opponent's head as a baseball bat. This time, he controlled the force perfectly. Is at most severe concussion, but it will never be life-threatening. The only remaining gangster, President Jefferson, saw this scene, and without looking back, he hurriedly climbed into the car, ignited the engine, and drove away. Clark wanted to catch up, Then he stopped abruptly. He cannot leave his mother alone in the bank. It may be dangerous. More than 10 seconds later, the bank clerk confirmed that the culprit had left, surrounded Clark's side with his head, and looked at him with surprise. At this time, the super talent realized one thing. I am a Saiyan's secret. It seems to be exposed. In a hurry, Clark, who was angry and shot, had long forgotten the reminder of his adoptive father Jonathan. After solving the bank robbery, he remembered that he shouldn't do this. You saved us. This kid is a hero. He was not injured. Various voices squeezed into Clark's ears, and he became a little at a loss, not knowing what to do. Became the focus for the first time in life, and was also called a hero. Clark is not used to it. He carefully pushes away the people around him, lifted up the frightened mother and prepared to leave. At this time, the harsh police siren sounded. The police finally arrived, but they only saw 2 gangsters who passed out, as well as happy bank employees. How did this happen? The policeman's face is covered with question marks. This scene doesn't look like a bank robbery, but like a carnival party with a certain theme. The police officer, that's the kid in school uniform. Someone pointed to Clark and said .mentalnovel.com. Everyone said, "Did you bring down these 2 armed bandits?" The fat police officer with a beer belly came over and asked. He observed the scene for a while, consciously or unconsciously, and found the double-barreled shotgun twisted into a twist. "You did this too?" Clark was a little stiff. He scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. "Don't be nervous, kid. I'm just recording a statement. You prevented a bank robbery and saved everyone present. They are very grateful to you, and the police will give them awards." The fat police officer has rich experience, slows down his tone, wants to get rid of Clark's alertness, and then begins to talk. "Go ahead. How did you defeat them?" A high school student brought down 2 bandits with guns, which sounds like a fantasy. Clark rolled his throat twice, remembering the words taught by his cousin, and replied, "Police officer, I am born with supernatural power. I knocked them over with just a fist." The plump face of the fat police officer suddenly became serious. "Then this is your natural power?" He pointed to Clark's chest, his clothes showing a hole in ragged clothes. "That is the mark caused by the shotgun." Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 429. Little cousin, how about calling you a native of the country? There is no doubt that the adoptive father Jonathan's plan to let Clark hide his own plan has completely failed. No matter how you argue, this incident cannot be easily covered up. First of all, there are so many witnesses in the bank. They saw with their own eyes how Clark defeated the 2 bank robbers, and was bombarded with a shotgun and survived. Unless Superman has a flashing pen that makes people fragmented, click to erase the memories of everyone present. Otherwise, the confessions of so many people can serve as evidence. Furthermore, the surveillance cameras in the bank have faithfully recorded everything that happened before. The hard-fought evidence is there, and the stiff denial is useless. My child, lying is not a good habit. The fat police officer looked at the twisted double-barrel shotgun and smacked his tongue secretly. What a terrifying force it takes to do this. There are also those 2 hapless gangsters, and their injuries do not seem to be light. Police officer, I belong to the school football team, and I often do some work on my father's farm. I exercised since I was a child, and my body is great. It is also reasonable to be stronger than others. Clark was so anxious that he thought of a reason. After meeting his big cousin, he will find excuses more and more, and he is no longer the innocent town boy. And Luke calls this change growth. Oh, so everyone in your school football team can bend their barrels and knock down 2 adult men weighing more than 160 pounds? I really think I am Rambo. The fat police officer looked at Clark, who was posing like a bodybuilder, showing strong muscles, and wondered if the child had a brain problem. If all American children were as strong as you, we would have formed a super army and ruled the world. Seeing this brave young guy, he didn't want to tell the truth. The fat police officer was too lazy to continue wasting time. He turned around and asked someone to maintain the scene. pack up the evidence, and prepare to take Clark back to the police station for a thorough questioning. Of course, he didn't mean to interrogate the other party as a prisoner. Is just out of police professional ethics and personal curiosity. High school students prevent gunmen from robbing banks. This is big news. No matter which city is placed in, Clark's performance is amazing. This superhero era has not yet been overwhelmed. Any behavior beyond ordinary understanding will attract a lot of attention. Mr. Police Officer, the physique of people cannot be generalized. I was extremely angry and did things that are usually difficult to accomplish. A flat voice with a smile came in, preventing the fat police officer from moving. Kent's behavior can actually be explained scientifically. For example, because of the rapid secretion of adrenaline and the acceleration of blood flow, a powerful force that could not be exerted in the past erupted. It is not as exaggerated as you think. Seeing the visitor, Clark showed a surprised look on his face and said anxiously, "Big watch ... Mr. Cavill, only Luke can help him at this time." "Ah, it's Mr. Cavill, why are you here?" The original indifferent attitude of the fat police officer has undergone a huge change of 180 degrees. He knows the young man standing in front of him, who had dinner with the town's administrative committee last week. The young rich man in the metropolis, the star in the small town. The various auras imposed on Luke's head are impressive. Speaking of it, the American town management model is very peculiar. One is the town council system. All the residents of the town gather at least once a year to implement various administrative measures related to public security and personnel mobility through internal discussions. There is also a town representative assembly system, which is similar to the one above, but it is more efficient and time-saving that all residents elect representatives to participate in the meeting. The town where the fat police officer is located is the second type. The administrative committee is responsible for all official work. The most powerful and prestigious people are the town police chief and the members of the committee. The latter are generally composed of wealthy families and elite classes, and they represent the opinions of all town residents. Xioxiote is a microcosm of the political structure of the United States. Seeing Luke appear, the fat police officer coughed twice, then said in a slow voice, "But he was shot without injury." Everyone saw. It may be that the gangster bought inferior firearms, or Kent has learned some kind of Eastern Qigong. Luke is serious nonsense. "I know a Mr. Ma." It is said that a British Hercules of more than 200 catties can't move a finger of his as much as he can. He is a master with great virtue. The fat police officer looked confused, and he didn't know why the topic turned to Oriental martial arts. He scratched his head. Because he didn't want to offend the other party too much, he hesitated and said, "This is a big case. He always wants to go back with us and record a complete confession." "Mr. Police Officer, are you going to take a boy who bravely stood up to protect his mother to the police station for questioning, instead of intensifying the search and hunting down the robber who escaped?" Luke emphasized his tone and said solemnly, "That person is carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars in banknotes, and he has a gun. If he is allowed to go unpunished, then this is tantamount to being irresponsible for the personal and property safety of the residents of the town. What you are going to do now is not to embarrass this courageous boy, but to immediately contact the highway patrol and state police along the way, and make every effort to arrest the gunman with the president's face base." Although Luke is not much older than Clark in terms of age, but he stunned the fat police officer in his aura, as if he were the opponent's superior. After all, he had been a lieutenant general of the Pentagon and head of Aegis, and he developed the habit of giving orders, and the majesty of the superiors subconsciously revealed. Kent is a good boy. He deserves to be commended, not to be interrogated like a prisoner. After Luke said these words, without looking at the fat police officer, he took Clark and his unconscious mother straight away. And the other party didn't say anything, just stood there in embarrassment. Such a piety immediately caught the admiration of the little cousin's eyes. Clark, who has not yet left the town, has a vague understanding of social status for the first time. "I contacted the ambulance and took Mrs. Kent to the town hospital first, and then call Jonathan. It shouldn't be a big problem. Luke seems to have understood the situation and quickly solved various problems. Due to the emotional ups and downs, Mrs. Kent fainted unfortunately. I can only say that the accident came too suddenly. When Jonathan arrived, the sky was already dark. The Kansas farmer with a strong sense of morality first expressed his sincere thanks to Luke, and then replaced Clark, who was guarding the bed, holding his wife's hand, sitting next to him and watching silently. The latter closed the door gently and saw the big cousin sitting on the chair in the corridor. "I have time now. Let's talk." Luke rubbed his temples and said softly, "Maybe because of the butterfly effect, which should have been a step-by-step plot, is like a speeding train that suddenly loses control, rushing in an unknown direction." He thought he was going to want dozens of episodes of Clark and Lana's dog-blood relationship, and then waited for Superman to upgrade in Novice Village. But he didn't expect to fast forward directly to the identity crisis. A bank robbery exposed Clark's strength and was about to fall into the whirlpool of public opinion. "Big cousin, what should I do?" The two walked to the vending machine, took 2 cans of Coke, and then found a quiet place to start talking. Clark behaved in a panic. It was an accident that the gangster robbed the bank. In a hurry, he accidentally showed a powerful force different from ordinary people in front of many witnesses. After this, there will definitely be a series of chain reactions. News of the small town spread quickly, and it won't be long before Clark will become a well-known celebrity. "Don't be too nervous, Clark." Luke calmed down his little cousin. The current situation is actually a good thing for him. Before considering family resistance, he didn't get too involved in Clark's life. As Superman's parents, Jonathan and Martha must have wanted their son to live a stable life. It's best to inherit the Kent's farm, stay as a farmer in Kansas, and then marry a wife and have children. But Luke didn't think so. He hoped that his little cousin's life would be more interesting. For example, become a Kryptonian who can play Wing Chun. On the emotional level, the big cousin who met again after being separated for many years is definitely not as deep as his adoptive father and adoptive mother. To interfere in Clark's life rashly will inevitably arouse opposition and resistance from the other party. A stable structure will always require external pressure to break the situation. And now, it is a good opportunity. "Clark, things are far from the worst." Luke opened the can and took a sip of cold soda. "The video taken by the surveillance camera in the bank, I have already taken care of it." In other words, apart from those witnesses, there is actually not enough evidence to prove that you are a assassin. Luke's remarks gave the little cousin a reassurance. While staying in the hospital bed, Clark was full of terrible images of himself being locked up in the laboratory, and then drawing blood every day, becoming abnormally weak. Furthermore, in so many small towns in the United States, all kinds of strange things and horror stories will always pop up. Luke's mouth curled up and continued. "Are they all true?" Clark became happier as he listened, and his depressed mood instantly cheered up. "So, those policemen won't come to me anymore? I don't have to be forced to drop out of school?" The thinking of my little cousin still stays at a relatively simple level. At this time, he is no different from other people of the same age, and he is full of hormones. I only thought about Lana's better face and her hot body full of youthful breath. Luke saw this and shook his head helplessly. Men's maturity is often due to women. When Clark is completely lost in love, he will understand that it is better to be a Saiyan who has no emotions. But Luke paused and said a word that Clark didn't want to hear at all. "It is impossible for me to erase all the influence. The residents of the town will start talking about you, and they will attach some occult or religious things to you. Clark, such a peaceful life has already left you. Because they saw it, you squeezed a shotgun with your bare hands and got a shot and nothing happened. This is some kind of incredible miracle. Understand?" The smile on his little cousin's face freezes. He is completely unaware of these problems. Thinking of the spaceship in the warehouse of Kent Farm and his own identity, Clark seemed to be deeply shocked and dejected. That's why Dad would let me hide myself. He felt that he had screwed up everything. But in such a critical situation at the time, he had no other choice but to rush to stop the gangster from harming his mother. Clark, in fact, have you ever thought that hiding yourself ignorantly is not a good choice? Luke patted his little cousin on the shoulder, and slowly said, Jonathan must have told you that it is meaningful for you to come into this world. You are a certain symbol, a certain sign, but that is a thorny road. If you choose to be a flag, or a beacon in the eyes of mankind, you have to bear a lot of criticism. People who are afraid of the unknown, they will misunderstand you, hurt you, and treat you as an alien, a monster. Clark lowered his head, the steadfast brilliance in his eyes seemed a little bleak. Then what should I do? He took a deep breath and looked at his big cousin who was gradually building trust. Of course you are making your debut and becoming an idol. Ahem, I mean, you can choose not to hide yourself and tell the world honestly who you are. Luke made a loud noise. He had planned the follow-up public relations plan. As long as Clark agrees, then Superman will appear in this world. Then, it was like tearing down the first domino. Superheroes will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Instead of fearing the rumors and letting them slander, why not be brave, stand in front of them, and tell them that you have good intentions? Luke's voice was full of infectious power, making Clark's dim eyes glow again. I want to admit that I am an alien, the little cousin asked hesitantly. www.mentalnovel.com. It doesn't have to be the case. The identity of aliens will attract the vigilance of the government and the rejection of the masses. Luke's eyes flashed. He was thinking about what kind of origin story he should compose for his little cousin. Was bitten by some kind of animal, or received the impact of gamma rays? You come from the laboratory. A super soldier serum created Clark Kent and made you powerful. Luke thought for a moment and said word by word. Lab, serum ... Is this a bit too sci-fi? Clark scratched his head. He prefers cliché stories in which the kind-hearted protagonist touches the gods and is then given divine power. You can't grab the script of your own set. Luke shook his head when he heard his little cousin complain. That belongs to the wisdom of the locked door. Oh no, the wisdom of Solomon. The origin story of Shazam. The water company under my name has negotiated with the Ministry of National Defense for some biological transformation-related businesses in the past 2 years, which just happens to serve as a suitable background. Luke snapped his fingers. He stretched out his hand to put his little cousin's shoulders, and said in a low voice, I've even figured out the code name for you. How about the name Motherlander? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 430. The formation of the Superman family, in turn Clark a native of the motherland. Clark was taken aback, feeling a little strange. Why is it called this? Luke tried to hold back his smile, seeming to think of Superman wearing the American flag and smirking at the media. Using the term motherland can make the government less vigilant. They will want to turn you into a propaganda tool, such as selling treasury bonds, making movies, etc. And they will also be more accepting of your existence. Clark shook his head repeatedly when his cousin said so. He doesn't like being the focus, especially when being pushed onto the stage. That is not in line with the educational philosophy of the Kent family. Debut and becoming an idol is not suitable for Clark by nature. Well, I just said casually. Luke smiled and returned to the subject. If the plot is allowed to develop, follow the trajectory that has already been delineated, then his arrival is meaningless. It's a waste of time. So for Luke, he is more willing to see changes, whether it is good or bad. The emergence of Superman means the opening of a new era of superheroes. He will come into contact with more key people, and his connection with the universe will deepen. Dr. Manhattan can no longer erase his existence like deleting a file. I hope Jonathan won't blame me for putting you on an unknown road, Clark. Luke rubbed the small curls of his little cousin. This opportunity appeared very cleverly. It was neither too early nor too late. This is my own choice, big cousin. Clark's eyes are firm, He has long been fed up with the troubles caused by swallowing his breath and hiding power. If, as Luke said, he can stand up bravely and show his kindness, maybe everything will get better. That's how it is decided. Luke squeezed the can in his hand and threw it precisely into the trash can in the distance. The latter is all the same, but it's a pity. The Coke can hit the edge and flew out with a touch sound. Learn to control your own power. Luke said so. Little cousin nodded when he faced the gangsters. Nothing like before. Completely unable to control the strength of the fist. According to the news received by the eldest cousin, the two hapless guys are not in danger of life, is at most severe concussion, contusion and bone fracture. This is going to be in Gotham. The bank robber is caught by Batman, broke at least 2 digits of bones, incidentally scared to death. Next, Luke chatted casually and left the hospital. Clark needs to have a frank conversation with his adoptive father Jonathan, and he is responsible for making Superman's debut plan regarding public opinion, debuts, and various public relations. It's not something that can be done easily. It might be better to change to Marvel Universe with the official status, coupled with the influence of power and status, and many auras. No one can stand in front of him. Don't worry about the first show. There are so many mutants in the town who have been exposed to kryptonite radiation for a long time. They are excellent opponents. Luke sat in the car, like an entertainment company agent, thinking carefully about how to pack his little cousin and create a good image. Kent's children have extraordinary powers, and the news spread quickly across the town. From the beginning, Clark defeated the rumors of 2 gunmen. In less than half a day, he has turned into a horde of violent elements. Was hit by a shotgun, and then it gradually evolved into being shot by a Gatling machine gun. With such exaggerated manpower and firepower, the uninformed person thought the town had been subjected to a terrorist attack. Jonathan and Martha are very distressed when they come home. Friends who usually go to church together, neighbors who are close to each other. They ask about Clark if they have anything to do. The police in the town also came several times, because the surveillance cameras did not know why it was malfunctioning, and they could not prove the abnormality of the high school child. For a while, the peaceful life was broken. Even when Clark was in school, everyone around him was talking quietly and observing secretly. Their eyes were strange. He could feel it. Everything is changing in a bad direction, just as the big cousin expected. Clark was already late at night when he heard his parents mention moving. Frankly speaking, he felt very wronged inexplicably. He has done a good deed. Why should he be treated like this? Clark, who was unhappy in his heart, finally understood what it was like to criticize, gossip, and slander. The big cousin said he believes that only people with extremely strong hearts and extremely firm will can bear this pain and become a symbol of his father. The tormented life lasted for a week, and the situation finally got better. The public's attention was drawn to the superhero, and a guy named Superman appeared in the metropolis. The red cloak, the strong body, the ability to fly to the sky and escape, instantly detonated the news media. That's a bird? That's an airplane? That's Superman. Planet Daily first quoted this sentence and published it on the front page. Everyone is discussing who Superman is, where he comes from, how he can lift a runaway truck and rescue a crashed plane. Superman? Clark scratched his head. He always felt that the image of the other party was very similar to the first time he saw his cousin. But thanks to the appearance of Superman, few people in the town pay attention to the old news about high school students preventing bank robbers. The gossip that people pass by word of mouth gradually loses credibility over time. After all, in the increasingly exaggerated rumors, Clark became a powerful figure who singled out an army and was not afraid of rocket launchers and howitzers. So from the beginning of the firm belief, to the subsequent suspicion, to the sneer, the story comes to an end about the magical kid of the Kent family. It turns out that big cousin, you are the Superman. Clark saw the familiar uniform and said in surprise. He had vaguely guessed before, but he couldn't be sure until I came to Luke's house in advance to receive daily training. No, We are all Superman, Luke corrected. He didn't mean to hide it. If it wasn't for his little cousin's life to restore peace, he wouldn't have gone to the Mets as a guest superhero. MTLnovel.com. I'm only temporarily appearing, and I will rely on you in the future, Clark. Luke exchanged a Superman suit for his little cousin from the item store, the more common one, the red cloak, with a capital S on the chest. In fact, he thought about using the classic dress of the red pants. But, I really can't pass the hurdle in my heart. After all, before Clark puts on, Luke will wear this thing to save people and fight crime. What a shame. Rely on me? Clark looked at the Superman uniform with special material, simple and generous, and hesitated. Welcome to the Superman family, little cousin. Luke smiled slightly. As the saying goes, the superheroes on this set have formed a family system. For example, Gotham's Bat family is composed of Batman himself, several generations of Robin, and several generations of Batgirl. Superman family, there are Clark and Kara, and then like several generations of Superboys, and the Krypton dog. The Flash family is even bigger, and it is completely possible to form a speeder team. From now on, you are the Superman Reserve, a superhero trainee in Metropolis. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 431 Metropolitan Superman, Black Fan Boss Lex. Am I Superman? Clark took the uniform with both hands, as if an athlete was holding a heavy championship trophy, his face full of excitement. He is like a child praised by the teacher. He feels happy and at the same time at a loss. For Clark, this is not only a uniform that can be worn on the body, but also a recognition and honor. Superman. Isn't this exactly what the adoptive father Jonathan said? A kind of symbol? Do you think I have time to fly around and deal with endless crimes? Luke shrugged and returned to the dark red cloak and metal suit. His guest appearance on Superman was originally to divert the attention of the public and to provide an internship job for his little cousin to promote the early formation of the Justice League. Water company under its own name will continue to follow up and prepare for the follow-up promotion, packaging and operation. Strive to make Superman the most popular IP in the world. It's just the first step now, and there is still a long way to go. I believe that a toe and a half year internship is enough for Clark to complete his studies, leave the novice village of this small town, and step into the wider world. I thought everyone would want to be a hero. Little cousin was surprised. Judging from Luke's tone, the big cousin seems to have no nostalgia for the identity of Superman. This is the hottest darling in the media recently. Even though Clark has no interest in chasing fame and fortune, he still feels agitated at the thought of being a superhero that everyone praises and praises. Little cousin, a word to you. The bigger the pectoral muscles, the greater the responsibility. Oh no, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Luke spoke with a heart and soul, and began to teach life experience. While you receive attention, it also means that you have to shoulder expectations, responsibilities, and unrealistic fantasies. The public will regard you as a moral role model and a perfect person, so any flaws and mistakes will cause you to scold and malicious. As I said, this is a thorny road. Clark nodded vigorously, without the slightest retreat in his eyes. But no matter what, you will be a member of the Superman family from now on. Luke patted his little cousin on the shoulder, thinking, when will the other cousin of Krypton come over? Supergirl Kara Zor-El was originally Superman's cousin, but because it was a lot more nights than Clark when she came to Earth, she automatically became a cousin. I will do it. Clark put on the Superman uniform, feeling full of power in his body. Luke just smiled at the uncontrollable excitement of his little cousin. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, superheroes are boundless, is sought after everywhere, just like the most dazzling star. But in fact, it is not as beautiful as imagined. Not to mention that it is completely using love to generate electricity, without 5 social insurances, 1 housing fund, wages and welfare and other living guarantees. I am also responsible for reimbursing uniforms and equipment, which consumes a lot of money. If the crime rate in the city is as high as that of Gotham, it means that you have to work overtime every day, and you must be on the scene as soon as there is an emergency. Don't mention the 9 or 6 blessings. Put it on the superhero. Can be said to be open all year round without holidays. Even if he was rolling the sheets with his girlfriend, he had to draw his gun quickly, put on his uniform and rush to the front line. Luke clearly remembers that my little cousin did this several times. Is touching his girlfriend Louise Lane, preparing to wipe out the gun. Then there was a shooting somewhere in the metropolis. He could only say regretfully, "Fight another day," and then turn around and leave. Leave his girlfriend alone to guard the vacant room alone, not getting up and down. It's not unreasonable that Superman and Louise Lane, this famous model couple, often have emotional crises. In short, the profession of a superhero is not attractive to Luke. He prefers to be a neutral man who jumps left and right, and does not want to be a firefighter. In the future, Metropolis and this town will be your jurisdiction. In addition to daily special training, you must check in on time and start on duty. Luke put away his distracting thoughts. He handed over the task to his little cousin. From today, Superman will make his official debut. It is estimated that it will not be long before the fame will spread all over the world. I don't know if Batman at this time has returned from learning from Master Ninja. Then, is there anything to pay attention to when you are a superhero? Clark was a little nervous, with a kind of uneasy feeling that an intern would go to work on the first day. Well, for you, reducing battle damage is the most noteworthy thing. Luke pondered for a moment, then held back these words. He didn't want his little cousin to become a demolition brigade. That would affect the public's good impression of Superman. But fortunately, the criminals in Metropolis are still at a relatively simple stage for the time being. Gang leaders, smugglers, street gangsters, armed bandits. These goods can't cause much damage. Besides, you have to learn to fly before you formally take up the post. After these days of training, Clark is much better than before in terms of controlling power. It's time to think about using your body against gravity and soaring in the sky. And as a big cousin, Luke also teaches some special methods of time management. Otherwise, Clark goes to school during the day for special training. On duty at night, clocking in. There is not enough rest time, which may affect the growth and development of the little cousin. In the following days, Clark led an extremely fulfilling life. He participates in the training of the rugby team at school every day, and circulates between Lana and her boyfriend, performing scenes of teenage dog blood love stories. At night, I will fly from Kansas to the Metropolis, deal with a few cases, and dominate the headlines of the planet daily for a long time. With a word from Batman Future, even if Superman saves the cat from the tree, they all have to talk about it and tout it. Compared to Marvel Next Door, the Daily Horn is a loyal fan of Spider-Man. Planet Daily can be regarded as the base camp of Superman's support group. There is a little brother cameraman in front, and a girlfriend reporter in the back. In the small town, a mansion. Godfather, have you seen the latest news? Lex put his legs on the table, crumpled the newspaper in his hand, and threw it into the fireplace not far away. Superman. Every day I can see that guy wearing a red cape flying around, sensationalizing. Is there not a newspaper company willing to take some time to report some other news? Like Lex Luthor, a young and promising entrepreneur, he created thousands of jobs for the town. Holding a lead box, Luke looked carefully, automatically shielding Lex's complaints. These days, public opinion and news about Superman are overwhelming. As fans increase, black fans are gradually forming. Humans are complex creatures. They hate someone and the reason for something is sometimes very simple. For example, Lex doesn't like Superman. There is no other reason, just an inexplicable dislike. Lex, if you want to be noticed by yourself, either learn to create gimmicks or just spend some money yourself. He opened the box and picked up a Kanda-sized kryptonite with tweezers. This was the latest discovery of the archaeological team. Propaganda, it's not shabby. By a navy, go on a hot search. I don't need to teach you this kind of operation. Lex curled his lips. ignoring the strange nouns in the Godfather's mouth. He finally made some achievements, but no one noticed at all. Everyone was attracted by Superman. This irritated Lex, who had always been arrogant and subconsciously had a deeper dislike for the Red Cloak. "I just think the world is stupid, a person of unknown origin, a person who shows great strength. Everyone even regards him as a superhero because he has done a few good things that are not worth mentioning." Lex kept sneering. www.mentalnovel.com Shin said, "What we should do most is to be vigilant to prevent this time bomb from being detonated, rather than crazily pursued and worshipped. It's so thought-provoking." Luke nodded symbolically. Lex Luthor has always been a staunch human supremacist. In this respect, he is somewhat similar to Batman, Pharaoh and others. Of course, Batman thinks that human beings have a certain indestructible spiritual quality and moral bottom line. And Lex believes that a smart person like him should be the ruler and supreme leader of the world. To put it bluntly, his human supremacy is more like playing God. "Rather than complaining with me, you might as well think of a way to steal Superman's limelight." Luke closed the kryptonite box and said with a smile, "The teacher and the little cousin have to compete, which makes it interesting to think about it." I will." Lex raised his head and said confidently, "But there is no time now. I want to help Clark solve the single problem." Luke raised his eyebrows, hated Superman, but became friends with his little cousin. Is really dog blood sadomasochism. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 432 offered a plan, Gulfstream airliner rich second-generation Lex, and Kansas farmer's son Clark. The reason why the two of them can become friends can be traced back to the car accident. As we all know, in interpersonal communication, the first impression is often very important. Clark is Lex's savior and has a close relationship with the other's godfather. It is easy for the two to have a good impression after meeting several times. After getting along, their friendship quickly warmed up. This might sound strange. Lex and Clark are both autistic boys with few friends, and there is no shortage of common topics. Therefore, the arrogant and conceited second generation of the rich, and the son of a peasant with good temperament, gradually became close friends. Speaking of this, I have to sigh with emotion. Superman always seems to attract the attention of the rich, from Lex Luthor to Bruce Wayne. One is the capitalist of the metropolis, and the other is the rich people of Gotham. The only thing they have in common, except for being rich, is that they have an unusual relationship with Clark Kent. Thinking about it again, Superman also has a dad who is a reporter's girlfriend of the Pentagon general. This is a template for a winner in life. But it is understandable. After all, the sacrifice of a whole planet of compatriots in exchange for this luck. Lex left the mansion, drove a brand new sports car to the door of Kent's house, and blew his horn twice. It didn't take long for Clark with two dark circles to appear in front of him. Boarding. Lex, wearing sunglasses, raised his chin. On a rare weekend. Did you just sleep at home? Can you be a little bit more energetic? Clark gave a wry smile. He was busy with schoolwork, football team training and digging walls during the day. Wearing a Superman uniform at night, he ran from Kansas to Metropolis to fight criminals and punish evil and promote good. 24 hours a day, the schedule is full, and the sleep time is seriously insufficient. Had it not been for the strong physique of Krypton, he would have died suddenly if he was exposed to solar energy to replenish energy. Lex, I am not interested in those parties, nor do I want to meet other girls. Clark reluctantly sits in the co-pilot. His new friend has recently paid much attention to his feelings. Not only organizes parties and introduces people, but also teaches various tricks for making girls. Unfortunately, Clark belongs to the more innocent category. He was completely unmoved by those hot girls, wearing hot pants, short skirts, and twisting her waist. Only Lana was in his heart. Clark, You have to enrich your life so that you will not be regarded as a nerd. Lex said with a smile. I took advantage of the town's equestrian competition to help you get Lana out. The listless Clark suddenly seemed to be knocked on doping. He opened his eyes and asked, equestrian competition? Yes. You may not know that Lana is the town's equestrian champion for 3 consecutive years. And she also represented Kansas in an international tournament in the Met. Lex smiled confidently. If you can perform well in this game, she will definitely be admired. But Clark didn't show any surprises. He just scratched his head and said, but, I don't know how to ride a horse. Lex's elated voice stopped abruptly. People who have farms and ranches at home, why don't they ride horses? There are 3 days before the equestrian competition. You can learn now. In order to help Clark get off the order, Lex also worked hard. I can be your equestrian instructor. Seeing that Lex was so positive, Clark couldn't help but feel a little moved. He wondered if he should ask his big cousin for a few days off to learn about horsemanship temporarily. I didn't expect you to ride a horse. Would that kind of aristocratic private school also teach this? Clark asked curiously. Golf, equestrian, skiing, fencing. These are all courses I want to take. Lex seemed to think of something, and said in a low voice, my father is very demanding. I hope I can do the best in everything. So, sitting next to you is a master equestrian, a professional skier, and a master fencer. Eastern Nepal, Lukla Airport. A Gulfstream airliner parked quietly on the runway. The old man with grey hair stood at the entrance of the lower gangway, looking into the distance, as if waiting for a wanderer who was preparing to return home. He is wearing a handmade suit with a pair of Oxford leather shoes under his feet. His hair is meticulously combed, and his accent has a distinctly British accent. After a long time, a figure finally appeared on the empty runway. The opponent did not receive any obstacles and walked to the vicinity of the passenger plane. This is a young man who looks like a tramp, despite the mud and dirt on his face. His eyes are particularly bright and give a feeling of determination. Master Wayne, you have been away for a long time. The old man held back his inner joy and said in a joking tone, is this the latest fashionable dress? Make yourself like a beggar? That's right. This homeless man is Bruce Wayne, who has disappeared for many years. He began to travel the world a long time ago, experiencing the low-level life. Even the old butler Alfred did not know whereabouts. It wasn't until the other day that the other party learned that Bruce Wayne had appeared in Nepal. Long time no see, Alfred. The homeless man named Bruce Wayne smiled and was happy to see someone close to him. During the time he traveled the world, he experienced a lot and learned a lot. The Assassin Alliance taught him how to arm his body and build a frightening image. Although the philosophies of Master Ninja and Bruce Wayne are not consistent, but the latter absorbs the essence, discards the dross, and perfects the inner world of oneself. What is this? Superman? Bruce took a shower on the airliner and put on brand new clothes. He hasn't experienced it for a long time, what it's like to be clean. The new Cosmopolitan ... superhero is said to fly and can lift a truck with one hand. It's amazing. Alfred glanced at the newspaper and replied, Master Wayne, many things have happened during the years you have left. Bruce frowned slightly. His attention was drawn to the red cloak in the newspaper. Superman who can fly? For example? Bruce withdrew his sight. Mentalnovel.com asked casually. For example, in the legal sense, you are now a dead person. Alfred shrugged and said coldly and humorously, you have been missing for 7 years. Everyone in Gotham thought that the only heir to the Wayne family was dead for various strange reasons. So, when I go back to Gotham, is it like performing a miracle of resurrection from the dead? Bruce twitched the corners of his mouth. He didn't care about the details. Before left, this Gotham son passed all the huge inheritance left by his parents to the old housekeeper. Although Wayne Enterprises fell into the hands of those board members. But as long as he wants to take it out, there is no difficulty. Is Gotham still that bad? Look? His thoughts dissipated for a while, and Bruce took back his distracting thoughts and asked the question he was most concerned about. Gotham has never changed. Master Wayne. Alfred replied. Then it is time for some changes, Bruce said through the porthole, looking at the floating clouds. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 433 Kryptonite Type. Another set Superman of Beauty. Find the latest chapter. Luke readily agreed to the little cousin's leave, and specifically told him that the boy should take good care of himself when he is out. Clark felt very confused when he left. He just learnt horsemanship with Lex, and at most followed him to practice fencing together. What's the point to pay attention to? Could Lex still hurt himself? I really want to fast forward directly until my dear godson learns the true identity of Superman, then turns into the #1 black fan, and breaks up with Clark angrily. Luke smiled, put away the bad taste in his heart, and looked at the newspaper on the table. Bold faces used above to emphasize the title, 7 Years Missing, Come Back from the Dead. The heir of the Wayne family is back in Gotham. Everything is as Luke guessed. With the debut of Superman, members of the Justice League will appear one after another. It seems that Batman has successfully stabbed the Ninja Master back and is ready to start his plan to transform Gotham. Luke looked at the handsome young Bruce Wayne in the newspaper, thinking that the Ninja Master was also unlucky enough to be stabbed in the back, especially from the fancy disciple, to his daughter, his subordinates, and finally even his grandchildren ran away. This shows that the loyalty of core members is a big problem for organizations like the Assassin Alliance without a program. Let Batman play his policeman catching thief game for a while. Luke shook his head, dispelling the idea of going to Gotham. Compared to his simpler thinking little cousin, Batman is not that easy to fool. The latter may be the most vigilant person in the world, even close to the point of ruthless paranoia. We must know that Clark has been in the Justice League for so many years, born to death with Batman, fought side by side, and forged a deep friendship. But even so, there is still a kryptonite in the opponent's belt. Speaking of kryptonite, the excavation is not going well. Luke tapped his finger on the desktop. In order to collect the kryptonite in the town, he specially organized an archaeological team to conduct a large-scale search. During this time, a lot of green kryptonite was discovered. It belongs to the most common kind, which can make Kryptonians extremely weak, incapacitated, and even cause fatal injuries. However, there are many types of kryptonite. For example, the red kryptonite that made Superman lose his sense of morality, become evil, and produce hallucinations. Permanently eliminate the superpowered gold kryptonite. Black kryptonite that causes split personality. Kryptonite that kills all the surrounding plants. There is even pink kryptonite that allows Superman to change his sexual orientation. As a qualified collector, Luke feels that he should do everything. Speaking of it, if the little cousin is affected by pink kryptonite, should he choose Lex Luthor or Bruce Wayne? Luke shook his head quickly, shaking off the anxious scenes about philosophy in his head. He pressed the switch on the desktop, and a global map marked with the members of the Justice League appeared. Batman has appeared. Who will be next? Midtown? Seaside City? Still is. Luke looked at the location of Paradise Island, his eyes soft. He took out the group photo, thinking that the intersection between himself and the Wonder Woman in Flashpoint time and space might cause Diana in the main universe to be affected. Dr. Manhattan stole 10 years of the multiverse, thereby changing the original trajectory. Most of the lives are kept in the dark without even noticing it. The only ones who felt something was wrong were Barry Allen the Flash, Batman who got Thomas Wayne's letter, and Wonder Woman. In fact, there are also the first-generation Flash Kid and the third-generation Flash. After Barry Allen, Wally West is the most often sacrificed person. He discovered this secret through the connection with the Speed Force. But unfortunately, Dr. Manhattan directly used the rules to delete the other party's existence. If the guess is correct, Wally West has been involved in the superpower space and gradually forgotten by everyone. As Luke sorted his thoughts, He kept moving in his hands, licking the red links. He decided to temporarily return to the Marvel Universe after training his little cousin. There is not much room for play in the long timeline. In addition to waiting, still waiting. Universe 1024 SHIELD Headquarters. How is the college's enrollment this year? Asked Peggy Carter, who had gold glasses on the bridge of her nose and looked through the documents with her head down. Thanks to the infinite formula, the physical fitness and appearance of youthful vitality are guaranteed. The female SHIELD commander who was supposed to accept the fate of aging still looks graceful. After Luke left, Paige took over the power. This time, the time transfer machine, which was different from the last time Kang the Conquered, was suddenly taken away. Superman prepared everything for the long journey and arranged everything properly. With the improvement of the faculty, the number of top students has also increased, which has greatly enriched the number of SHIELD agents and spies. The person sitting opposite was Nick Fury with a straight back. There was also hair, and I didn't lose an eye. The tillers brought back by Mr. Director is worthy of being the king of spies who built the Red House with his own hands. Many students have performed amazingly in his hands. Peggy Carter frowned slightly. She stopped flipping through the document and said in a warning tone, but likewise, he is also the teacher who has received the most complaints. Fry, you know, I have always disagreed with treating students with too cold-blooded methods, which will squeeze their potential and cause irreparable psychological trauma. Nick Fury did not refute or agree. Compared to Peggy's gentleness, he really likes simple and rude style of doing things. Dr. Zola and Baron Strack, how are they doing with the Hydra integration movement? Skipping this unpleasant topic, Paige talked about the Hydra subdued by Luke. After Superman left, these ambitious and ghostly guys were not at ease. But there is an assault team composed of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and Iron Man Howard Stark. In addition, various forces such as the Blood Family and Werewolves, the three major temples, and so on. The Hydra headed by Baron Strack did not dare to do anything more. Daniel Whitehall, his lair has been discovered. Last week, the Mutant Task Force launched a surprise attack, but there was a stranger around him and finally escaped. Nick Fury showed regret. He suspected that Hydra deliberately released the water, but no substantial evidence was found. With all due respect, Commander Carter, Mr. Director disappeared for too long. This will cause turbulence in the internal structure of SHIELD. More than once Senator has suggested that SHIELD is too powerful and should be dispersed. There are still rumors in private that the president will be replaced every 4 years. But SHIELD will never change. This is a trampling on freedom and democracy. Peggy didn't look up, but just replied softly, who said that? You can invite him to SHIELD for a cup of coffee. Nick Fury was silent. Fry, SHIELD is not a national machine, but a solid line of defense that guards the world. Public opinion can't hurt us, but self-doubt is the only thing. Peggy pursed her lips and said, regarding the distribution of Atlantis' commercial trade share, the Magic Congress led by Carmitage and Superman, and the Hell Hotel in Las Vegas. These need to be handled by SHIELD. The reason why we can get so much and so much power is not from other people's giving, but because of the existence of Superman. Paige is very clear that no matter how much dissatisfaction and opinions they have, no matter whether the Senator of Congress or the President of the White House, before he was sure that Luke would not come back, he had to hold back in his heart. Without SHIELD, who will be responsible for those tasks? The three temples will not recognize the government of the world at all, let alone the devil of to put human beings in their eyes. Novel.com. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Have you heard this sentence? Peggy asked with a smile. This is what Luke often talks about. He said that the reverse is also true. The greater the responsibility, the greater the ability. Nick Fury was thoughtful and didn't say much. SHIELD does not exist because of the United States or the World Security Council. The root on which it is based comes from a person who has disappeared for a long time. Superman. When Chief Fury left just now, his face didn't seem to be pretty. The female secretary stepped on a pair of high heels, came over. She had a rare short burgundy hair, a young and immature beautiful face, exuding a charming atmosphere. He was just blinded by patriotic thinking. SHIELD has never served the federal government or the White House. Peggy said lightly. Natasha, is there any news from Howard? The lucky girl who came out of the Red House and was selected by Paige, put down the files in her hand, and whispered softly, Mr. Stark is busy holding the World Expo and promoting his steel suit. However, he sent a message 2 days ago saying that he had found the place. Mr. Director said, the country called Wakanda. There are extremely rich vibrating resources there, but it is relatively repellent to outsiders, and the culture is conservative and closed. Paige was holding her forehead, seemingly a headache. According to Howard's usual style, he probably led the team over. Wakanda. A country that has never heard of it. Hope that it won't cause any international disputes. Paige shook her head. She couldn't restrain Howard. Since becoming Iron Man, that guy has run around the world, and his reputation once caught up with the semi-retired Captain America. Chapter 434. Clark, cut him in the middle. Clark recently cancelled all extracurricular activities, not just asking for leave with his big cousin, and freeing himself from the miserable life of human sandbags. He also suspended the training of the football team. In addition to going to the metropolis to check in on time at night, he basically spent the day at Lex's mansion to learn fencing skills, or go to the ranch to learn equestrianism together. Even the adoptive father Jonathan is very surprised. When did Clark like riding a horse? As everyone knows, his son is only to achieve outstanding performance in the game and successfully win the heart of the goddess. Changing to the previous Clark may not be so proactive. Hesitating, doubting himself, is the most common thing a Superman in adolescence does. But after being trained by his big cousin, Clark's mentality has changed. As long as he is swayed well, there is no corner to dig. Although the famous flower has a master, I can help loosen the soil. Clark muttered the classic motto he learned from his big cousin, leaning forward, leaning down on the back of his horse, and driving a racehorse running with his hoofs. Clark, maybe you really have this talent. Lex slowly followed behind, trying to reduce the surprised expression on his face. He discovered for the first time that this guy who was called a nerd in school actually had a learning ability far beyond ordinary people. For 3 days, it is only for ordinary people to learn the riding posture at most. Can be placed here with Clark, and he can already ride a horse and make some difficult moves. Is this level eligible to participate in equestrian competitions? Clark ran 2 laps and grabbed the reins, slowly straightened his back and slowed down the horse racing speed. If you just sign up for ordinary competitions and obstacle courses, then there should be no problem. Lex held the rein in one hand and touched his chin with the other, and said in a deep voice, generally speaking, there are multiple events in equestrian competitions, such as dressage competitions, endurance races, barrel races and so on. Is mainly to test the ability of the rider, and to create an enjoyable program effect. Those projects that have certain technical requirements, Clark does not need to waste time. But like speed races and obstacle races, this kind of relatively low difficulty, suitable for novice projects, you can register. If you can win the first place, you can win the favor of the goddess. There is no young girl who refuses a celebrity who is out in the limelight. This is also one of the reasons why cheerleaders and quarterbacks in the school are so popular. You still need a good horse, Lex added. Is not just to find a wild horse casually. You can sprint on the field. Regular competitions have strict requirements on the weight, gender, and age of the horses. The race in the small town may not be so exaggerated, but at least it must be a qualified horse, not a wild horse caught by a rope. This may be a big problem. Clark scratched his head. He didn't even have a decent night costume. let alone a good racehorse. The few horses that I raise, they all live in the Metropolitan Horse Farm, and they can't be adjusted for half of the time. Lex was a little bit difficult, and his father would not allow it. His beloved thing was consigned to a small town to participate in an equestrian competition that was not famous. In the words of the other party, this will damage the face and honor of the Luther family. Horse racing is an ancient sport that can be traced back to ancient Greece, was then carried forward by Britain and became a fashion behavior in aristocratic circles. In recent years, horse racing and horse racing have been favored by the upper class in metropolitan areas and have become new means of showing off their wealth. An excellent thoroughbred horse is only more expensive than a modern high-end sports car. Need to hire specialized labor and breeding, as well as purchase sites and so on. The wealthy people like to create some threshold leisure activities, hoping to divide themselves and the poor into a clear class. Yachts, sports cars, private jets are all similar to exclusive items that show identity. Maybe the Godfather can do it. I remember he was a thoroughbred horse that won the World Jumping Championships. It's called ... Lightning Barry. Lex took off his helmet, rolled over and dismounted, suddenly remembered. He has no friends, so he attaches great importance to Clark. Then I will wait and ask. If you change to someone else, Clark might just give up, and he doesn't want to trouble Lex again. But if it's a big cousin, it's worth a try. We are all relatives, so borrowing a horse should be fine. Lightning Barry just ride away. Luke, who stayed in the mansion studying kryptonite, silently covered the lead box when he saw his little cousin visiting, and readily agreed. He is about to return to the Marvel Universe, and the industry here will eventually be handed over to Clark and Lex, which is a kind of trusteeship. After all, who can be more trustworthy than the little cousin and godson? A thoroughbred horse in a nuance. What counts? By the way, some mutants recently appeared in the town. Clark, don't forget your mission as a Superman intern. Luke kindly reminded. Little cousin has been busy digging the wall recently, but ignored the surrounding situation. Some residents in the town who have been exposed to kryptonite for a long time and have been exposed to radiation. Their bodies have undergone abnormal changes, producing various strange abilities. Luke secretly marked several dangerous elements, preparing to throw it to his little cousin to level up and fight monsters to gain experience. Clark nodded vigorously, patted his chest to make sure. But the big cousin can clearly see that he is a little absent-minded. Is like a student who is dragged into the classroom after school. Sitting in the classroom, his heart has already flown to other places. Luke can also understand this, a boy of 17 or 18. In addition to the white thighs and arms, there is nothing else in his mind. The overwhelming male hormones can easily make Clark lose his calm mind and become troubled by gains and losses. No way. Who made the little cousin just a pure and innocent virgin who had just handed in his first kiss and had his virginity intact? By the way, his first kiss was Lex Luthor. Maybe this is why the other party helped Clark so enthusiastically. A friendly reminder, if you win the game, you will have a chance to communicate with Lana further, and you must remember to ask her to remove the necklace. Luke seemed to think of something, and specifically exhorted him. If the little cousin prepares to carry the gun and mounts, and the result is that he is not weakened, he has more than his heart, and his strength is insufficient, then it may cause serious trauma to his young mind. According to incomplete statistics, among male groups, the first experience is too bad, which has a high probability of causing disharmony in future marriages. Necklace. Clark was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. His trust in his big cousin is increasing rapidly. Everyone is saying, could Luke harm himself? The equestrian competition came as scheduled. The scene can be said to be noisy with gongs and drums, firecrackers blasting, red flags on display, crowds of people. I'm sorry, it was a scene. This is an annual large-scale program in the town. From the executive committee to the ordinary residents, they will gather here. It is a grand event suitable for all. The competition has 4 major events: dressage, barrel winding, hurdles and racing. The champion will receive the Golden Pumpkin Award from the town's administrative committee and a cash prize of $1,000. As a town-level competition, the prize money is very generous. Clark, come on. Before the start of the game, the adoptive father Jonathan and Mrs. Kent came together to cheer up their son. Champions and cash are not important. The important thing is to gain something. Adoptive father Jonathan, as always speaks with positive energy. Reward. Clark looked not far away, dressed in a night costume, looked heroic. Lana. He felt that his youthful heart was like being hit by something. The lively atmosphere spread rapidly, and the whole arena was filled with cheers and applause. I saw a beautifully dressed horse, led by the rider, like a professional dancer, twisting with rhythmic steps. With fast-paced drum beats and exciting music, it instantly brings the atmosphere to the highest peak. After dozens of minutes passed, the opening show was over, and it was finally the turn of the racing game to begin. Clark, who was slightly nervous, looked up at his big cousin sitting on the viewing platform, and took a deep breath. The latter seemed to sense the little cousin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a sharp curve. I can do it. Riding on the thoroughbred horse called Lightning Barry, Clark felt like a heroic knight in the Middle Ages, is preparing to rush to the battlefield to win honors and medals, and then receive the favor of the princess. With such a beautiful vision, he tightened the rein, holding the horse's belly with his legs, just waiting for the starter to fire. This horse, known as the Knigsk of thoroughbred horses, will be able to get rid of all the opponents and become the most dazzling star on the field! Clark flicked the reins, and Lightning Barry broke through the two open doors, bursting out like an arrow from the string. Just kicked off the opponent a lot at the start. But there was no applause or cheers. Clark, who was immersed in the atmosphere of the game, felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he pulled the reins hard, and quickly wanted to stop, because in front of him, standing a man wearing a President Jefferson mask. That gunshot was exactly what he made. See you again, kid. The opponent was wearing the starter's overalls, and did not know where to draw a submachine gun. Shot towards the sky for a while, then fired at Lightning Barry again. The thoroughbred horse of Knigsk, which is worth a limited edition of the world, was shot fiercely. The whole body was covered with blood holes, and it fell down in pain. Out of inertia, Clark fell forward, rolled a few laps, and hit the fence next to the track. Screams, shouts. They flooded into Clark's ears, like waves. He barely opened his eyes and saw the gunman, approaching Lana riding on a red horse. In danger. Terrible thoughts occupy Clark's mind. He seems to have been given a shot of adrenal hormones, instantly refreshing and full of power. Boom. There was a blast from the atmosphere, as if a bomb had been detonated, setting off billowing smoke and dust. Clark threw himself in front of the gangster wearing the President Jefferson mask like lightning, then shook his fist and punched it out! Is like the impact of gold and iron, making a sonorous sound. Clark's eyes widened, with an expression of incredible shock on his face. Little guy, I am different from before. A fierce voice came from under the mask. The gangster who had robbed the bank but was scared away by Clark took the punch in the front. Dropped the submachine gun as a guise. He shook his head fiercely, and slammed it forward! There was another dull pop. Clark staggered back 2 steps, golden light in his eyes. The brain buzzed as if hitting a copper wall and an iron wall. What's going on? Clark barely stood firm, and saw President Jefferson rushing up. The skin of the opponent's whole body showed a metallic color. Seems to be cast from steel, full of powerful sense of power. Where did he come from? Luke, who was sitting in the stands, raised the corners of his mouth, showing a calm expression with interest. He wanted to see how his trained little cousin would do in the face of enemies of equal strength. However, Clark's situation is not optimistic. The little cousin learns to control power, but he really lacks talent in fighting. The President Jefferson, who had a body of steel, constantly suppressed Clark and gave a violent blow to the storm. Punch, dodge. His speed and reaction seemed to be inferior to his big cousin. Thanks to his long experience as a human sandbag, Clark quickly adapted to the rhythm and began to look for opportunities. Crossed his hands and held the fist of President Jefferson. Then, he bent his elbow and hit the opponent's head that was approaching. Is like a heavy hammer, blasting President Jefferson and knocking it out. Clark continued to posture defensively. He can't attack, but he knows how to counterattack. Come here. Little cousin makes the provocative action he learned from Luke.mtlnovel.com, puts his finger up and squirts a few times. The dizzy President Jefferson seemed to be caught in a mockery, dashing over like an angry bull. The steel palms that can squeeze steel and crush the rocks suddenly closed, and hugged Clark tightly. Suddenly exerted force, enough to crush the bones of others and rupture the internal organs. But Clark just felt it was difficult to breathe. He didn't panic. He did what he did. Head back and bump forward. President Jefferson, who received an elbow hit, was hit with a heavy hammer in his head. The whole person staggered back, his ears and nose bleeding. Try to cut him in the middle. Clark seemed to hear the voice of his big cousin. He subconsciously took a step forward, making fists with both hands, got out of nowhere, and quickly slammed President Jefferson on the chest. Every punch is done with all his strength, like a round sledgehammer, The continuous muffled sound echoed on the court. Even though President Jefferson was a body of steel, he couldn't bear Clark's lightning-fast punches. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground to faint. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Pull the crotch. This title has been stored in my draft box for a week. Basically, I want to send it out when I come back from get off work and have no energy or thoughts. Half of this month has passed, and my full attendance plan is progressing steadily. If there are no accidents develop according to this situation next month, I will like to mention the first full attendance of this book, 1000 yuan. Unfortunately, there is no destiny. I have had a terrible life recently. Despite the daily code word, the daily water group, and the daily astringent picture of the Kankan group, I am indeed in a state of low air pressure. Is partly due to physical reasons. I am a rhinitis patient. The cold weather caused pharyngitis. I rely on golden throat, watermelon cream, loquat and loquat water to last my life every day. It may be due to decreased immunity, repeated coughing, lingering for half a month, but not getting better. The ergonomic chair that spent most of the cost of the manuscript did not bring me a comfortable experience, and I often felt my muscles stiff. Turn on keep wanting to do some exercise, but also listless. I'm bored. I only go to the group every day to repeat, come on, code word man, at night, code word man. It was raining today. I forgot to bring my umbrella when I went out. I got soaked all over for a box of 39 yuan of loquat cream. Later, my roommate reminded me that I can actually order takeaways. Then, the more I think, the more angry. The bad weather gave birth to a low mood. Asked me to sit in front of the computer and type this hip strip. When I was writing a book before, I often thought that if my grades could improve, I would definitely work harder. But the truth is that when I really got better, I was already overwhelmed by life. 2 jobs and 2 incomes did not bring back double happiness. I am not that kind of sentimental person, and I don't quite understand why I suddenly broke down on this rainy night. This may be what the teacher said to us when I was sitting in the classroom a few years ago. The beating of life. Sorry for bringing some negative energy. I think I might need to take a 2-day break to recharge my energy and write some more interesting content, so as to make it less boring for you to watch. Good night. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 435 Super Saiyan, Deadly Black Kryptonite. As the culprit wearing the President Jefferson mask fell, the metallic cluster of his surface skin slowly receded and returned to his normal appearance. Lana, who was riding on the red horse, looked at Clark with shocked eyes, seemingly unbelievable. The latter closed his hand quickly, behaving at a loss, as if truanting school was caught by the teacher. Generally speaking, The identity of a superhero is my biggest secret. Once discovered, it can always cause trouble. Fortunately, people on the track turned their backs on their backs, and it was extremely chaotic. No one noticed except Lana. Otherwise, Clark doesn't even know what to do. A kryptonite mutant. Luke Shishiran stepped off the stand, curled his lips and said, penetrated flesh and blood through supervision, and he saw that the cells in his body showed signs of abnormal changes caused by kryptonite radiation. Fortunately, it is not a long-term contact, and it did not cause cancer. This guy was paralyzed by his little cousin's lightning whip plus wang bar punch, and maybe he can only spend his next life in a wheelchair. Speaking of which, why is Superman becoming more and more bat-like? Does not want to kill, but can beat the disabled. Has changed into his shape before meeting Batman. Comet is a good friend of a quilt. Kryptonite. Clark looked confused. He still doesn't know what kryptonite is. Every time you approach Lana, do you feel weak, extremely weak, or even breathing difficulties? Luke looked at the crowds in the empty arena where the birds and beasts were scattered, the smoke rising up and rolling, and gradually subsided. The bank robber who tried to avenge Clark broke out halfway and disrupted the equestrian competition. The other party may not know where to receive the kryptonite exposure, and then gain the ability to change. After the self-confidence is overexpanded, he thinks of opportunistic revenge. Luke made a simple analysis, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. If you wear a small piece of kryptonite with you like Lana, you won't be affected. Only those who have received a lot of radiation for a long time, causing cell mutations, will become short-lived superpowers. Less than 2 weeks after the bank robbery happened, the President Jefferson was transformed into a kryptonite mutant. Such a rapid rate of infection means that the opponent is likely to be affected by a large amount of radiation in a short period of time. In other words, he knew a place with a lot of kryptonite. Fortunately, Clark didn't kill him. After that, he should be able to shed some useful information. Luke once scanned the town with supervision, but he did not find a large number of kryptonite fragments buried anywhere. Yes, Chloe said this is secret love syndrome. Hearing the big cousin's question, Clark scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. He and Lana have been neighbors since they were young, and they go to school together every day. If it wasn't for being close to the opponent, maybe Clark would have successfully confessed and taken him down. Where would he get that quarterback boyfriend? The green meteorite on Lana's necklace is a polished kryptonite fragment. Luke saw that the smoke was about to disperse, thinking that if he delays, the police and Lex in the town, as well as Clark's parents, may be arriving. He directly took his little cousin up from the ground, flew high into the sky, and disappeared into the arena. Kryptonite is a mineral from outside the Earth. The radioactivity it produces will make Saiyan lose all abilities and enter a state of weakness. Luke explained. Then why are you not affected? Clark's heart moved. No wonder the big cousin reminded himself before, remember to ask Lana to remove the necklace. Then, he suddenly remembered. Luke seems to have been in contact with Lana several times, and did not show a weak reaction. Because I am a Super Saiyan. Luke stood above the clouds and replied with a weird face. So the radioactivity of kryptonite has no effect on me. Super Saiyan. Clark was a little confused. I don't know what it means, but it feels amazing. How can I explain it later? Lana just saw it. How did I defeat the mutant? Clark thought of Lana's surprised eyes, and his heart was a little complicated. Is full of secret joy, mixed with panic, and at the same time at a loss. The fact that he is a Superman doesn't even know about his adoptive parents. Clark is living a double life every day. While enjoying various praises and reports from the metropolis to Superman, on the other side is the ordinary little town boy. The secret identity of a superhero is discovered by a crush. This actually satisfies young people who are keen to show off their personality characteristics in front of the opposite sex. Of course, Clark is not that naive. He was only at the very beginning. There was a hint of inexplicable gratification. When he calmed down, it all turned into panic. What if Lana is unwilling to keep secrets? Clark was a little worried. Would the big cousin think he messed up all of this? and kicked him out of the Superman family in anger. "Your internship career is over." The little cousin was uneasy, and his mind reverberated with the classic lines of those unscrupulous bosses who fired their subordinate employees in the movie. "I believe that based on your relationship with Lana, she will definitely keep a secret for you," Luke answered casually without guessing Clark's mental activity. He is more concerned about Lex's follow-up actions than when Lana learns of Superman's identity. That clever godson, who has always been keen in observation, may be aware of some clues. After the last bank robbery, Lex showed great concern for Clark. Although they say that they practice fencing together every day, they have built a deep friendship. But considering Lex's character and the city, Luke does not rule out his idea of getting close to Clark to investigate the truth behind it. "My relationship with Lana ... We are just ordinary classmates." The voice of the little cousin was depressed. "Clark, you have to know that few girls can resist the temptation to become a superhero girlfriend." Luke's strict secrecy of Superman's identity doesn't matter much. According to his plan, this is information that will be made public sooner or later. Only when Clark Kent, the son of a farmer in Kansas, has this label overshadowed Superman and Kryptonian orphans, can the little cousin be more easily accepted and recognized. Behind the seemingly powerful title of the world, it often represents a certain kind of vigilance and distance. "Is that right?" Clark scratched his head. He put on a Superman uniform, and when he hovered high in the metropolis, he was really popular. Every time innocent people in the fire scene are rescued, or a car accident is prevented ... they are so happy. They can't wait to rush to take a group photo for autographs. The most exaggerated is that he successfully landed a crashed airliner not long ago. One of the beautiful flight attendants who survived the catastrophe was so enthusiastic that she even unbuttoned her coat and asked Clark to leave her signature on her chest. "Superman, who is underage. How can I ever see such a battle?" Looking at the purple lace and white floral skin, Clark couldn't help his face flushing, and then fled in fright. "Is as innocent as him. I have never watched a restricted level movie, let alone look directly at the woman's body." "Of course," Luke nodded and responded to his little cousin. "The premise is that she has not experienced that her boyfriend disappears mysteriously every night, and is often kidnapped by the villain." "Clark, smart people are always different. They can often discover the essence or law of the world's operation from a small matter. For example, the most famous apple in the world is said to be the reason why Newton later proposed the law of universal gravitation. Or when Archimedes was in the bath, he solved the king's golden crown mystery and derived the law of buoyancy. The authenticity of these stories may be questionable, but there is no doubt that being good at observation is one of the good habits to accumulate wisdom." Lex returned to the mansion, and the shooting incident on the racetrack during the day surprised him. Although there is a saying, "Free America, gunfire every day." Lex grew up in a wealthy area with excellent public security, and went to a private aristocratic school. There were bodyguards and drivers to pick up and drop off. "I don't know much about chaotic and dirty slums." He was originally sitting in the stands, waiting for his good friend Clark to show off his skills and make a splash. Who knew that the starter shot at the auditorium wounded an innocent person, and later killed the Godfather's thoroughbred horse? By the time the submachine gun fired into the sky, everyone had already scattered. Lex was swarmed by the panicked crowd and couldn't move a bit. He called Clark's name loudly, but no one responded. Later he returned to the game, and the man wearing the President Jefferson mask was just carried on a stretcher. And Clark was very honest, recording a confession with the police. According to his answer, it was Superman who saved him. "Superman again?" Lex curled his eyebrows. He always felt something was wrong. Clark seemed to have some secrets from him. He has been staring at Lana.s chest just now. Although the time of acquaintance is not long, Lex asks himself that he knows Clark well. He doesn't know how to lie, let alone staring at the chest of his crush like a pervert. In the usual times, this guy feels nervous even looking at each other with Lana. How can he suddenly act act so boldly. You ass. Intuition reminded Lex that Clark must have hidden something. Inference made his eyes light up slightly, as if he had discovered some kind of interesting activity. Detective Lex Luthor is going to go, Lex said triumphantly. He regarded this as a pastime. Is like being too bored after breakfast and using a crossword puzzle in the newspaper to pass the time. First think of a way to get the confession of that culprit, and then, it's Lana. There is something strange about her. That's why Clark is extremely concerned. Lex snapped his fingers. His execution has always been on the table, and he started to make plans without hesitation. Meteorite. A few days later, with the bargaining chip of call a lawyer, Lex obtained a lot of useful information from the bank gangster who was lying on the hospital bed and paralyzed his lower body. According to President Jefferson, in order to avoid the police, he did not escape along the highway, but abandoned his car and hid in the dense forest more than 10 kilometers away from the town. Then he accidentally fell into an unmanned cave. The rock walls inside were covered with various gleaming green ores, like clusters of plants growing. The other party stayed cautiously for about a week, and found that his body had undergone tremendous changes. The skin is metallized, hard as steel. After repeated testing several times, after confirming that he was invulnerable, the President Jefferson decided to return to the town, slaughter the bad boy, and ransack the bank's vault. By the way, this is the plan he got from his stupid brain stuffed with muscles. The conversation only goes on to this point, and Lex's visit time is over. He couldn't go further and asked who Superman was and what he looked like. Or that allows people to have superpowers. Lex's face twitched twice, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement. But his clenched hands have already exposed his uneasy mood. Should you tell the Godfather? Almost immediately, Lex thought of Luke. But he immediately dismissed the idea again. It might just be a lie made up by the bank gangsters. Has not confirmed, rushing to claim credit. I am afraid it will provoke ridicule. Lex was silent. He thought of what the bank gangster had said, that there was a piece of unusual ore hidden in the trunk of a Jeep. Lex. That afternoon, Clark came to Lex's house as usual. Although the equestrian competition was forced to stop and end, the fencing can still continue. Besides, Clark is more willing to get along with friends than facing his big cousin. At least there will be no pressure. Luke is sometimes not serious and likes to say strange things that people don't understand. It may be due to the Kryptonian's keen intuition. He always felt that when he stood in front of the opponent, his heart was pressed against a stone. Maybe this is the feeling of oppression that the Super Saiyan has on the lower-level fighters. Is the door closed? Clark rang the doorbell several times, but there was no response. He stretched out his hand and pushed the door. With a squeak, a gap was exposed through the thick mahogany and copper door. Lex. Clark called his probe twice, but there was still no response. So he went straight up the stairs to the second floor, and came to the study where Lex usually stayed. Why don't you talk at home? Seeing Lex sitting in front of the desk with his head down, Clark couldn't help complaining. I'm here. Lex seemed to have a cold. His voice was a little hoarse, and he spoke every word. His eyes fixed on an iron box on the table, not at the coming friend. You are a little strange. Are you sick? Clark felt that something was not right, so he approached and said, Very good. Lex slowly raised his head and pulled out a stiff smile. His eyes were filled with fierce light, like wild beasts, exuding a violent breath. Clark saw this and couldn't help but backed away. Lex, who is usually witty and humorous, trying to show his polite side, is like a different person. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the slender steel sword placed on the side shelf, and stabbed Clark directly. Lex, what are you doing? Clark was careless. There was no flash, and he was hit directly by the opponent. The sharp steel sword pierced the chest and bent into an amazing arc. Even Superman's skin was not broken. According to Clark's generous character, it is impossible for him to kill Lex. So I can only yell in an attempt to wake the other party, while backing up, avoid the attack! Clark hit the table, the tin box vibrated, and the contents rolled out and fell on the carpet. He looked over involuntarily and found that it was a dark irregular spa. The light on the surface seemed to reflect, causing Clark's eyes to narrow slightly. He wanted to look away and continue to wake Lex, who was crazy, but there seemed to be another voice in his mind. The roared and echoed, "Kill this unlearned dude. Crush his bones. Mentalnovel.com and let him die slowly in painful wailing. A stomped foot on his face is a punishment for showing off his cleverness. Clark Kent, you are the most powerful person in the world. Why do you have to follow the rules? You can do whatever you want." Clark put his hands around his head, trying to throw the nasty noise out. "That voice is yourself, Clark. You have to learn to accept him." Lex was so dark that his pupils constricted, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Get rid of those shackles and make yourself better, right?" The veins burst on Clark's forehead, as if full of anger. He looked at Lex, who was chattering, strode forward, broke the steel sword that stabbed his chest again, and raised his hand to fly the opponent out! Lex slammed his body against the wall and passed out. "You are too noisy," Clark said in a grumpy tone that didn't fit his character. "Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication." The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 436 Education of Love, Fist of Justice. 10 kilometers away from the small town, in a dense forest cave, archaeological team members are carefully studying the clusters of green ore on the rock wall. It has relatively strong radioactivity and high energy readings. Similar to gamma rays and X-rays, it can penetrate objects and living things. An old man with gray hair analyzes this novel mineral with the help of various instruments. "Fortunately, Mr. Cavill reminded us before that let us use lead containers to collect, otherwise it may cause harm to the human body if exposed to it for a long time." The archaeologists who poured in from behind, as well as the workers who carried the instruments, were all wrapped in a layer of thick clothing similar to protective clothing. The surface is covered with lead skin. The purpose is to prevent the radioactive energy of kryptonite from penetrating into the cells, and to promote abnormal changes in the human body. "Oh, I just happen to know a little bit." Luke waved his hand modestly. He symbolically put on a protective suit and walked into the cave. The ubiquitous radioactive energy squeezed like ocean waves. If Luke is replaced by his little cousin Clark, within a few seconds, the opponent will be weakened by the kryptonite to a difficult position that is difficult to walk. This is simply the of the Kryptonians. Even breathing has become a fatal act. Professor Bass, according to the agreement we signed, this is a private exploration operation, so all items found during the inspection process must be owned by Water. Luke touched the shimmering kryptonite with his hand and reminded softly, "Of course, Mr. Cavill generously funded us, so the things discovered during the period must belong to you, which is very reasonable." Professor Bass retracted his reluctant and fascinating sight. "These green minerals have never been seen before. According to the analysis data obtained by the instrument, their constituents did not even appear on the periodic table." If he can conduct in-depth research, he can write more than a dozen heavyweight papers that shocked the world. Maybe it can prove that there is still civilization and life outside the Earth. Regrettably, Water Company has a big business. The archaeology professor at the University of Michigan, it is impossible to contend with a huge group. The reality is not a Hollywood movie. The unknown person overturns the big guys. It is more difficult than going to the sky. At least the latter can be achieved with the help of spaceships and rockets. "Can I save a piece as a souvenir?" Professor Buss asked cautiously. "This is probably the most valuable exploration discovery in my archaeological career." Luke nodded and did not refuse. "The kryptonite in this set is like the vibrating gold of the Marvel Universe next door. Sounds precious and rare, but in fact it is quite popular. Almost a handful of people, except for Lex Luthor, who knows how to synthesize kryptonite, and Batman, the kryptonite collector. Almost all villains facing Superman have used that thing against Clark. And the effect is remarkable, tried and tested. I will let the person under my hand polish an ore and give it to the professor as a gift." Luke smiled slightly. The small particles of kryptonite had no effect on ordinary people, otherwise Clark's crush Lana would have changed. As for whether this kind of generosity will cause trouble to the little cousin, it is no longer within his consideration. Anyway, in accordance with the will of the almighty universe, Superman will always be the first guy to drop the line in the Justice League team battle. There is no such thing as this kind of tactics aimed at by kryptonite. Regardless of whether he is directed or not, he will not appear on the team battlefield, at least in every major event. And many villains headed by Lex Luthor, they can always master a variety of kryptonite weapons, such as boxing gloves, spears and the like. There are also various methods such as the use of red sun spotlights, charm magic, mind control, and so on. This has caused Superman's combat power to fluctuate with a very high upper limit and a very low lower limit for a long time. Sometimes even second-rate villains such as the Swamp Monster and the Poison Ivy can easily defeat them. But sometimes powerful existences like Darkseid and Mandolak are repelled by Superman. Of course, no matter how the version is updated, Batman is always a god. Most of them are green kryptonite. Are there no other types? Luke's supervision is greatly restricted in the cave. The radioactive energy formed by a large amount of kryptonite is like a hazy fog, which makes people feel fuzzy. This may be why he didn't discover the location of this cave in the first time. The leaked radioactive energy is like a perfect protective cover, evading his own search. Had it not been for the information provided by the hapless bank gangster, it would be difficult for Luke to find it. Wearing protective clothing, he continued to go deep until he reached the end, and he had no other gains. Luke shook his head helplessly, a little disappointed. It's really impossible to give a piece of pink kryptonite. It is said that that thing can change the sexual orientation, or gender of Kryptonians. If it's true, then Luke doesn't mind having another cousin besides Supergirl Kala. Either a grand wedding for Superman and Batman is also possible, which is much more explosive than the wedding of the gods in Asgard next door. I must have brought the style of the Marvel Universe here. Luke smiled, shaking off the strange thoughts in his head. In the DC world, thinking about these funny things all day is not a good phenomenon. Has to be darker to blend in. Luke casually told the staff a few words, turned and left the cave. Before Lex, he learned the location of the kryptonite cave from the bank gangster who was paralyzed in his lower body. After confirming that it was true, the archaeological team was directly sent over for further in-depth research. The formation of kryptonite is actually when the planet is destroyed, a certain substance produces radioactivity in a huge explosion, and finally condenses into irregular crystal-like minerals. They accompanied the spaceship carrying Superman and fell to the Earth together. The meteorite shower 17 years ago in the small town is a manifestation of the disintegration of a huge kryptonite. Lex also seems to want to dig out some useful news from that hapless guy's mouth. Walked a distance and flew up to Luke. His thoughts diverged. The little movements that Lex thinks are very secret are actually captured by him. Obviously, his godson had doubts about his good friend Clark. Okay, Luke is thinking about what he should do if the boat of friendship between Lex and his little cousin is overturned. But suddenly there was an explosion in his ear, a noise mixed with screams. Luke frowned slightly, and teleported to the top of the town in an instant. Surprisingly, he saw Clark in a Superman uniform walking down the street. The red cloak was hunting and fluttering, and his eyes burst into red light, forming a high-temperature beam. Boom! A car parked on the side of the road was directly ignited and detonated, releasing a raging flame. How is this going? Luke is a little confused. This is probably the first time beyond his control since his arrival. Little cousin Clark became a source of panic, a criminal who wreaked havoc. If he didn't know the situation, Luke might think he was on the set of The Injustice. This is very unreasonable. Luke didn't entangle either, covering the Superman's suit on the surface, and landed in front of his little cousin, preparing to prevent the other party from continuing to destroy. For superheroes like Superman and Batman, Hurting others and depriving lives have always been the beginning of blackening. This has already been proved by the Batman Knights of the Dark Multiverse, although it sounds unreasonable, because the Marvel Universe next door doesn't even show any mercy to Captain America on the battlefield. He is still the spiritual embodiment of absolute justice. But such boring questions can usually only be attributed to the influence of the will on the almighty universe, and no serious answer can be obtained. Killed the Joker's Superman and established an Injustice alliance. The Batman who killed the Joker became a laughing bat. The source of the problem has been found. The culprit is the clown. Do you know what you are doing? Luke's voice sounded directly in Clark's brain. The latter's dark pupils condensed slightly, and he looked at the familiar figure not far away. Kill him. You are the most powerful person in the world. Any stumbling block in front of you must be crushed. The negative personality caused by black kryptonite seems to dominate Clark's spiritual will. He hesitated, struggling violently in his heart. But before the two personalities could decide the outcome, Luke took a step forward. Cracks in the ground. He used a powerful recoil force to force him in front of Clark! A dull sound. An ear-piercing thunder like a clear sky burst, rolling and reverberating, spreading far away. Clark's eyes widened, seemingly unbelievable. Then his body was thrown up and fell heavily to the ground. Boom boom boom. Clark penetrated a wall behind him, and the whole person was pressed to the ground by that strong force, plowing a deep gully. Big cousin actually beat me. A short-term sober normal personality, showing extremely shocked emotions. Generally speaking, shouldn't Luke work hard to wake him up, talk about the good times in the past while enduring his stormy attacks, and never fight back? Why didn't I try it? So I just started it. The questions that passed through in his heart were quickly engulfed by the anger of the negative personality. Clark supported his body with his hands and got up from the hard ground. He shook his head slightly to eliminate the hum of brain concussion. On the right eye socket, a circle of obvious bruise appeared. Kill him. We must get revenge. Violent impulsive emotions occupy Clark's heart. He gave a cold snort and exerted force under his feet. Like a gust of wind on the ground, there was a roar. The red cloak pulled out the afterimage and rushed straight to Luke, which was a street away. I've said it many times, Clark. Slow action and low damage, so don't think about it. Luke curled his lips, and the little cousin of Krypton who had been in the sun for 17 years did not pose any threat to him now. Suddenly opened the biological force field, and slightly delayed Superman's figure. Then, he lifted his right leg! A huge shock is like a bomb detonated in the air. The air has violent fluctuations visible to the naked eye, like the waves rolling out wildly. Clark, who forced him in front of his eldest cousin, his entire face was swollen, as if he was blessed. Then, he flew out at a faster speed than before, and there was an extra footprint on his face. Don't worry, I am very experienced in dealing with victims who have been brainwashed and blackened. Luke showed a kind smile and said faintly, I used to have a friend named Barnes, and under my effective treatment, he regained himself and restored his original memory. For some reason, Clark's negative personality was a little scared when he heard the comfort of his cousin. The other's punch and kick made him understand that maybe he is not the most powerful person in the world. You don't come here, Luke said, walking forward, taking steps. It's like a heavy hammer hit Clark's heart, making him feel turmeric. Negative personality is more arrogant, tyrannical, and likes to bully the weak than the main one. Therefore, when you encounter an overly powerful and invincible opponent, you are more likely to feel fear and doubt. What are you afraid of? As long as you step on me, no one can stop you anymore. Luke had a playful smile on his face, deliberately didn't walk fast. He stared at Clark tightly with his eyes, with an indifferent expression in them. The invisible pressure enveloped the little cousin. The latter rolled his throat twice, and screamed inwardly, if you take another step, I will kill all the people in this town. Then let go and do it. Don't hesitate. Luke shrugged, acting indifferently. By the way, cute little cousin, Don't you think I am a good person? The ridiculous chuckle made Clark, who was dominated by a negative personality, speechless, and didn't know what to say. According to the memories stored in the brain, the eldest cousin really never said that he would save the world and protect the human beings. Compared with the adoptive father Jonathan, who likes to speak positive energy quotations, Luke mentioned more about how to fight, how to defeat opponents, how to avoid being hurt. You see, the big cousin you admire is actually a selfish villain. Clark's negative personality sneered, but his face appeared a little weird after speaking. As a bad guy, he reprimanded others abruptly, as if it was against the peace. You can vent your desire to kill as much as you want, hurt those innocent people, and then put their blood debt on my head provided that you can do it, Luke said calmly, but his eyes suddenly became sharp, hitting Clark like a blade, causing him to shrink his neck subconsciously. Boom! I saw the dark red cloak suddenly float up, and the suffocating terrifying wind pressure swept across the streets on both sides. The parked car overturned and rolled out, and a lot of smoke rose up. The cracked hard ground appeared, and Luke was no longer visible. Suddenly, Clark felt a strong palm and pressed it firmly on his face. He seemed to be hit head by a speeding train. He was under great pressure, and his whole body wailed in pain. Let go! Before the violent voice could be heard, Clark was taken up into the air. Rumbling speed break through the sound barrier. Clark, I don't know what happened, and I don't know how to wake you up immediately. Luke carried his little cousin in his right hand, and quickly rushed out of the atmosphere into outer space. So, I can only take more crude methods. Good luck. Luke let go of his right hand and kicked his cousin's chest. The momentum is strong, without mercy. Boom! The other party looked like a meteorite falling, rubbing the atmosphere, bringing out a red tail flame. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 437 Press Conference. I am Superman. Although Clark struggled hard, he wanted to adjust his falling posture to resist the gravity of the earth. But Luke's foot was like a cannonball, hitting his chest with all his strength, and his bones were sorely stricken by the intense strength. Don't even talk about flying. Clark felt extremely difficult even to stretch a few fingers. The body that lost control fell rapidly, leaving the atmosphere in an instant. Looking at the posture, it seems that the head is down, and the face will touch the ground first. Boom! I saw a red afterimage dragging the fiery flames and falling onto the hard ground. There was a loud noise, causing a sensation in the four wilds. A large amount of smoke and dust rises up, like a grey yellow ocean wave rolling, setting off a strong air current. The solid rock layer collapsed, presenting an oval-shaped crater. Ho ho! Clark panted, barely opened his eyes, and saw the dark red cloak that was floating. Are you awake now? Luke has a kind smile on his face and speaks softly. The little cousin of Krypton, who is still firmly occupied by a negative personality, opens his mouth slightly, and seems to be brewing an unfriendly beginning with F. If you think about it, then answer it. You will pay a price if you say something wrong. Luke smiled and said, but his kind eyes showed a dangerous aura. With an attitude of looking down, he looked down at Clark, whose mind was affected by kryptonite. Thinking of being shot down from outer space just now, my little cousin's body tightened. Awake, sober? After giving birth to a negative personality, Clark seems to be much smarter than before. In other words, I know how to look at people's faces. Really sober? Luke is still that approachable and kind. Really? Big cousin, I don't think I've been so clear before. The little cousin replied repeatedly, following his inner will. Look at his affectionateness, called big cousin, as if the previous battles were completely misunderstood. That's good. Luke nodded, and said casually, tick time is up. If you are sitting in a car because of traffic jams, and you happen to be in a hurry and are in a hurry, what should you do? Clark is a little puzzled. Why did he switch to an answerable game suddenly? From the first judgment in his heart, he subconsciously said, let the driver drive the car. On the sidewalk, the road is crowded, but the street should be very spacious. Luke couldn't help giving a thumbs up when he heard the words, and praised. Very honest answer! Exclamation mark. Bang, bang. 3 punches down. The little cousin who collapsed in the pothole almost vomited blood and died. Big cousin, why are you hitting me again? Clark's negative personality also feels wronged. Isn't it right? If the traffic is jammed and you are in a hurry, why not drive the car on the sidewalk? Because you didn't follow the traffic rules, little cousin. Luke retracted his fist, and then said, why don't you think about it again? What should you do? Sit quietly in the car and listen to the radio, waiting for the traffic situation to ease. Clark, with a few more bruises in his left eye socket, came up with a standard answer after careful consideration. Very good. This is what Superman said. Luke nodded in satisfaction. He felt that even the black kryptonite distorted Clark's mind and gave birth to a negative personality. I can still use a righteous iron fist to re-influence my little cousin and let him find himself. Seeing the glittering tears gleaming at the corner of Clark's eyes, Luke couldn't help smiling with relief. The little cousin must have been moved by his good intentions, that's why he left touching tears. Then do you still want to rule the world? Luke seems to be a census worker, and he is very concerned. I don't want to. Clark is smarter this time, even if his head is full of dark, evil, and terrible thoughts, he will never say it. I just want to live a peaceful life, working at sunrise, resting at sunset, and being a simple farmer. The corner of Luke's mouth raised. If he ignores the dodge look of his little cousin, he might really think that the negative personality that occupies Clark's body is preparing to reform and change his mind. After asking a few questions, Luke confirmed that Clark was not suffering from some kind of mental attack that made people irrational and crazy. If it is charm magic, or mind control, it is impossible for the little cousin to maintain such a clear thinking, considering the kryptonite all over the town. He thinks Clark might be affected by this. Luke clearly remembers that among the many types of kryptonite, black kryptonite can divide the personality into 2, causing it to produce opposite wills. Like Clark, there is also a Supergirl Gara. They have had this experience before! Exclamation mark. Fainted the little cousin with negative personality. Luke carried him back to the town. He came to Luthor's mansion and saw Lex, who had passed out in a coma, and the black crystal that had fallen on the carpet. With the powerful physique of a super Kryptonian, Luke is not worried about being fatally affected by the radioactive energy of kryptonite. He bent down and picked up the black kryptonite, played with it for a while in his palm, and put it back into the lead box. Lex, are you okay? Luke patted the unconscious godson. He used his supervision to make a preliminary judgment that the other party had only broken a few bones, but the problem was not big and there was no life-threatening problem. Compared to physical damage, mental shock may be worse. After all, it seems that Lex should have discovered this rare black kryptonite first. Therefore, he may have been affected before Clark, which gave birth to a negative personality. Thinking of this, Luke had a headache. Lex Luthor in this period can barely be regarded as a normal teenager with good character. Although he is a bit too proud and likes to show off, it is just a few innocuous minor problems. Luke didn't want to see Lex's personality split by black kryptonite, thus embarking on the road of villain. I hope people are okay. He threw the stunned Clark and Lex onto the bed in the next bedroom. The radioactive energy of kryptonite is time-sensitive, just like the little cousin can recover sober after a while. As for Lex, take a closer look at that time to see if there is any recovery. If it really doesn't work, Luke can only find some people in the magic world to give his godson a mental treatment. At this point in time, Constantine, who pitied his teammates, pitied devil, pitied angels, may not have been born yet. But like Dr. Destiny, Mrs. Shangdu and others, they have already appeared. Luke is confident that with his personal charm, the other party should not refuse to do a small favor. Luke stayed in Lex's mansion for the next few days. Clark woke up several times during the period when his heart was occupied by negative emotions. At the beginning, he wanted to escape the clutches of his big cousin and regain his freedom. In this world, besides Luke, who else would be his opponent? As long as he is out of the control of the other party, Clark can live very well. But every time he was caught by Luke, he was beaten up. The little cousin just learned well and became much more honest. In comparison, Lex seems very peaceful. The negative personality catalyzed by the black kryptonite made his temperament change drastically. Is more taciturn, and prefers to use conspiracy. The reason why Clark was beaten so many times was mostly because Lex secretly beat him. Just facing Luke, who has no weaknesses and looks invincible. Even if Superman and Luthor join forces together, it will not help. After nearly 2 weeks of closed life, the evil and terrifying voice in Clark's mind finally disappeared. He seemed to have slept for a long time, and then opened his dim eyes, feeling extremely strange to everything in front of him. What did I do? Clark recalled some bits and pieces, and suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. He remembers lighting up a car with his hot sight, using violence unscrupulously, causing the town residents to panic and run away. Even tried to kill her big cousin. The bad memory makes Clark's mood worse. Looking at the guilty look on your face, you are probably really awake. Luke's voice came from the door, and he brought hot milk and oatmeal to his little cousin. The cohabitation with Lex these days. No, it should be the same bed life. Are you still happily living together? Clark automatically ignored the ambiguous ridicule of his big cousin, and they were forbidden to leave the master bedroom on the second floor of the mansion. Fortunately, Lex's villas are all available and there is enough living space. Of course, no matter what kind of bedroom, there is only one bed. So, Luke was right when he said that Superman and Luthor were sleeping together. Did I hurt those innocent people? Clark has a gloomy look, which is a terrible thing for Superman with a higher sense of morality. If he hurts or kills innocent town residents when he loses his mind, he will probably not be able to get out of the psychological shadow for a lifetime. I haven't heard of casualties for the time being. You just caused a certain amount of economic loss. Luke shrugged and said softly, for example, collapsed shops, streets and highways that need to be renovated, and some buildings that have been affected. But don't worry, water will pay for all this. Clark took the breakfast and cast a grateful look at his cousin. By the way, where is Lex? How is he? Little cousin ate and drank enough, and glanced at his still awake friend, a little worried. He is also affected by black kryptonite and is currently under observation. Leading Clark out of the bedroom, Luke checked the other party and was relieved to make sure that the negative personality disappeared. The super Kryptonian terrifying template he possesses is quite powerful in terms of mental abilities, and is not lost to a mentally capable person like the White Queen. Many people have seen that Superman has become a grumpy criminal. Luke sat behind the desk, folded his hands, and looked at Clark, who had not yet freed himself from self-blame. Clark, you need to restore your image. In professional terms, you need an urgent PR. PR? Little cousin raised his head, eyes full of confusion. Yes, the image of justice must not have any stains, which will make the public doubt you, wary of you, or even repel you. Luke snapped his fingers, like an agent of an entertainment company, and began to analyze the negative effects of Superman's loss of control. Then, what should I do? Clark scratched his head. He really didn't know what to do with this kind of thing. First of all, you need to communicate with the outside world. Equal conversation can bring trust, and the power of language can change the public's impression of you. Luke talked freely, leaning back slightly, leaning back on the wide chair. Secondly, there is a prepared press conference. The public appearance will help enhance the reputation of Superman, let everyone understand you and enrich their image. The last is packaging. Generally speaking, celebrities need to specifically formulate personal settings that meet the public's aesthetic and love levels, such as geniuses and academic masters. Graduation from prestigious schools is only a basic requirement. Various awards are then fabricated and exaggerated. Some stories, such as sitting under the tree, and then an apple smashed on your head, you discovered the basic law of the operation of the world. Or you cut down a cherry tree when you were a child, and then you have the courage to admit your mistakes and show a rare good quality. The public likes interesting and inspirational stories and legends beyond imagination. They can satisfy most people's inner desires and emotions. Clark is ignorant, he just wants to be a superhero. Why does it feel so difficult? But fortunately, Superman doesn't need a person, you only need to express yourself sincerely, and the public can be moved by you. Luke narrowed his smile and said seriously, Clark, you are kind enough, you are righteous enough, and you don't lack the courage to devote yourself. This world needs such a spiritual symbol. Little cousin lowered his head, seemingly embarrassed. He thinks he is not perfect at all, and he has many shortcomings. So, get ready to debut, Clark. Let everyone see you. See Superman. Luke said so. This is his plan. There is no need for Superman to hide himself. The fact that Clark Kent is the son of Krypton is no secret at all. Not to mention the Justice League, like villains from all walks of life, even the Sky Eyes under the government will know, is better known than Batman as Bruce Wayne. Really can? Clark still hesitated. You have to believe in yourself. And you have to believe in me. Luke nodded and said. Another week passed. The Metropolitan Hilton Hotel, the lobby on the 31st floor. Newspapers, magazines, and TV reporters in this city, they all received an invitation letter from Water. Summarizing the content written above, it is roughly there is a big news to be announced, and friends who need headlines should come quickly. What is Water Company going to announce? The cooperation plan with the Luther Group, or has it received a military defense order? These can't make up the headlines. Even the editor-in-chief of the Planet Daily has arrived. There must be something big today. I prefer to track the news hotspots of Superman, which has increased the sales of newspapers more significantly. Superman? It's been a while since he disappeared. I heard that he went crazy in a small town in Kansas, causing a lot of casualties. We are going to write a column on this matter. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Novel.com. The press conference has not yet started. Except for the organizers' staff, the master hasn't appeared yet, and everyone behaved very relaxed. Ahem. Welcome to the press conference of Water Company. Lux Chiron in a suit and shoes stepped onto the stage and tried to see if the microphone was normal. The reason I invite you is to introduce someone to you. He is the son of tomorrow in the metropolis, and a superhero in the eyes of the citizens. He prevented train accidents that derailed and overturned, and saved hundreds of lives in the crashed airliner. As Luke's powerful voice resounded through the audience, everyone held their breath, and a look of anticipation rose in their eyes. I am honored to be able to introduce him to everyone present. After the long speech, Luke stepped aside. The door on the right side opened, and the red cloak stepped into the venue. Tall, strong and straight, stood on the stage and held the microphone. I am Superman. He said so. This sentence is like a heavy bomb falling into the water, stirring up turbulent sound waves. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 438 Broker, Small Book. I am Superman. This sentence is like a blockbuster that has been detonated, directly shocking the news reporters and media workers present, and temporarily losing their ability to think. Except for the camera, as always, faithfully aimed at the tall and strong figure on the stage. Everyone else had their mouths open, showing extremely obvious surprise. Superman, he is not a masked hero. No helmet, no blindfold. The red cloak, the capital S on the chest, the small flowing curls. These are the most iconic features of Superman. But it's weird that people always don't remember what Superman looks like. Even photos of him can cover the pages of more than a dozen newspapers. No one has a specific and clear image of Superman. So when the figure in the red cloak walked onto the stage, it did not cause an uproar until the other party admits his identity. Superman. He is really Superman. Is the Water Company holding this press conference to announce the identity of Superman? Is like a frying pan. The scene suddenly became noisy. The recovered reporters whispered and whispered. Click, click. The flash is constantly being pressed, the feeling of being the focus, which makes the Superman standing on the stage feel a little uncomfortable. He turned his head and glanced at Luke next to him, who gave an encouraging look. It was like a shot of inotropic injection into Superman's body. He regained his courage and continued, "I am Superman, my Earth's name is Clark Kent, I grew up on a farm in Kansas." This amazing speech that shocked the world was broadcast to every household in the metropolis with the camera lens, and then to other cities. An hour later, the North American continent and even the whole world learned of this explosive news. Regarding who Superman is, this topic that once caused a heated discussion among the public has finally got an answer. He comes from a civilized race outside the Earth, and because of the fragmentation and destruction of his homeland, he landed in a small town in Kansas. He was adopted by a kind couple and named Clark Kent. Why would Superman announce his identity at a press conference held by water company? This is a question published in a newspaper. Does the young rich man and Superman have some kind of close relationship? This is the boring crowd. An alien lives among us. My God. This is not good news. He may bring an army, occupy every country and every city on Earth. This is the worry of science fiction movie lovers. The son of tomorrow in the metropolis is actually a rural farmer in Kansas. I don't believe it. Superman must be a resident of Metropolis. Maybe he lives next door to me. This is regional discrimination plus metropolitan locals. How do we think about Superman? He comes from an alien, grew up on Earth, and is extremely powerful. Will the laws against humans be effective for him? This is a discussion among scholars. In short, Superman has once again become the focus of the world. His existence has been given too much meaning, but now that meaning has become more complicated. Big cousin, is this really the right thing to do? In Walter's office, Clark lowered his head and asked. After seeing the fierce reaction from the news media and the general public, he somewhat doubted whether his identity announcement was correct. Public opinion is like a turbulent tide, rushing towards him, making people feel a bit suffocated. In the face of the most vicious bandits and criminals, in the face of danger and disaster, Clark will not be afraid. But when he is criticized, rejected and attacked, what can he do? Shook his fist at the innocent crowd, or burn them all with hot sight? The powerful power of Superman is useless in front of ordinary people. The gap between strength and weakness seems to be reversed. Clark, first of all you have to understand the truest thoughts in your heart. Luke just hung up a call from the White House and calmly said, "What kind of life do you like to live? You are between the school and the metropolitan criminal organizations every day? Or is it a symbol of coming to the stage and being brave to accept everyone's questions and the pressure of public opinion?" The former is easy to confuse normal life and superhero status, because in reality, you are just the son of an unseen Kansas farmer, a high school student in the countryside. But every night, when you put on a Superman uniform, you become an omnipotent and respected superhero. Strong contrast will bring about psychological changes. Maybe one day you will gradually get tired of the name Clark Kent, and only like the days when you exist as a Superman longing for recognition and attention. This is human nature. Or vice versa, you no longer want to be busy with saving others and the world, but you are ready to return to your family and be a good husband and father. Life is full of so many unknowns, not to mention, people's energy is limited. Even Saiyans are the same. If you are preparing for an exam at school, then there will be fires. What should you do? Save people. There is no doubt that you will do this. What then? You failed the exam and you failed the course at the end of the semester. The teacher gave you a minimum score. This is the blow and pressure from real life. It seems to be just a small thing, but it makes you fall into endless troubles and consumes your passion and love for life. Clark, you have to understand one thing. A superhero is not a job. It is an obligation. It is a mission given by a sense of responsibility. At the same time, it is still a long-term investment with no return. It's hard for you to be the most perfect Superman in the metropolis while doing Clark Kent. Luke tapped his fingers on the desktop. His voice paused, and then he looked at his little cousin who was slightly confused. Disclosure of identity. Of course, This will cause a lot of trouble. For example, the villain may threaten with family members and pass the risk to friends around him. But at the same time, it can also bring certain benefits. First of all, it is legality. It is fair to cooperate with the federal government, and you no longer have to bear the grey label of masked vigilante. Secondly, change is something Luke would like to see, as long as everything is still under control. He didn't change Superman's intentions. He just helped that his little cousin could see the essence of the world early, and not just immerse himself in the beautiful surface of superheroes. This is the DC universe, and it reveals deep darkness from beginning to end. Superman has encountered the malicious fate many times in different time and space and different universe, was tricked by the clown, killed Louise Lane and the child in her belly, and then established a dictatorship. Kill Lex Luthor with a hot sight, rule the earth, and become a Hitler-like existence. In too many stories, Superman faces tragedy and becomes the most terrifying person in the world. Don't worry about the government or other issues. Luke snapped his fingers and the corners of his mouth twitched. I have hired a professional agent for you. He is very good at dealing with all aspects of public opinion pressure and crisis public relations. The office door was pushed open, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Clark. Lex, why are you here? He was surprised and stood up. Because of the influence of black kryptonite, Lex should still be locked in the bedroom of the mansion and not allowed to go out. I have recovered, not long ago. Lex showed a bright smile on his face, pointed to Clark and said, I didn't expect you to be the metropolitan star who appeared in the newspaper every day. My best friend and my most annoying guy are the same person. It's amazing. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Luke as well. The negative personality created by black kryptonite seems to have disappeared, and Lex Luthor has returned to his previous sunny personality. When he speaks, he always smiles at the corners of his mouth, and he is cheerful and lively. I don't want to keep it secret, but Clark scratched his head, hiding something from his friend, making him somewhat apologetic. Because in the education of adoptive father Jonathan, lying is not a right thing. It's no big deal, anyone will have a secret, including me. Lex narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's continue to talk about how to build Superman, and build the greatest superhero in the world. Gotham City. Wayne Manor. Bruce Wayne, sitting on the carpet, was busy cutting out the old newspapers he had recently collected. He needs to understand the city deeply, and he needs to understand some of the people in the city. Roman Falcone. Penguin Oswald. Sal Maroni. Every time Bruce utters a name, he makes an obvious mark in the notebook on the right-hand side, like a young hunter, slowly and patiently identifying his prey. These people are all underworld gangsters with names and surnames in the underground world of Gotham. Some of them have been ruling Gotham for more than 10 years, some are in the upper class society and run profitable businesses. There are many minions, controlling the port and Xiaching. Master Wayne, you should go for more walks and sunbathe, instead of shutting yourself in the room and thinking about these seemingly dangerous things. Butler Alfred, carrying a rich breakfast, opened the door and walked in. With a helpless look on his face, after returning from Nepal, Master Wayne didn't wear ragged clothes and made up as a street tramp, and ran to the slums of Gotham. Is to look through old newspapers and collect information. Has no intention of taking over the family business of Wayne Group and revitalizing the family honor. When Alfred was young, he used to be an agent of the British MI5. Later, by chance, he became the steward of the Wayne family. This seemingly ordinary old man is actually proficient in various fighting skills, healing injuries, and even computer hacking techniques. Therefore, Alfred still has the unknown name of Steward. With his knowledge of Bruce and the details he has recently observed, it is not difficult to guess what the other party wants to do. Fight against gangs, or punish evil and promote good. In the eyes of the old housekeeper, this is obviously not a sensible behavior. Gotham is no different from before I left. It's still guilty, still drunk, still ... so boring. Bruce shook his head, bit a piece of bread and said, so, I have no interest in participating, only the idea of changing it. In front of his father and his own old butler, Bruce did not hide anything. If you say, who will the future Batman be honest enough with without much psychological defense? That person will only be Alfred. It's not easy, Master Wayne. The old butler pursed his lips, seemingly unhappy, and teased, if you really want to change Gotham, why not run for mayor and make this city great again? Because becoming the mayor can't get rid of those criminals completely. Bruce shook his head. He had learned about Gotham's power structure. From top to bottom, corruption is rampant. The city hall is the umbrella of the gang, and there are not a few honest policemen in the police station who are serious about doing things. Basically everyone has received black money, or is cleared to protect themselves, turning a blind eye to this. Those good people who insist on themselves and not be polluted are either squeezed out and received cold reception, either be suppressed, and the end will be worrying. Even if I become the mayor, it won't help. Bruce stared at the cut old newspapers and said in a deep voice, because no matter what I want to do, the following police, prosecutors, and even judges, they have formed a complete chain of interests. They will shield each other and condone the breeding of evil. Alfred remained silent, and summed up Master Wayne's remarks. It is probably that politics can't save the Gotham people. What will it take to save Gotham? When Bruce had finished his breakfast, the old butler standing aside put away the cutlery. Become a symbol ... break away from the outer appearance of human flesh and blood, and become the embodiment of the spirit. It can be frightening and frighten criminals. Bruce took a deep breath. His eyes darkened. It can also give others courage and act as a weapon of justice. Hearing this subtly generous rhetoric, Alfred just shook his head helplessly and said softly, Master Wayne, before you embark on this great career of saving Gotham, can you first have a girlfriend for why the Unn family continues the bloodline? In this case, I can rest assured. Bruce, after came back, he had become accustomed to the old butler's ubiquitous and humorous speaking style. By the way, James Gordon, are you familiar with him? Bruce touched his chin and automatically skipped the embarrassing topic of having a girlfriend, getting married and having children. I have an impression. Alfred stopped at the door and nodded. Master Wayne, in the tally, he once put a coat on you. The corners of Bruce's mouth raised. Of course he remembered James Gordon and knew this man. What he wanted to be sure was whether James Gordon was corrupted and became one of those black police officers. Mr. Gordon, there is no doubt that he is a man of integrity. Alfred pondered for a moment, then gave an answer. At least the old housekeeper has never heard of any negative news about James Gordon. Sometimes judge a person's character, not by what he said, but by what he did. As an old man who has been in the police station for more than 10 years, James Gordon is still an ordinary police officer. And his colleagues, either retire or quit, or climb higher and get a promotion. Has been sitting on a cold bench for a long time, not being seen by others, and placed in the corrupt Gotham police station, which can already explain some things from the side. Finally found a partner who can cooperate. Bruce frowned slightly. He needs a helper, or a megaphone to talk to the police station and the city hall. If James Gordon is as upright as he has shown, and is willing to make a contribution to changing Gotham, then, the other party is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. When Alfred left, Bruce continued to immerse himself in his work. Although the old butler has hinted many times, the board of directors of Wayne Group is secretly planning to dilute his shares and prepare to kick himself out. But Bruce is not worried. He can handle such small problems. The top priority is to find an entry point to fight the gangs in Gotham. Call.untilnovel.com Falcone. After doing the things on hand, Bruce let out a sigh of relief. He decided to rule the city from the bright side first, and the most powerful Romans began to do it. As long as the opponent is knocked out, the other gangsters will have to rest for a while. Of course, they may also become more vicious. In order to compete for a piece of land, like an extremely hungry temple dog, a new round of Russian shuffle started. If that were the case, it would be equivalent to creating an excellent opportunity for myself to wipe out the gangsters. After careful consideration, Bruce picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Metropolis, Superman, the alien who landed on the Kansas farm. 20 minutes later, the sole heir of the Wayne family looked a little dignified. He seemed to realize a bigger problem, one that was more difficult and troublesome than the gang. Superman. Bruce thought for a long time, then opened the notebook again. While watching the TV, there is a heated debate about whether the existence of Superman is good or bad. Silently wrote down the other party's name, and marked it with a note of "Be vigilant." Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 439. A threat to the world. A new villain appears. Metropolitan Superman didn't know that his name had appeared in someone's notebook. For a long time in the future, he will be regarded as a threat, a time bomb, and will be closely watched. Putting aside those distant problems, it has been a week since Clark officially announced his identity. As time goes by, the heated discussions in various fields show no signs of stopping, but there is a trend of intensification. In this way, Clark lost the ordinary life of an ordinary high school student. First, he received a call from his parents who were still in Kansas. Adoptive father Jonathan did not blame his son for his choice. He expressed understanding and worry, because of the strange vision of the people in the town, the interview activities of the city hall, and even the governor's personal visit. Makes Jonathan and Martha, an ordinary couple, feel caught off guard and find it hard to cope. They are not willing to become the focus of the public and live a better life under the name of Superman's adoptive parents. It's a pity that others obviously don't think so. The reporters who flocked to me, the paparazzi who squatted around the clock. They couldn't find Superman, so they could only wait in their hometown in Kansas, trying to find some useful material that could serve as exclusive news. Superman's childhood life, Superman's growth environment. As long as it is about Superman, everyone likes to watch it. This is simply a brand new wealth code. Everything seems to be going worse. Clark's sight through the floor-tussling windows, overlooking the city under his feet. For the first time, he understood that public opinion has such a powerful force. Seems to be pervasive, permeating into one's life. No, this is a good start. Lex had a different opinion. He took out a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet. First poured himself a glass, and then handed Clark a glass. The latter waved his hand and refused, on the grounds that he was not at the age of legal drinking. I have to say, this answer is very superhuman. Lex shook his head and laughed. In his opinion, Clark had such a powerful body, but he followed the rules extremely. This is really a puzzling thing. If you change it to yourself, maybe like an idiom solitaire, taking the first step to do whatever you want, and then doing whatever you want, and so on. Lex had a trace of envy in his eyes, looked at Clark, and whispered softly, "Publishing your identity will inevitably cause some trouble to your family. This is unavoidable. But what we need to pay attention to is that the nervousness does not lie here. The key lies in the attitude of the government." Clark put his arms around his chest. 2 days ago, he had just completed a meeting with Mr. President at the White House and shook hands publicly. That photo was quoted by Planet Daily and published on the headline page of that day. Except going to the White House to participate in such boring political activities. A general in the Pentagon, who has also summoned Superman many times. Clark did not obey, as his cousin said. While showing a friendly attitude, he did not forget to show his fists and muscles to ensure that someone would listen to what he said. The Godfather is already talking about it. His initial intention is that Superman is not a national property, but the debut idol of water. Lex said the latter sentence with a strange expression on his face. When he heard Luke's thoughts, his first feeling was that he suspected that he had heard him wrong. Will the military agree? I think General Ryan's position is very firm. He wants me to be a weapon of the United States. Clark frowned, as if worried about it. What are you thinking? Lex asked with a smile. They can't make me a thug or a violent just because I was born in the United States, and do things that are against my morals and conscience that I don't want. Clark was full of justice and shook his head decisively. He guessed it. but I think you should worry about the negotiations on the Godfather's side. How could the federal government transfer the ownership of Superman to a private enterprise? This is whimsical. Lex narrowed his eyes, although instinct told him that Luke had a plan. It took a long time to think about it, and he didn't think about how Walter would convince the Pentagon and the White House. They have too few chips in their hands. He's totally unqualified to sit on the same table with the person at the top of the power pyramid in this country. The turning point of all this happened 2 weeks later. North American Air Defense Joint Command. The sturdy black general strode into the command center. Just now he received an emergency message that an artificial satellite in the near-moon orbit captured an unusual picture. Doctor, tell me what I found? A comet, or an asteroid meteorite? The black general has a majestic face, standing in front of the console of the command center. He didn't understand what kind of amazing discovery it was that made the chief researcher responsible for monitoring outer space wake himself up in the middle of the night. Could it be an alien again? The black general named Swanwick thought jokingly. Recently, the Pentagon has been busy discussing the existence of Superman, aliens, superheroes, Kansas Ranch Boys. The red cape has too many tags on his body. The comet will not make orbit corrections, General. The doctor shook his head and said hesitantly, I hope you can see this before some amateurs find it. General Swanwick narrowed his eyes, with a bad feeling. The chief researcher of the North American Air Defense Joint Command directly called up the image captured by the satellite. In the dark outer space, a vague outline appeared. Judging from the appearance, it should be some kind of spaceflight tool. This spacecraft seems to have entered the lunar orbit synchronization state, and it is not yet clear why. When the chief researcher first discovered it, he realized that this important news should be reported to the Pentagon immediately. A spaceship is staying in the moon's orbit of the Earth. This is most likely a visit by alien life to the Earth, or a signal of war. Have you tried to talk to the spacecraft? General Swanwick suppressed his inner shock. Once this news is revealed, it will inevitably cause turmoil and unrest in the world. Although it is said that as early as the beginning of the space race during the Cold War, various countries continued to launch unmanned satellites into outer space, trying to find the same life in the vast and dark universe. But when these unknown creatures really appeared in front of the public, people became scared and panicked again. Unknown life from outside the Earth. Do they come with kindness? Can the human beings on Earth live in peace with them? These are all questions worth pondering. They haven't responded yet, replied helplessly. General Swanwick has a solemn expression. He needs to dial the encrypted channel of the White House as soon as possible. To the White House in Washington, and the Pentagon to report this shocking news that can be called a blockbuster. At least before those amateur astronomers discover it, the federal government has to come up with a reasonable argument and discuss how to deal with the spacecraft that stays in lunar orbit. I have a bad feeling, General Swanwick sighed. As a professional soldier, if there are unknown creatures in that spaceship, he doesn't think that those guys are coming with kindness, especially after Superman announced his identity. The whole world knew that there was an alien on Earth. Now, another spaceship is here. Is there a connection between the two? At the thought of this, General Swanwick's mood grew heavier. The White House meeting room. The top floors of the Pentagon gathered together. They all received the shocking news that an unknown spacecraft appeared in the near-moon orbit. Even if the other party did not do anything, there was no response. Things that can be unknown are always frightening. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, a small earthquake occurred on my military base, on the Arctic Glacier. Gray-haired General Ryan said in a deep voice. Someone took a video of a huge spaceship disappearing into the night sky and put it on the internet, which caused a great response. Mr. President, who hurriedly walked into the conference room, rubbed his frowning brows vigorously, raised his voice and asked, "Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before?" That report was already on the desk of the White House, but at the time, Mr. President, you were busy taking photos with Superman and you were interviewed by the TV station. You may have forgotten about it. General Lane replied sternly. The straightforward words made the atmosphere of the meeting room suddenly become awkward. Ahem. Go on." Mr. President cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment. The change of term is coming soon. He did spend too much energy for re-election and general election, ignoring other issues. According to research data from military bases, the spacecraft hidden under the glacier, according to the isotope analysis of the surrounding ice holes, shows that it has at least a long history of more than 18,000 years. General Lane took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and continued, "At that time, humans had not yet become the sole master of this planet. 18,000 years." Mr. President and his staff were silent. Long before mankind gave birth to today's brilliant civilization, had other lives visited the Earth? Is there any connection between the spacecraft on the Arctic glacier and the near-moon orbit? Various problems popped up. Where is Superman? He is also an alien. Mr. President suddenly remembered the red cloak. Superman is in Kansas. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it for a while. General Swanwick, who was in charge of monitoring Superman's whereabouts with satellites, replied, "The water company seems to be holding an event to return home." When Mr. President heard about water company, his face turned dark and he acted a little gloomy. He didn't like the young rich man who claimed that he wanted Superman to make his debut as an idol. An extremely powerful alien should be under the control of the federal government instead of handing over to someone or a private company. Of course, what Mr. President meant to summarize, or to put it bluntly, is that he wants Superman to be a tool in his own hands. Can you think of a way to communicate with that spacecraft? Mr. President looked at the photos sent back from the satellite on the table, and asked softly. "We tried, but didn't get any response." The manager of the North American Air Defense Joint Command shook his head. "The spacecraft was floating in outer space. 10 minutes ago, we used various methods to send information to the past, but unfortunately it was ineffective. All the information was like sinking into the sea." "Then can you knock it down?" Mr. President has lost his patience and has already considered using force to solve the problem. This is the worst plan, and it is best to implement it after establishing a communication channel and confirming that the other party is hostile. General Lane said in a deep voice. "Until it is determined whether there is unknown life on the spacecraft, no one is willing to use force." Ghost knew whether such a move would trigger a so-called interstellar war. "Then what can we do? Wait for the spacecraft to fall down? Or let the aliens respond?" Mr. President was obviously very angry, and patted the table hard. "This country has the largest intelligence agency in the world. 16 different agencies supervise everything in this country. The purpose is to prevent any terrorist attacks from happening again. But there is an alien living by our side. It can fly and can lift dozens or hundreds of tons of heavy objects with bare hands and smash a tank with one punch. And now, there is another spaceship parked at our door. But you will only tell me that this will not work. That will not work. You can only wait." The angry voice of Mr. President echoed in the conference room. All the people present here, from the various generals in the Pentagon, to the staff of the White House, and the high-level intelligence agencies, all kept silent. "I'm in a hurry." While Mr. President was furious, a staff member who was waiting outside suddenly rushed into the conference room. There was a panic on his face, as if something terrible had happened. "Is the end of the world coming, Johnson?" Mr. President looked gloomy. Without permission, his staff broke into the conference room with the highest level of confidentiality. "If there is no good reason, I am afraid that the other party's political career will end here." "I'm afraid yes, the President," said the young staff seriously. 5 minutes ago, a video that panicked countless people swept the world. Whether it is the United States or other countries, television and radio have failed one after another. The flickering snowflakes are distorted into blurred images, and the global covering electronic signal translates the declaration of threat to the world www.metalnovel.com into different languages and sends it to every corner of the planet. "I am General Z, from a distant planet. I arrived here through the vast sea of stars because you hid a clan of mine. Now I ask you to hand him over." For some reason, he concealed his existence. He has worked hard to integrate into your society. He looks similar to you, but he is not a part of you. If anyone knows the news of him, then the fate of your planet is in your hands. Carl L. Did you hear that? You have 24 hours to consider, or choose to let the whole world bear the consequences. People raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Whether you are in a remote town with no one, or a bustling metropolis, everyone can see a giant spacecraft hovering along its orbit like a satellite. The threatening video played all over the world is even more shocking than Superman's announcement of his identity. The news spread instantly, and set off an uncontrollable wave of public opinion all over the world. No one knows how the alien life who claimed to be generals had forcibly occupied all bands of signals, translated them into different languages, and made an announcement to the world. Now Mr. President, who is far away in the White House, finally doesn't need to worry about how to conceal this news from the public. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 440 Krypton Spaceship, Generals at the North Pole. Krypton spacecraft. Luke, who should have been in Washington, busy negotiating with the White House and the Pentagon, sat in the suspended seat that rose into the sky and turned on the console. The recursive program diagnosis is complete. Navigation authority has been confirmed. All systems are operating normally. A slightly dull and soft female voice sounded in his ears. Then, the complex and changeable operation interface slowly unfolded, and a large number of letter syllables like geometric symbols emerged. Luke, who has many Superman templates, smiles. Compared to his little cousin who has not received Krypton education at all, he can be said to be very knowledgeable. The relevant knowledge in my mind flows out like a self-searching. Kryptonian language has 33 basic letters, including 9 vowels. 24 consonants. The way it is written is that 9 vowels are arranged in 3 rows and 3 columns, and 24 consonants are grouped into groups of 3, arranged radially along 8 directions. The reason for this is to cater to the pattern of the flag of Krypton. This also represents the 11 virtues advocated by the Kryptonians: truth, peace, cooperation, selflessness, diligence, hope, restraint, justice, purity, imagination. After absorbing the contents of the Kryptonian language, Luke found that the operation interface became simple and easy to understand. Various related explanations. It is stress-free to read. Zizzy. Just when Luke was familiar with the operating system of the spacecraft, a faint electric current rang. The hatch door not far away opened, and a strange figure walked out. I'm very happy to see you have grown up. It would be nice if Laura could see it with my own eyes. I am your father, Carl. Inexplicable intruder, talking inexplicable strange things. Luke frowned slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually widened, as if he could not hold back. He looked at the intelligent consciousness that appeared as the spacecraft system was activated. The key that I inserted came from my little cousin. The intelligent consciousness stored in is actually Superman's biological father. So, Jor-El naturally regarded Luke as his biological son who had never been masked. Male, Kryptonian, with master key, very young. Combined with the above conditions, who else besides Kal-El who has fallen to the earth? Sorry, you probably admitted the wrong person. Luke didn't have the idea of acknowledging his father for nothing. He smiled lightly, and then introduced himself. In front of Jor-El, he didn't use the identity of the big cousin of Krypton anymore, and he made a few vague words. To put it bluntly, Jor-El appeared here is just an intelligent consciousness stored in the master key, a piece of data, not a real person. As long as Luke wants to, he can delete it at will, erasing the traces of existence. Are you not, Carl? Jor-El was puzzled, and then turned into shock. Where did his plan go wrong? Didn't the Krypton spacecraft land on the set planet? Yes, Mr. Jor-El, you can think of me as a survivor of the Krypton outpost. Luke's eyes flickered, and he said softly, Krypton's most glorious pioneering era once sent a large number of exploratory teams wandering in the universe, establishing outposts on various planets and collecting resources. The Earth was also the target of their visit. This spaceship with a history of 18,000 years is the evidence left over. Outpost ... remains. Joel digested it, his face solemn. If you say this, isn't the other party older than you? After his birth, the pioneering era of Krypton has ended and entered a period of closed and conservative class rule. It's okay, Joe, you can just call me your big cousin, don't be too constrained by age and identity. Luke waved his hand greatly, indicating that we have different opinions. You call me big cousin, and your son calls me big cousin. Everyone treats me equally. Big cousin? Joel coughed twice, and he glanced at Luke's overly young face, feeling a little unspeakable. It's just that Krypton's stratum is clearly and rigorously divided, and everyone's position in society has already been set. Except for the natural birth of Superman, everyone else must follow the rules. Krypton remnants at the outpost. This is a respectable existence. Joel's intellectual consciousness did a little bit of psychological construction, and he shouted embarrassingly, big cousin, my son. Kal-El, right? He now has an Earth name. Clark Kent. Luke snapped his fingers and pressed a few times on the console, and suddenly there were a large number of projected pop-up windows appearing. Krypton's science and technology tree is several times older than the Earth's unknown. Luke easily used the spacecraft's database to invade the internet, and then filtered out the information about Superman and placed it in front of Joel. He came to this planet later than me, and is now a superhero on Earth, the son of tomorrow in the metropolis, Luke whispered. Then how about his adoptive parents? How? Joel seemed unheard, just staring at the slightly immature young face. Jonathan and Martha, they are both good people, and they have taught Clark a lot. Luke left the suspended seat and said, then why did Carl's master key fall into the hands of the big cousin? Joel asked suspiciously. Luke smiled slightly. After pushing his little cousin to the front of the stage, he never thought about negotiating with the federal government. Water company, unlike its own industry next door, has a wide range of contacts and channels. As a lieutenant general of the Pentagon in the universe next door, Luke knew nothing more about the virtues of those politicians. Short-sightedness, profit-seeking, greed and stupidity are all inherent instincts. Luke wants to create one for his little cousin and let the world focus on his debut opportunity. Negotiation is just a means of delaying time, and letting the Kryptonians break the situation is the real plan. When faced with external pressure, the federal government will naturally regress and compromise. That's why he got the master key of the Krypton spacecraft from Clark's hand. When he activated the huge spaceship that was buried under the Arctic glacier, like a fortress far in the Phantom Zone, General Zod, who was exiled before the destruction of Krypton, and his men also found the coordinates of the Earth and got the whereabouts of the son of Krypton. They are enough to put a heavy pressure on the federal government and embody the importance of Superman. Earth, outer space. A giant spacecraft orbits the near moon, and the metal on the surface reflects the light of the forest. General Zod, wearing a heavy armor, is standing by the wide viewing platform, overlooking the blue planet under his feet. He is the military leader of Krypton. From the beginning of his birth, his combat instinct, command talent, and the genetic template to defend Krypton have been encoded into the body by biotechnology. The love and guardian concept of Krypton is deeply imprinted in the soul of Zod. So when he saw that group of incompetent elders sitting high on the parliamentary seats, only observing the laws left by the ancestors, he determined to overthrow the rule of these decadent and incompetent generations and let Krypton regain its vitality. Zod brazenly launched a coup and organized a group of rebels. Unfortunately, due to the strong obstruction of Krypton's chief scientist Joel, he did not succeed in obtaining Krypton's fertility code, which is the gene bank of Krypton. Krypton has achieved artificial intervention in reproduction a long time ago. Therefore, the life of the next generation is not born naturally, but cultivated artificially. The fertility code records the genes of all types of people of Krypton, which doomed that Kryptonians are not qualified to choose their own lives, because they are doomed to the future from the moment they are born. For example, Zod. He was born a soldier and military strategist. Is responsible for leading the army and becoming a leader. These are all implanted into genes in the form of codes, which eventually form biological instincts. In this way, a lot of time cost of education and training can be omitted. Like ants, individuals are divided into different types, and social division of labor is clearly defined, so that the efficiency of the entire planet can reach the highest level. In the long and endless history, the Kryptonians have forged their own glorious civilization. At that time, the Krypton star continued to expand outward. MTLnovel.com. Countless spacecraft traveled through the universe, setting up outposts on countless planets, looking for a suitable planet for survival. It's just that the miracle of extremely prosperous civilization did not last long. Due to the exhaustion of huge resources, Krypton reluctantly gave up the move to explore outwards. Thus embarked on another form of civilization, presetting the career and life of Kryptonian life by artificial cultivation. Zod has a deep gaze, looking at the endless dark space of the universe. The azure blue planet emits a soft light full of vitality, like a magnificent giant celestial body, which makes people extremely addicted. He was born to defend Krypton, and the mother star had already collapsed and shattered in the explosion of the Earth's core. So the continuation of the race became Zod's sole purpose. The fertility code was handed over to his son by Joel, which is the hope of the rebirth of Krypton. Zod took the only remaining tribe, across the vast sea of stars, to this beautiful planet with unique civilization and life. Joel's son is the long-destructed Krypton, the only natural person born. There is no setting in his genes, and the fertility book is in the hands of the other party. I will definitely rebuild Krypton, Zod said firmly, with strong confidence and determination in his eyes. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Today's birthday, Leave for a Party is the title. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 441. Various performances. Phantom Zone Superman of Beauty. Find the latest chapter. General Zod's high-profile speech immediately set off a frenzy of public opinion all over the world. The hardline attitude, coupled with the meaning of its own existence, made the heads of countries panic. The giant spacecraft stopped at the door of the Earth. The military tried many methods, but they didn't get a response. The United Nations convened an emergency meeting for this purpose, mainly to hope that the 5 gangsters. No. The 5 permanent members met to discuss a solution. Kal-El. Do we know where this person is? You must find it quickly and try to avoid a war. This is the opinion of the British representative. There is still half of the 24 hours given by the other party, or just think of a way to shoot them and throw a few nuclear bombs over. This is the opinion of the Russian representative. What is the strength of those aliens? According to current observations, the other party is able to carry out interstellar teleportation and develop space weapons. If the General Zod is the first to invade France, how should we resist, or seek stability first and negotiate a peace? This is the opinion of the representative of France. They did not directly raise the white flag, they were already very courageous. We are actively contacting Superman and looking for clues to Kal-El. But it will take time. This is the opinion of the representative of the United States. After a meeting, no effective plan could be discussed. For General Zod and his party, the countries have too little information to infer anything at all. As for Superman in Kansas, his phone is about to be squeezed. As the only known alien on Earth, Clark was not unexpectedly suspected by some people. No matter when and where, there is always a market for conspiracy theories. To sum up several theories circulating on the internet, It is probably that Superman brought General Zod here. Officials in the Pentagon and the White House have ignored the spreading public opinion rumors and urged Superman to rush to Washington, D.C. as soon as possible. Conventional means cannot approach that giant spaceship. The nearby force field was disordered, and the detection spacecraft and fighter jets could not get close, and could only rely on communication waves to transmit information. But the other party did not intend to bother. Except for the ultimatum sent to the whole world, General Zod kept silent all the time. Such silent contempt has made the heads of countries feel humiliated, offended, and greatly annoyed. The Pentagon believes that Superman should be sent to negotiate with him, and his identity can be confirmed by the way. Unfortunately, no one can contact each other. We know very little about the alien incident not long ago. The man who claims to be the leader of General Zod, he gave the world a 24-hour ultimatum. The White House just held a press conference, claiming that although the behavior of these alien visitors is not friendly, all citizens are requested to remain calm and do not need to panic. At this moment, I believe everyone has the same question. Who is this Kal-El? Does he really exist? How did he hide from us for so long? Clark, who turned off his cell phone and shook off the government agent, returned to Kent Farm alone. He heard the news on the TV, opened the door of the room, and walked outside. The paparazzi and reporters who squatted in their hometown chased new hot spots, and the life of the adoptive parents was restored to peace. Are there aliens again? Is it his fellow Saiyan? Clark raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. With his eyesight, he could easily see the giant spacecraft floating in the near-moon orbit. For some reason, the young Superman's heart was haunted by a haunting shadow, as if he had a bad premonition. Who is the Kal-El that General Zod said? The eldest cousin sent a message before and told himself to ignore the call of the White House and the Pentagon. So Clark hid back to his hometown of Kent Farm, waiting for Luke's further instructions. I don't know what happened to Big Cousin. Krypton's little cousin muttered to himself. Arctic Krypton spacecraft. The conversation between Luke and Jor-El finally entered the topic of General Zod's arrival on Earth. Zod, why did he come? He wasn't exiled to the Phantom Zone. Jor-El was surprised when he heard the news. Although he is just an intelligent consciousness, a piece of cold data. But to some extent, he has all the memories of Jor-El, almost identical to himself. He escaped from the Phantom Zone. You should know very well that Zod is capable of doing this, Luke said with a smile. The Phantom Zone actually refers to the dimensional space discovered by Krypton. It is used as a prison to detain and imprison dangerous criminals. Zod's bonus and his men were deprived of their liberty for committing a number of crimes such as treason and rebellion, and were thrown into that dark place. Time is meaningless there, and its own strength will be greatly weakened. Day after day, year after year, the endless darkness will destroy the spirits of criminals. www.mentalnovel.com and make them eventually die. Zod, he is dangerous. He must be stopped. Jor-El frowned, and he and Zod had a delicate relationship between friend and foe. The latter is Krypton's best general and the most powerful fighter. The reason why he wanted to find Kal-El was definitely for the Kryptonian fertility code. Don't be nervous, Zod can't make much noise, he will only put your son on the throne of a superhero. Luke waved his hand, indicating that everything was under control. He simply soothed a few words, unplugged the master key plugged into the spacecraft console, and the image of Jor-El disappeared. Zod. Luke stepped out of the Krypton spacecraft and looked through the thick clouds to see the giant near-moon orbit. If it is a head-to-head confrontation, the little cousin may not be able to defeat General Zod. The 17-year-old Superman is limited in strength, and can no longer be as good as the Krypton compatriots who have just arrived on Earth like the original plot. General Zod's men are all Kryptonians with warrior gene templates. Pick one out at random, and you can rub Clark on the ground. Luke suddenly narrowed his eyes, and he saw a flying vehicle hovering under the giant spacecraft in the near-moon orbit. Zod is very efficient, knowing who Clark is so soon. Superman has announced his identity before. Videos about him, and news all over the internet. As long as General Zod noticed, he would understand at the first time that Clark Kent was Kal-El. The goal is Kansas. The good scene of the first act has already begun. Luke smiled. Through supervision, he did not see Zod, who was led by a female commander, followed by the other two Kryptonians. Chapter 442. Do not speak martial arts. Female Commander Superman of Beauty. Find the latest chapter. North American Air Defense Joint Command. This is a temporary operations center used to observe the giant spacecraft around the clock.